Section 32, Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sunday School and Church as a Solution of the Negro Problem, by D. Webster Davis, Doctor of Divinity, of Richmond, Virginia. If I were asked to name the most wonderful and far-reaching achievement of the splendid, all-conquering Anglo-Saxon race, I would ignore the pass of Thermopylae, the immortal 600 at Balaclava, Trafalgar, Waterloo, Quebec, Bunker Hill, Yorktown, and Appomattox. I would forget its marvelous accumulations of wealth, its additions to the literature of the world, and point to the single fact that it has done the most to spread the religion of Jesus Christ as the greatest thing it has accomplished for the betterment of the human family. The Jews preserved the idea of a one God and gave the ethics to religion, the Ten Commandments, the Lord's Prayer, and the Sermon on the Mount. The Greeks contributed philosophy, the Romans polity, the Teutons liberty and breadth of thought. But it remained to the Anglo-Saxon implicitly to obey the divine command, "Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature." If some man would ask me the one act on the part of my own race that gives to me the greatest hope for the Negro's ultimate elevation to the heights of civilization and culture, I would not revel in ancient lore to prove them the pioneers in civilization, nor would I point to their marvelous progress since emancipation that has surprised their most sanguine friends, but I would take the single idea of their unquestioned acceptance of the dogmas and tenets of the Christian religion as promulgated by the Anglo-Saxon as the highest evidence of the future possibilities of the race. Ours was indeed a wonderful faith that overleaped the barriers of ecclesiastical juggling to justify from Holy Writ the iniquitous traffic in human flesh and blood, forgot the glaring inconsistencies of a religion that prayed on Sunday, "Our Father which art in heaven," and on Monday sold a brother who, though cut in ebony, was yet the image of the divine. The Negro had in very truth that faith that would not shrink, though pressed by every foe, that would not tremble on the brink of any earthly woe, that faith that shone more bright and clear when trials reigned without, that, when in danger, knew no fear, in darkness felt no doubt. If it is indeed true that by faith are ye saved, not only in this world but in the world to come, then God will vouchsafe to us a most abundant salvation. It is my blessed privilege tonight, while you are pleading for the winning of a generation, and at this special session for the relation of the Sunday School to missions, both home and foreign, to plead for my people, and my prayer is that God may help me to make my plea effective. For the people for whom I plead are bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. I plead for help for my own bright-eyed boy and girl, and for all the little black boys and girls in my far-off Southern home. If the great race problem is to be settled, and it is a problem, notwithstanding all that has been said to the contrary, it is to be settled not in blood and carnage, not by material wealth and accumulation of lands and houses, not in literary culture, nor on the college campus, not in industrial education or in the marts of trade, but by the religion of him who said, "And I, if I be lifted up, will draw all men unto me." These things are resultant factors in the problem, but the problem itself lies far deeper than these. Calhoun is reported to have said, "If I could find a Negro who could master the Greek syntax, I would believe in his possibilities of development." A comparatively few years have passed away, and a Negro not only masters the Greek syntax, but writes a Greek grammar accepted as authority by some of the ablest scholars of the States. But Abbé Gregory of France published in the 15th century Literature of the Negro, telling of the achievements of Negro writers, scholars, priests, philosophers, painters, and Roman prelates in Spain, Portugal, France, Italy, Holland, and Turkey, which prompted Blumenbach to declare it would be difficult to meet with such in the French Academy. And yet literature and learning have not settled the problem. No, the religion of Jesus Christ is the touchstone to settle all the problems of human life. More than 1900 years ago, Christ gave solution when he said, "Ye are brethren, love is the fulfilling of the law, and whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them." Is the Negro in any measure deserving of the help for which I plead? The universal brotherhood and common instincts of humanity should be enough. I bring more. Othello, in speaking of Desdemona, says she loved me for the dangers I had passed. I loved her that she did pity me. If pity and suffering can awaken sympathy, then we boldly claim our right to the fullest measure of consideration. 250 years of slavery, with all its attendant evils, is one of our most potent weapons to enlist sympathy and aid. I come with no bitterness to North or South. For slavery I acknowledge all the possible good that came to us from it, the contact with superior civilization, the knowledge of the true God, the crude preparation for citizenship, the mastery of some handicraft. Yet slavery had its side of suffering and degradation. North and South rejoice that it is gone forever, and yet many of its evils cling to us, like the old man of the sea to Sinbad the sailor, and like Banquo's ghost they haunt us still. As I stand here tonight, my mind is carried back to a plantation down in old Virginia. It is the 1st day of January, 1864. Lincoln's immortal proclamation is a year old, and yet I see an aunt of mine, the unacknowledged offspring of her white master, being sent away from the old homestead to be sold. The proud Anglo-Saxon blood in her veins will assert itself as she resists with all the power of her being the attempts of the overseer to apply lash to her fair skin, and for this she must be sold way down south. I see her now as she comes down from the great house, chained to 12 others, to be carried to Lumpkin's jail in Richmond and to be put upon the block. She had been united to a slave of her choice some 2 years before, and a little innocent babe had been born to them. The husband, my mother with the babe in her arms, and other slaves watched them from the big gate as they come down to the road to go to their destination some 20 miles away. As she saw us, great tears welled up in her big black eyes. Not a word could she utter as she looked her last sad farewell. She thought of one of the old slave songs we used to sing in the cabin prayer meetings at night as we turned up the pots and kettles and filled them up with water to drown the sound. Being blessed, as is true of most of my race, with a splendid voice, she raised her eyes and began to sing, "Brethren, fare you well, brethren, fare you well. May God Almighty bless you until we meet again." Singing these touching lines, she passed out of sight. More than 40 years have passed, and she and her loved ones have never met again, unless they have met in the morning land, where partings are no more. For the sufferings we have endured, leaving their traces indelibly stamped upon us, I claim your aid that we may have for our children this blessed gospel, the panacea for all human ills. The Negro has elements in his nature that make him peculiarly susceptible to religious training. He stands as a monument to faithfulness, to humble duty, one of the highest marks of the Christ life. He is humble and faithful, but not from cowardice, in evidence of which I recall his achievements at Boston, Bunker Hill, New Orleans, Milliken's Bend, Wilson's Landing, and San Juan Hill. He fought when a slave, some would say from compulsion, but would he fight for love of the flag of the Union? God gave him a chance to answer the question at San Juan Hill. The story is best understood as told to me by one of the brave 9th Cavalry as he lay wounded at Old Point Comfort, Virginia. Up go the splendid Rough Riders amid shot and shell from enemies concealed in fields, trees, ditches, and the blockhouse on the hill. The galling fire proves too much for them, and back they come. A second and third assault proves equally unavailing. They must have help. Help arrives in the form of a colored regiment. See them as they come, black as the sable plume of midnight, yet irresistible as the terrible cyclone. As is the custom of my race, under excitement of any kind, they are singing, not "My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing," though fighting willingly for the land that gave them birth, not the bonny blue flag, though they were willing to die for the flag they loved. They sing a song never heard on battlefield before. There's a hot time in the old town tonight. On they come, trampling on the dead bodies of their comrades. They climb the hill. To the rear is the command. To the front, they cry. And leaderless, with officers far in the rear, they plant the flag on San Juan Hill and prove to the world that Negroes can fight for love of country. They were faithful to humble duty in the dark days of the South from 1861 to 1865, when Jefferson Davis had called for troops until he had well nigh decimated the fair Southland, and even boys in their devotion to the cause they loved dearly were willing to go to the front. My young master came to my old mistress and asked to be allowed to go. Calling my uncle Isaac, my old mistress said to him, Isaac, go along with your young Mars Edward. Take good care of him and bring him home to me. I gwi do de best I can, was his reply. Off these two went, amid the tears of the whole plantation, and we heard no more of them for some time. One night we were startled to hear the dogs howling down in the pasture lot, always to the Southern heart a forewarning of death. A few nights thereafter my mother heard a tapping on the kitchen window, and on going to the door saw Uncle Isaac standing there alone. "What in the world are you doing here?" was the question of my mother. "Whar's mistis?" was the interrogative answer. My mother went to call the mistress, who, white as a sheet, repeated the question. "Mistis, I done de best I could." Going a few paces from the door, while the soft southern moon shone pitilessly through the solemn pines, he brought the dead body of his young master and laid it tenderly at his mother's feet. He had brought his dead massa on his back a distance of more than 20 miles from the battlefield, thus faithfully keeping his promise. Such an act of devotion can never be forgotten while memory holds its sacred office. Not one case of nameless crime was ever heard in those days, though the flower of the womanhood of the South was left practically helpless in the hands of black men in Southern plantations. But as a faithful watchdog stands and guards with jealous eye, he cared for master's wife and child, and at the door would lie, to shed his blood in their defense, 'gainst traitors, thieves, and knaves, although those masters went to fight to keep them helpless slaves. Some have claimed that instead of putting so much money in churches, the Negro after the war should have built mills and factories, and thus would have advanced more rapidly in civilization. But I rejoice that he did build churches, and today can say that of the 300 millions he has accumulated, more than 40 millions are in church property in the 16 Southern states. This shows his fidelity and gratitude to God, and that by intuition he had grasped the fundamental fact that faith and love and morality are greater bulwarks for the perpetuity of a nation than material wealth, that somehow he was in accord with God's holy mandate, that man does not live by bread alone. Guided by a superior wisdom, he first sought the kingdom of heaven, and it does seem that all these things are slowly being added to him. Education and wealth, unsanctified by the grace of God, are, after all, curses rather than a blessing. We are to rise, not by our strong bodies, our intellectual powers, or material wealth, although these are necessary concomitants, but by the virtue, character, and honesty of our men and women. We are proud of our 30,000 teachers, 2,000 graduated doctors, 1,000 lawyers, 20,000 ordained ministers, 75,000 businessmen, 400 patentees, and 250,000 farms, all paid for as evidences of our possibilities, but proudest of the fact that nearly 3 millions of our almost 10 millions of Negroes are professing Christians. It is true that the black man is not always the best kind of a Christian. He is often rather crude in worship, with a rather hazy idea of a connection between religion and morality. A colored man, on making a loud profession of religion, was asked if he were going to pay a certain debt he had contracted, remarked, "'Ligion is 'ligion, and business is business, and I ain't gwine mix 'em. Yet I am afraid ours is not the only race that fails to mix 'em." And he does not have to go far to find others with advantages far superior to his who have not reached the delectable mountain. We, like others, are seeking higher ground, and some have almost reached it. Thank God we can point to thousands of Negro Christians whose faith is as strong as that of the prophets of old, and whose lives are as pure and sweet as the morning dew. Our greatest curse today is the rum shop, kept far too often by men of the developed and forward race to filch from us our hard earnings and give us shame and misery in return. And a man who deliberately debauch and hinder a backward race struggling for the light would rob the dead, steal the orphan's bread, pillage the palace of the King of Kings, and clip the angels' pinions while they sing. Right by the side of this hindrance, especially in the country districts, is our ignorant, and in too many cases, venial ministry, for ignorance is the greatest curse on earth, save sin. The Sunday school is destined to be the most potent factor in the removal of this evil. As our children see the light as revealed in the Sunday school by the teachers of God's word, they will demand an intelligent and moral ministry, and will support no other. Let me say to you that there is no agency doing more in that absolutely necessary and fundamental line than this God-sent association. Wherever your missionaries have gone, there have been magical and positive changes for good, and the elevating power of this work for us can never be told. God bless the thousands of Sunday school teachers, whose names may never be known outside their immediate circles, and yet are doing a work so grand and noble that angels would delight to come down and bear them company. There is a beautiful story told in Greek mythology that when Ulysses was passing in his ship by the Isle of the Sirens, the beautiful sirens began to play their sweetest music to lure the sailors from their posts of duty. Ulysses and his sailors stuffed wax in their ears and lashed themselves to the mast that they might not be lured away. But when Orpheus passed by in the search of the Golden Fleece and heard the same sweet songs, he simply took out his harp and played sweeter music, and not a sailor desired to leave the vessel. The sirens of sin and crime are doing all in their power to lure us from the highest and best things in life. Wealth, education, political power are, after all, but wax in the ears, the ropes that may or may not hold us to the masts of safety. But that sweeter music of the heart, played on the harp of love by the fingers of faith, will hold us stronger than hoops of steel. Let the great Sunday school movement continue to play for us this sweeter music, and no sirens can lure us away from truth and right and heaven. The mission that will be of real help to us will be the mission dictated by love, for no race is more susceptible to kindness than ours. It must be undertaken in the spirit of the Master who said, I call ye not servants, for the servant knoweth not what his Lord doeth, but I have called you friends. The Negro loves his own, and is satisfied to be with them, and yet the man who would really help him must be a man who has seen the vision. Peter was unwilling to go to the Gentiles, being an Orthodox Jew, until God put him in a trance upon the housetop, let down the sheet from heaven with all manner of beasts, and bid him rise up, slay, and eat. Peter strenuously objected, saying, Lord, I have touched nothing unclean. But God said, What I have cleansed, call thou not unclean. Then Peter said, I see of a truth that God is no respecter of persons, but has made of one blood all men to dwell upon all the face of the earth. I pray, I believe, that you have seen this vision, and in this spirit have come to help us. Sir Launfal, in searching for the Holy Grail, found it in ministering to the suffering and diseased at his own door. Ye who are in search of God's best gift can find it today in lifting up these 10 millions of people at your door, broken by slavery, bound by ignorance, yet groping for the light. If we go down in sin and ignorance, we cannot go alone, but must contaminate and curse millions unborn. If we go up, as in God's name we will constitute the brightest star in your crown. What religion has done for others, it will do for us. See the triumphs of King Emmanuel in Africa, Burma, China, and the Isles of the Sea. It was Christianity that liberated 4 millions of slaves and brought them to their better position. Christian men, North and South, are helping them today. We could not rise alone. Has the Negro made improvement commensurate with the help he has received from North and South? I believe he has, and that each year finds him better than the last. Good Dr. Talmage was visiting a parishioner when a little girl sat on his knee. Seeing his seamed and wrinkled face, she asked, Doctor, did God make you? Yes, was the reply. Then looking at her own sweet rosy face in a glass opposite, she asked, Did God make me too? Yes. Did God make me after he made you? Yes, my child. Why? Looking again at his face and hers, she said, Well, Doctor, God is doing better work these days. God bless our mothers and fathers. No nobler souls ever lived under such circumstances, but God has answered their prayers, and with the young folks will do better work. The convention helps us to help ourselves, the only true help, and in this the conveners are investing in soul power that pays the biggest dividends, and its bonds are always redeemable at the bank of heaven. In a terrible storm at sea, when all the passengers were trembling with fear, one little boy stood calm and serene. Why so calm, my little man? Asked one. My father runs this ship, was the reply. I have too much confidence in what religion has done, and too much faith in what it can do, to be afraid. God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. Let each do his part to help on the cause. There's never a rose in all the world but makes some green spray sweeter. There's never a wind in all the sky but makes some bird's wing fleeter. There's never a star but brings to earth some silvery radiance tender, and never a sunset cloud but helps to cheer the sunset's splendor. No robin but may cheer some heart, its dawn-light gladness voicing. God gives us all some small sweet way to set the world rejoicing. America, I believe, is destined of God to be the land that shall flow with milk and honey, the king's highway, when the ransomed of the Lord shall return and come to Zion, with songs and everlasting joy upon their heads. They shall obtain joy and gladness, and sorrow and mourning shall flee away. I see gathered upon our fair western plain nations of all the earth. The Italian is there, and thinks of Italia, fair Italia. The Frenchman sings his Marseillaise. The solid, phlegmatic German sings his Die Wacht am Rhein. The Irish sing Killarney and Where in the Green. The Scotchman his Bluebells. The Englishman God Save the King. The American the Star-Spangled Banner. God bless the patriot, but the ultimate end of all governments is that the kingdom of Christ may prevail. One towering Christian man thinks of this, and seeing a black man standing by, without home or country, remembers that all are Christ's and Christ is God's. He swings a baton high in air and starts a grand hallelujah chorus. Forgot is all else as the grand chorus, white and black, of every age and every clime, sing till heaven's arches ring again, while angels from the battlements of heaven listen and wave anew the palm branches from the trees of paradise. And the angels' choir that sang on the plains of Bethlehem more than 1900 years ago join in the grand refrain, all hail the power of Jesus' name, let angels prostrate fall, bring forth the royal diadem and crown him Lord of all. End of section 32. Section 33, Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. William Lloyd Garrison, A Centennial Oration, by Reverdy C. Ransom, Doctor of Divinity, Editor AME Church Review. Friends, citizens, we have assembled here tonight to celebrate the 100th birth of William Lloyd Garrison. Not far from this city he was born, within the gates of this city, made famous by some of America's most famous men. He spent more than 2/3 of his long and eventful career enriching its history and adding to the glory of its renown. This place, of all places, is in keeping with the hour. It is most appropriate that we should meet in Faneuil Hall, the cradle of American liberty, a spot hallowed and made sacred by the statesmen, soldiers, orators, scholars, and reformers who have given expression to burning truths and found a hearing within these walls. Of all people, it is most fitting that the Negro Americans of Boston should be the ones to take the lead in demonstrating to their fellow citizens and to the world that his high character is cherished with affection, and the priceless value of his unselfish labors in their behalf shall forever be guarded as a sacred trust. Only succeeding generations and centuries can tell the carrying power of a man's life. Some men, whose contemporaries thought their title to enduring fame secure, have not been judged worthy in a later time to have their names recorded among the makers of history. Some men are noted, some are distinguished, some are famous, only a few are great. The men whose deeds are born to live in history do not appear more than once or twice in a century. Of the millions of men who toil and strive, the number is not large whose perceptible influence reaches beyond the generation in which they lived. It does not take long to call the roll of honor of any generation, and when this roll is put to the test of the unprejudiced scrutiny of a century, only a very small and select company have sufficient carrying power to reach into a second century. When the roll of the centuries is called, we may mention almost in a single breath the names which belong to the ages. Abraham and Moses stand out clearly against the horizon of 30 centuries. St. Paul, from his Roman prison in the days of the Caesars, is still an articulate and authoritative voice. Savonarola, rising from the ashes of his funeral pyre in the streets of Florence, still pleads for civic righteousness. The sound of Martin Luther's hammer nailing his theses to the door of his Wittenberg church continues to echo around the world. The battle cry of Cromwell's Ironsides, shouting "The Lord of Hosts," still causes the tyrant and the despot to tremble upon their thrones. Out of the fire and blood of the French Revolution, liberty and equality survive. Abraham Lincoln comes from the backwoods of Kentucky and the prairies of Illinois to receive the approval of all succeeding generations of mankind for his Proclamation of Emancipation. John Brown was hung at Harper's Ferry that his soul might go marching on in the tread of every Northern regiment that fought for the Union forever. William Lloyd Garrison, mobbed in the streets of Boston for pleading the cause of the slave, lived to see freedom triumph, and tonight, a century after his birth, his name is cherished, not only in America, but around the world, wherever men aspire to individual liberty and personal freedom. William Lloyd Garrison was in earnest. He neither temporized nor compromised with the enemies of human freedom. He gave up all those comforts, honors, and rewards which his unusual talents would easily have won for him in behalf of the cause of freedom which he espoused. He stood for righteousness with all the rugged strength of a prophet. Like some Elijah of the Gilead forests, he pleaded with this nation to turn away from the false gods it had enshrined upon the altars of human liberty. Like some John the Baptist crying in the wilderness, he called upon this nation to repent of its sin of human slavery and to bring forth the fruits of its repentance in immediate emancipation. William Lloyd Garrison was born in Newburyport, Massachusetts, December 10, 1805. He came of very poor and obscure parentage. His father, who was a seafaring man, early abandoned the family for causes supposed to relate to his intemperance. The whole career of Garrison was a struggle against poverty. His educational advantages were limited. He became a printer's apprentice when quite a lad, and learned the printing trade. When he launched his paper, The Liberator, which was to deal such destructive blows to slavery, the type was set by his own hands. The motto of The Liberator was, "Our country is the world, our countrymen, mankind." Garrison did not worship the golden calf. His course could not be changed, nor his opinion influenced by threats of violence or the bribe of gold. Money could not persuade him to open his mouth against the truth, or buy his silence from uncompromising denunciation of the wrong. He put manhood above money, humanity above race, the justice of God above the justices of the Supreme Court, and conscience above the Constitution. Because he took his stand upon New Testament righteousness as taught by Christ, he was regarded as a fanatic in a Christian land. When he declared that he determined at every hazard to lift up a standard of emancipation in the eyes of the nation, within sight of Bunker Hill and in the birthplace of liberty, he was regarded as a public enemy in a nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to freedom. Garrison drew his arguments from the Bible and the Declaration of Independence, only to be jeered as a wild enthusiast. He would not retreat a single inch from the straight path of liberty and justice. He refused to purchase peace at the price of freedom. He would not drift with the current of the public opinion of his day. His course was upstream, his battle against the tide. He undertook to create a right public sentiment on the question of freedom, a task as great as it was difficult. Garrison thundered warnings to arouse the public conscience before the lightnings of his righteous wrath and the shafts of his invincible logic wounded the defenders of slavery in all the vulnerable joints of their armor. He declared, "Let Southern oppressors tremble, let their secret abettors tremble, let their Northern apologists tremble, let all the enemies of the persecuted blacks tremble." For such utterances as these, his name throughout the nation became one of obloquy and reproach. He was not bound to the slave by the ties of race, but by the bond of common humanity, which he considered a stronger tie. In his struggle for freedom, there was no hope of personal gain. He deliberately chose the pathway of financial loss and poverty. There were set before his eyes no prospect of honor, no pathways leading to promotion, no voice of popular approval, save that of his conscience and his God. His friends and neighbors looked upon him as one who brought a stigma upon the fair name of the city in which he lived. The business interests regarded him as an influence which disturbed and injured the relations of commerce and of trade. The church opposed him, the press denounced him, the state regarded him as an enemy of the established order, the North repudiated him, the South burned him in effigy, yet almost single-handed and alone Garrison continued to fight on, declaring that his reliance for the deliverance of the oppressed universally is upon the nature of man, the inherent wrongfulness of oppression, the power of truth, and the omnipotence of God. After the greatest civil war that ever immersed a nation in a baptism of blood and tears, Garrison, unlike most reformers, lived to see the triumph of the cause for which he fought, and every slave not only acknowledged as a freeman, but clothed with the dignity and powers of American citizenship. William Lloyd Garrison has passed from us, but the monumental character of his work and the influence of his life shall never perish. While there are wrongs to be righted, despots to be attacked, oppressors to be overthrown, peace to find and advocate, and freedom of voice, the name of William Lloyd Garrison will live. Those who would honor Garrison and perpetuate his memory and his fame must meet the problems that confront them with the same courage and in the same uncompromising spirit that Garrison met the burning questions of the day. Those who would honor Garrison in one breath while compromising our manhood and advocating the surrender of our political rights in another, not only dishonor his memory, not only trample the flag of our country with violent and unholy feet, but they spit upon the grave which holds the sacred dust of this chiefest of the apostles of freedom. The status of the Negro in this country was not settled by emancipation. The 15th Amendment to the Constitution, which it was confidently believed would clothe them forever with political influence and power, is more bitterly opposed today than it was a quarter of a century ago. The place which the Negro is to occupy is still a vital and burning question. The newspaper press and magazines are full of it. Literature veils its discussion of the theme under the guise of romance. Political campaigns are waged with this question as a paramount issue. It is written into the national platform of great political parties. It tinges legislation. It has invaded the domain of dramatic art. Until today, it is enacted upon the stage. Philanthropy, scholarship, and religion are, each from their point of view, more industriously engaged in its solution than they have been in any previous generation. If the life and labors of Garrison and the illustrious men and women who stood with him have a message for the present, we should seek to interpret its meaning and lay the lesson to heart. The scenes have shifted, but the stage is the same. The leading characters have not changed. We still have with us powerful influences trying to keep the Negro down by unjust and humiliating legislation and degrading treatment, while on the other hand the Negro and his friends are still contending for the same privileges and opportunities that are freely accorded to other citizens whose skins do not happen to be black. We of this nation are slow to learn the lessons taught by history. The passions which feed on prejudice and tyranny can neither be mollified nor checked by subjection, surrender, or compromise. Self-appointed representatives of the Negro, his enemies and his would-be friends, are pointing to many diverse paths, each claiming that the one they have marked for his feet is the proper one in which he should walk. There is but one direction in which the Negro should steadfastly look, and but one path in which he should firmly plant his feet, that is, toward the realization of complete manhood and equality, and the full justice that belongs to an American citizen clothed with all of his constitutional power. This is a crucial hour for the Negro American. Men are seeking today to fix his industrial, political, and social status under freedom as completely as they did under slavery. As this nation continued unstable so long as it rested upon the foundation stones of slavery, so will it remain insecure as long as 1/8 of its citizens can be openly shorn of political power, while confessedly they are denied life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We have no animosity against the South or against Southern people. We would see the wounds left by the war of the rebellion healed, but we would have them healed so effectually that they could not be trodden upon and made to bleed afresh by inhuman barbarities and unjust legislation. We would have the wounds of this nation bound up by the hands of those who are friendly to the patient, so that they might not remain a political running sore. We would have the bitter memories of the war effaced, but they cannot fade while the spirit of slavery walks before the nation in a new guise. We too would have a reunited country, but we would have the reunion to include not only white men, North and South, but a union so endearing because so just as to embrace all of our fellow countrymen, regardless of section or of race. It is not a man's right, it is his duty to support and defend his family and his home. He should therefore resist any influence exerted to prevent him from maintaining his dependence in comfort, while he should oppose with his life the invader or despoiler of his home. God had created man with a mind capable of infinite development and growth. It is not therefore a man's right, it is his duty to improve his mind and to educate his children. He should not therefore submit to conditions which would compel them to grow up in ignorance. Man belongs to society. It is his duty to make his personal contribution of the best that is within him to the common good. He can do this only as he is given opportunity to freely associate with his fellow man. He should therefore seek to overthrow the artificial social barriers which would intervene to separate him from realizing the highest and best there are within him by freedom of association. It is a man's duty to be loyal to his country and his flag, but when his country becomes a land of oppression, and his flag an emblem of injustice and wrong, it becomes as much his duty to attack the enemies within the nation as to resist the foreign invader. Tyrants and tyranny everywhere should be attacked and overthrown. This is a period of transition in the relations of the Negro to this nation. The question which America is trying to answer, and which he must soon definitely settle, is this: what kind of Negroes do the American people want? That they must have the Negro in some relation is no longer a question of serious debate. The Negro is here, 10 million strong, and for weal or woe he is here to stay. He is here to remain forever. In the government he is a political factor. In education and in wealth he is leaping forward with giant strides. He counts his taxable property by the millions, his educated men and women by the scores of thousands. In the South he is the backbone of industry in every phase of American life. His presence may be noted. He is also as thoroughly imbued with American principles and ideals as any class of people beneath our flag. When Garrison started his fight for freedom, it was the prevailing sentiment that the Negro could have no place in this country save that of a slave. But he has proven himself to be more valuable as a free man than as a slave. What kind of Negroes do the American people want? Do they want a voteless Negro in a republic founded upon universal suffrage? Do they want a Negro who shall not be permitted to participate in the government, which he must support with his treasure and defend with his blood? Do they want a Negro who shall consent to be set apart as forming a distinct industrial class, permitted to rise no higher than the level of serfs or peasants? Do they want a Negro who shall accept an inferior social position, not as a degradation, but as the just operation of the laws of caste, based upon color? Do they want a Negro who will avoid friction between the races by consenting to occupy the place to which white men may choose to assign him? What kind of a Negro do the American people want? Do they want a Negro who will accept the doctrine that however high he may rise in the scale of character, wealth, and education, he may never hope to associate as an equal with white men? Do white men believe that 10 million blacks, after having imbibed the spirit of American institutions and having exercised the rights of freemen for more than a generation, will ever accept a place of permanent inferiority in the Republic? Taught by the Declaration of Independence, sustained by the Constitution of the United States, enlightened by the education of our schools, this nation can no more resist the advancing tread of the hosts of the oncoming blacks than it can bind the stars or halt the resistless motion of the tide. The answer which the American people may give to the question proposed cannot be final. There is another question of greater importance, which must be answered by the Negro and by the Negro alone. What kind of an American does the Negro intend to be? The answer to this question he must seek and find in every field of human activity and endeavor. First, he must answer it by negation. He does not intend to be an alien in the land of his birth, nor an outcast in the home of his fathers. He will not consent to his elimination as a political factor. He will refuse to camp forever on the borders of the industrial world. As an American, he will consider that his destiny is united by indissoluble bonds with the destiny of America forever. He will strive less to be a great Negro in this republic, and more to be an influential and useful American. As intelligence is one of the chief safeguards of the republic, he will educate his children. Knowing that a people cannot perish whose morals are above reproach, he will ally himself from the side of the forces of righteousness. Having been the object of injustice and wrong, he will be the foe of anarchy and the advocate of the supremacy of law. As an American citizen, he will allow no man to protest his title, either at home or abroad. He will insist more and more, not only upon voting, but upon being voted for, to occupy any position within the gift of the nation. As an American whose title to citizenship is without a blemish or flaw, he will resist without compromise every law upon the statute books which is aimed at his degradation as a human being and humiliation as a citizen. He will be no less ambitious and aspiring than his fellow countrymen. He will assert himself not as a Negro but as a man. He will beat no retreat in the face of his enemies and opposers. His gifted sons and daughters, children of genius who may be born to him, will make their contribution to the progress of humanity on these shores, accepting nothing but the honors and rewards that belong to merit. What kind of an American does the Negro intend to be? He intends to be an American who will never mar the image of God, reproach the dignity of his manhood, or tarnish the fair title of his citizenship by apologizing to men or angels for associating as an equal with some other American who does not happen to be black. He will place the love of country above the love of race. He will consider no task too difficult, no sacrifice too great, in his effort to emancipate his country from the unchristlike feelings of race, hatred, and the American bondage of prejudice. There is nothing that injustice so much respects, that Americans so much admire, and the world so much applauds, as a man who stands erect like a man, has the courage to speak in the tones of a man, and to fearlessly act a man's part. There are two views of the Negro question now at last clearly defined. One is that the Negro should stoop to conquer, that he should accept in silence the denial of his political rights, that he should not brave the displeasure of white men by protesting when he is segregated in humiliating ways upon the public carriers and in places of public entertainment, that he may educate his children by land and save money. But he must not insist upon his children taking their place in the body politic to which their character and intelligence entitle them. He must not insist on ruling the land which he owns or farms. He must have no voice as to how the money he has accumulated is to be expended through taxation and the various forms of public improvement. There are others who believe that the Negro owes this nation no apology for his presence in the United States, that being black he is still no less a man, that he should not yield one syllable of his title to American citizenship, that he should refuse to be assigned to an inferior plane by his fellow countrymen, though foes conspire against him and powerful friends desert him, he should refuse to abdicate his sovereignty as a citizen and to lay down his honor as a man. If Americans become surfeited with wealth, haughty with the boasting pride of race superiority, morally corrupt in the high places of honor and of trust, enervated through the pursuit of pleasure or the political bondmen of some strong man plotting to seize the reins of power, the Negro American will continue his steadfast devotion to the flag and the unyielding assertion of his constitutional rights, that this government of the people, for the people, and by the people may not perish from the earth. It is so marvelous as to be like a miracle of God, to behold the transformation that has taken place in the position of the Negro in this land since William Lord Garrison first saw the light a century ago. When the Negro had no voice, Garrison pleaded his cause. Tonight the descendants of the slaves stand in Faneuil Hall, while from ocean to ocean every foot of American soil is dedicated to freedom. The Negro American has found his voice. He is able to speak for himself. He stands upon this famous platform here and thinks it no presumption to declare that he seeks nothing more and will be satisfied with nothing less than the full measure of American citizenship. I feel inspired tonight. The spirits of the champions of freedom hover near. High above the stars, Lincoln and Garrison, Sumner and Phillips, Douglas and Lovejoy look down to behold their prayers answered, their labors rewarded, and their prophecies fulfilled. They were patriots, the true saviors of a nation that esteemed them not. They have left us a priceless heritage. Is there to be found among us now one who would so dishonor the memory of these sainted dead, one so lost to love of country and loyalty to his race as to offer to sell our birthright for a mess of pottage? When we were slaves, Garrison labored to make us free. When our manhood was denied, he proclaimed it. Shall we, in the day of freedom, be less loyal to our country and true to ourselves than were the friends who stood for us in our night of woe? Many victories have been won for us. There are still greater victories we must win for ourselves. The proclamation of freedom and the bestowal of citizenship were not the ultimate goal we started out to reach. They were but the beginnings of progress. We of this generation must so act our part that, a century hence, our children and our children's children may honor our memory and be inspired to press on as they receive from us untarnished the banner of freedom, of manhood, and of equality among men. The Negro went aboard this ship of state when she was first launched upon the uncertain waters of our national existence. He booked as through passenger till she should reach the utmost sea mark of her farthest sail. When those in command treated him with injustice and brutality, he did not mutiny or rebel. When placed before the mast as a lookout, he did not fall asleep at his post. He has helped to keep her from being wrecked upon the rocks of treachery. He has imperiled his life by standing manfully to his task, while she outrode the fury of a threatening sea. When the pirate craft of rebellion bore down upon her and sought to place the black flag of disunion at her masthead, he was one of the first to respond when the captain called all hands up on deck. If the enemies of liberty should ever again attempt to wreck our ship of state, the Negro American will stand by the guns. He will not desert her when she is sinking, but with the principles of the Declaration of Independence nailed to the masthead, with the flag afloat. He would prefer rather to perish with her than to be numbered among those who deserted her when assailed by an overwhelming foe. If she weathers the storms that beat upon her, outsails the enemies that pursue her, avoids the rocks that threaten her, and anchors at last in the port of her desired haven, Black Americans and white Americans, locked together in brotherly embrace, will pledge each other to remain aboard forever on terms of equality, because they shall have learned by experience that neither one of them can be saved except they thus abide in the ship. For the present our strivings are not in vain. The injustice that leans upon the arm of oppression for support must fall. Truth perverted or suppressed gains in momentum while it waits. Generations may perish, but humanity will survive. Out of the present conflict of opinion and the differences of race and color that divide, once the tides of immigration have ceased to flow to our shores, This nation will evolve a people who shall be one in purpose, one in spirit, one in destiny, a composite American by the commingling of blood. End of section 33. Section 34, Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Abraham Lincoln, by James L. Curtis of New York. Since the curtain rang down on the tragedy of Calvary, consummating the vicarious sacrifice of Jesus of Nazareth, there has been no parallel in history, sacred or profane, to the deeds of Abraham Lincoln and their perennial aftermath. For 200 years this nation writhed in the pain and anguish of travail, and as a happy sequel to this long night of suffering, in the dawn of the 19th century, she bore a son who was destined to awaken a nation's somnolent conscience to a monstrous evil, to lead a nation through a fierce siege of fratricidal strife, to strike the shackles of slavery from the limbs of 4 millions of bondsmen, to fall a victim to the assassin's bullet, to be enshrined in the hearts of a grateful nation, and to have an eternal abode in the pantheon of immortals. Abraham Lincoln. What mighty magic is this name! Erstwhile it made the tyrant tremble on his throne, and the hearts of the downtrodden leap for joy. Now, over the chasm of 20 years, it causes the drooping hopes of freemen to bud anew, and the smoldering embers of their ambition to leap into flame. With talismanic power, it swerves the darts of hate and malice, aimed at a defenseless race, so that though they wound, they do not destroy. With antidotal efficacy, it nullifies the virus of proscription, so that it does not stagnate the blood nor paralyze the limb of an uptrending and ongoing race. When the nation was rent in twain, Lincoln, the propitiator, counseled conciliation. When the states of the South sought to secede, Lincoln, the concatenator, welded them into a solid chain, one and inseparable. When brother sought the life of brother and father that of son, Lincoln, the pacificator, advised peace with honor. When the nation was stupefied with the miasma of human slavery, Lincoln, the alleviator, broke its horrid spell by diffusing through the fire of war the sweet incense of liberty. The cynic has sneered at the Proclamation of Emancipation. The dogmatist has called the great emancipator a compromiser. The scholar, with the eccentricity peculiar to genius, has solemnly declared that the slaves were freed purely as a war necessity, and not because of any consideration for the slave. The undergraduate, in imitation of his erudite tutors, has asserted that the freedmen owe more to the pride of the haughty Southerner than to the magnanimity of President Lincoln. But the mists of doubt and misconception have been so dissipated by the sunlight of history that we of this generation may clearly see the martyred president as he really was. All honor to Abraham Lincoln, the performer, not the preacher, the friend of humanity, the friend of the North, the friend of the South, the friend of the white man, the friend of the black man, the man whose heart, like the Christ's, was large enough to bring within the range of its sensibilities every human being beneath the stars. The man who, when God's clock struck the hour, swung back on its creaking hinges the door of opportunity, that the slaves might walk over its portals into the army and into new fields of usefulness in civil life. 100 years have rolled into eternity since freedom's greatest devotee made his advent on this earth. 100 years as but a moment compared with the life of nations, yet changes in our form of government, in the interpretation of our laws, in the relation between the North and the South, in the status of the Negro, have been wrought that were beyond the wildest dreams of Lincoln. And wonderful as have been these changes to our advantage, in the acquisition of property, in moral and mental development, in the cultivation of sturdy manhood and womanhood, yet all these have come to us as a direct result of the labors of Lincoln, who, with the ken of a prophet and the vision of a seer, in those dark and turbulent days, wrought more nobly than he knew. From these prodigious tasks, so well performed, I adjure you, my friends, that you catch inspiration, that you take no backward step in the future, that you prove worthy heirs and joint heirs to the heritage of golden opportunities bequeathed you, that you demand every right with which his labors have endowed you, and that the righteous sentiment of equal and exact justice be emblazoned on a banner and flaunted in the breezes, till every foe of justice is vanquished and right rules supreme. That you will do this I doubt not, for in my heart of hearts I believe with Henry Clay that before you can repress the tendencies to liberty or the tendencies to absolute emancipation from every form of serfdom, you must go back to the era of our independence and muzzle the cannon which thunders its joyous return. You must penetrate the human soul and eradicate there the love of liberty. Then, and not till then, can you stifle the ennobling aspiration of the American Negro for the unabridged enjoyment of every right guaranteed under the Constitution and the laws. End of section 34. Section 35, Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Address on the occasion of the presentation of a loving cup to Honorable Joseph Benson, 4 Acre, United States Senator, by Honorable Archibald H. Grimke. The Honorable Joseph Benson, 4 Acre, and colored citizens. A little more than 2 years ago, the country was startled one November morning by a presidential order for which there is no precedent in the history of the government. It was an act not only without precedent, but as it appeared at the time to many Americans, and as it appears to them now, for that matter, not warranted either by law or justice. The punishment which that order inflicted on a whole battalion of American soldiers without trial of any kind seemed unmerited and cruel in the highest degree, and a wanton abuse of executive power. The history of this case is known of all men. Thanks and yet again thanks and love without limit to the illustrious man whom we have met to honor tonight, for it is now, and it must forever remain, the history of the Black Battalion and of Senator 4 Acre. It is the history of the most masterly and heroic struggle in defense of the rights and liberties of the individual citizen against executive usurpation and oppression which this country has witnessed for a generation. The act of the President, while it affected the rights of all Americans, bore with peculiar hardship, with crushing injustice on the 167 men of the Black Battalion who were discharged from the army without honor and on a mere assumption of their guilt in the Brownsville affray. That act was a sad blow to the colored race of the country likewise, and fell upon them with cruel surprise, for they are people without many friends, and are hard-pressed in this boasted land of the free and home of the brave. They are hard-pressed in every part of the Republic by an increasing race prejudice, by a bitter color-phobia, which forgets that they are weak, forgets their claim at the hands of a Christian nation to just and equal treatment, to the end that they may do and become as other men with a race and color different from their own. Blows they are receiving thick and fast from their enemies, whose name is Legion, blows against their right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in the South and in the North. We are accustomed as a race to such blows, cruel as they are, and hard to bear, yet they do not take us by surprise, for we have learned by long and bitter experience to look for them from a people who loudly proclaim in season and out their belief in the principles of democracy and of Christianity. But when an old friend turns against us and strikes too like an ancient enemy, such a blow is more grievous to bear and seems crueler than death itself. The blow of an old friend is always the unkindest blow of all. One is never prepared for it, and when it falls, the wound which it inflicts cuts deeper than flesh and blood, for the iron of it enters the soul itself. And so it happened to us when 2 years ago the cruel wrong of that executive order was done to our brave boys in blue by the hand of a trusted friend, the apostle of the square deal. Who can describe the shock of that first terrible amazement, the hot indignation felt by a race at the huge injustice, at the draconian severity of that order which expelled from the American army 167 men without trial of any kind, and on a mere suspicion of their guilt, and which made them forever ineligible to employment thereafter in any department of the national government, whether on its civil, military, or naval side, and the deep consternation which filled the homes of every colored man in the land, North and South alike. I, for one, can not describe those feelings, although I experienced in unison with the race at the time the amazement, the indignation, and the consternation which swept us together, and caused us to feel and speak and act as one man under the wrong done us by the hand of an old friend, whose golden words of hope and fair play we had sometime written in letters of light on the tablets of our hearts. It is no slight matter for any man, whether he be president or private citizen, so to wound the sense of right of a whole race, so to shock its faith in the justice and righteousness of its rulers and government, as that cruel blunder of the President of the United States produced among the colored people of the entire country. We lifted up our voice as the voice of many waters from one end of the land to the other, in loud protest against the wrong, in stern denunciation of it, and the press of the North came nobly to our assistance and swelled the volume of our protest and denunciation. But alas, all this volume of protest and denunciation on the part of the race and of the press would have passed over the nation and the government like a summer storm of wind and rain, so little do our outcries against injustice and oppression excite the attention and sympathy of the Republic any more. Had there not arisen in the Senate of the United States a man for the hour, had not God raised him up to defend his little ones against the slings and arrows of a sleepless energy, of an almost omnipotent power, seated in the highest place of the government? It was the genius, the grandeur of soul of a great man, who was able to gather into thunderbolt after thunderbolt all the sense of outraged justice on the part of race and press, and to hurl them with marvelous precision and overwhelming might against that cruel executive order, and the hosts of words and messages and other hordes of blood-dyed epithets which the President marshaled and sent forth from time to time in defense of his draconian decree. If there was sleepless energy in the White House, there was an energy just as sleepless on the floor of the Senate. The almost omnipotent power wielded for the destruction of the Black Battalion by the formidable occupant of the Executive Mansion was met and matched, aye, overmatched again and again by an omnipotence in discussion which a just cause and genius as orator, lawyer, and debater of the first rank could alone have put into the strong right arm of the brave redresser of a race's wrongs on the floor of the Senate. For more than 2 years he carried the case of the Black Battalion in his big and tireless brain, in his big and gentle heart, as a mother carries under her bosom her unborn babe. God alone knows what sums of money, what deep thought and solicitude, what unflagging energy, what unceasing labor he spent in this holy and self-imposed task to right the wrongs of those helpless and persecuted men. In the Senate their case pursued him like a shadow, and at home it sat with him like a ghost in his library, and slept for a few hours only, when the great brain slept and the generous heart rested from the pain which was torturing it. Sir, did you know what love went out to you during those tremendous months of toil and struggle, and what prayers from the grateful hearts of 10 millions of people? Yes, he was one man against the whole power of the administration, and all that that meant. Perhaps we do not fully understand what a colossal power that was to confront and grapple with. Almost single-handed he met that power, and threw it again and again in the arena of debate. Every speech he made in behalf of his clients, whether on the floor of the Senate or outside of that body, was as terrible as an army with banners to the enemies of the Black Battalion, who had now, alas, become his enemies too, and who were bent on the destruction of both the defender and the defended alike. But he did not hesitate or quail before that power and the danger which threatened his political life. As the battle thickened and perils gathered fast about his head, he fought the fight of the Black Battalion, as few men in the history of the Republic have ever fought for the weak for a just cause against organized power and oppression in the high places of the government. Senator Foraker was one man, but Senator Foraker was a host in himself. We know this, but the enemies of the Black Battalion know it better than we do, for wherever they appeared on the field of action during those 2 years, whether with their sappers and miners or assaulting columns, there they found him alert, dauntless, invincible, their sappers and miners hoisted with their own petard, their assaulting columns routed and driven to cover before the withering, the deadly fire from the flashing cannon of his facts, his logic, his law, and his eloquence. Sir, God knows that I would rather have fought the fight which you fought so gloriously than to be a senator of the United States day than be president of the Republic itself, for it is better to be a brave and just and true man than to be either a senator or president or both. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. This is what Senator Foraker has done for the Black Battalion and for the principles of law and liberty which underlie their case. He has given his political life, his seat in the Senate, all the honor and power which were his had he chosen to defend the order of the President, discharging those 167 men without trial of any kind from the army which their valor had helped to make glorious, instead of the soldiers whom he did not know, but whose pitiful case, whose unjust and cruel punishment enlisted the sympathy of his great heart and the masterly labors of his tireless brain. Yes, I repeat, and do not let it ever be forgotten by us as a race, that Senator Foraker might today be his own successor in the United States Senate had he chosen to play in the Brownsville affair the part of defender of President Roosevelt's wanton abuse and usurpation of executive power, instead of taking the side of the Black Battalion and the fundamental principle of our law and Constitution, that each man accused of crime is entitled to trial before he is condemned and punished. He chose the side of the weak, of justice and the Constitution in this great struggle, and not that of power and the administration. This was the sin which brought upon him all the wrath of that power and of that administration, but of which all good men and true absolve, and for which they honor him, and for which, besides, a grateful race enshrines him in its heart of hearts, for he preferred to suffer affliction with the Black Battalion and to suffer defeat for the senatorship rather than enjoy power and office at the price of his desertion of the cause of those helpless men. No man can give as much as Senator Foraker has given to a just cause, give as generously, as unselfishly, gloriously as he has given of his very self in this Brownsville case, and lose that which is best striving for in life. He may lose place in the government and power as a political leader, but what are these but the ephemera of man's fevered existence and strivings here below? What shadows we are! Burke said on a memorable occasion in his contest for a seat in Parliament, and what shadows we pursue! Office, power, popularity, what are they but shadows of passing clouds, which a breath blows to us and a breath blows from us again? No man loses anything in reality when he loses such fleeting, such shadowy possessions, but if for the sake of them he loses truth, justice, goodness, his love of the right and his hatred of the wrong, his sympathy for the oppressed, his passion to help God's little ones, such a man has bartered away his soul, the immortal part of him, for a root of grass, which today flourisheth and tomorrow withereth, and is cast into the oven of all transitory and perishable possessions. How many men who now hold seats in the United States Senate or the House of Representatives do we even know the names of? How many of all that long procession of them who have been passing for more than a century through those halls of power have we so much as heard the names of? They have filed through those stately chambers to dusty death and oblivion, and the places which knew them once know them no more forever. A few names only are remembered among all the multitude of them, not because of the places they occupied or the power they wielded, but because while in those houses they chose the better part, chose not to busy themselves with shadows, with the things which perish, but seized and held fast to the eternal verities of justice and freedom and human brotherhood. The vast majority of them magnified their brief authority and neglected the opportunity which their offices offered them to link their names and official lives with some noble movement or measure for the betterment of their kind, for the lifting up of those who were down, the strengthening of those who were weak, the succor of those who were hard pressed by man's inhumanity to man. It is beautiful to defend those who cannot defend themselves, to lift up the weak, to succor those who are ready to perish. It is heroic, divine, when the doing so involves peril and sacrifice of self. It is the essence of the gospel preached and lived by one who spoke and lived as never man spoke and lived. It is simple and undefiled Christianity. Nothing avails to make senator or president or people Christian but just this one thing, not race or color or creed, not learning and wealth and civilization, but kindness to God's poor, to Christ's little ones. Did you feed them when they were hungry? Did you give them to drink when they were thirsty? Did you visit and comfort them when they were in prison? Those who do these things to the humblest and the blackest of these little ones of the Republic have done them unto the divine Master, are in truth his disciples, and those who do them not are not his followers, whatever may be their profession, but quite the contrary. They have no part or lot with him, but belong to the evil forces of the world, which are forever opposing the coming of his righteous kingdom on earth, when all men shall be brothers, when the strong shall everywhere bear the burdens of the weak. Inasmuch as William Lord Garrison, Charles Sumner, Wendell Phillips, John Brown, and Abraham Lincoln did it to the least of his little ones in this republic, they did it unto him. They are a goodly company, the glorious company of the elect of the republic, its prophets, its priests, and its kings. And, sir, inasmuch as you, too, did it to the Black Battalion in their dire need, you did it unto Christ, and you are now henceforth and forevermore to enter into the supreme joy of that supreme service and sacrifice. You lost, sir, your seat in the Senate, it is true, but you have won an enduring place in a race's heart, its enduring love and gratitude, and the plaudit of the divine Master. Well done, good and faithful servant, uttered from the lips of all good men, and true the country over. End of section 35. Section 36. Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Equality of rights for all citizens, black and white alike, by Reverend Francis J. Grimke, Doctor of Divinity, 1 Corinthians 16:13. Watch ye, stand fast in the faith, quit you like men, be strong. It has been my custom for many years to speak during the inaugural week on some phase of the race question. I've done it because usually at such times there are representatives of our race here from all parts of the country, and an opportunity is thus afforded of reaching a larger number than would be possible at any other time. Such occasions, it seems to me, should be utilized in the interest of the race, in the discussion of matters pertaining to the race. The inauguration of a president is an event in which the whole nation is interested, and which emphasizes the fact of citizenship, as perhaps nothing else does, coming as it does after the election and growing out of it. On such occasions it is well for us, therefore, especially at this juncture of our history, not to be unmindful of our own citizenship, of our own status in the body politic. We've just been celebrating all over the country the centennial of the birth of Abraham Lincoln, our great war president, and this inauguration, coming so soon after, makes it especially a good time to talk about some of the questions which grew out of the war, and which were settled by it. And this is what I want to do this morning. Over 40 years ago, the great struggle ended. The irrepressible conflict came to a close. It marked an epoch in the history of our country, and in the history of the black race in this country. Certain great questions which had agitated the country for years were settled, and settled for all time. It is now no longer a question as to whether we are a nation or a confederation of sovereign and independent states. That question is settled, and settled once for all by the issue of the war. It is not likely that any Southern state will ever again attempt to withdraw from the Union, or to act on the assumption that it has the right to do so. Even if it is foolish enough to entertain such a view, it will be sure never again to act upon it. The issue of the war has removed forever from the field of serious discussion this question of the right of a state to secede. The ghost of secession will never again arise to disturb the peace of the Union. The stars and stripes, the old flag, will float as long as it floats over all these states, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from the lakes to the Gulf. If the time ever comes when we shall go to pieces, it will not be from any desire or disposition on the part of the states to pull apart, but from inward corruption, from the disregard of right principles, from the spirit of greed, from the narrowing lust of gold, from losing sight of the fact that righteousness exalteth a nation, but that sin is a reproach to any people. It is here where our real danger lies, not in the secession of states from the Union, but in the secession of the Union itself from the great and immutable principles of right, of justice, of fair play for all, regardless of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. The fact that the Union has been saved, that these rebellious states have been brought back into it, will amount to nothing unless it can be saved from this still greater peril that threatens it. The secession of the Southern states in 1860 was a small matter compared with the secession of the Union itself from the great principles enunciated in the Declaration of Independence, in the Golden Rule, in the Ten Commandments, in the Sermon on the Mount. Unless we hold and hold firmly to these great fundamental principles of righteousness, of social, political, and economic wisdom, our Union, as Mr. Garrison expressed it, will be only a covenant with death and an agreement with hell. If it continues to exist, it will be a curse and not a blessing. Our brave boys in blue, whose bodies lie mouldering in the grave, but whose souls are marching on, settle the question of the union of the states. It is for the patriotic men who are living today, and those who are to follow in their footsteps, to deal with this larger and more important question. It isn't enough that these states are held together. They must be held together on right principles, principles of justice, of equity, of fair play, of equality before the law for all alike. Whether there is patriotism, political wisdom, moral insight, and stamina enough to lead men to forget their differences on minor matters and to unite their forces for the attainment of this greater and more important end, remains to be seen. There are so many who are controlled by their petty prejudices, whose views are so narrow and contracted that they seem incapable of appreciating the things of prime importance, the things that are fundamental in the life of the nation, and upon which its future peace and prosperity depend. The fear of rebellion is forever gone. It is not so, however, with regard to the danger of which I am speaking, the danger of the nation divorcing itself from sound political and moral principles. In the scheme of citizenship of our country for years following the close of the war, the Negro had no part, and he had no part because he was looked upon as an inferior. Subordination to the superior race is declared to be his natural and moral condition. His inferiority was asserted to be a great physical, philosophical, and moral truth. And this is exactly the Southern view today, and is exactly the program to which it is committed. Its whole attitude today is in harmony with the great principle upon which the Southern Confederacy was founded, the non-recognition of the Negro as an equal in any respect, socially, civilly, politically. The South holds to this view just as tenaciously today as it did when Mr. Stevens made his great cornerstone speech in 1861. The Ku Klux Klan, the White Caps, the Red Shirt Brigade, tissue ballots, the revised constitutions with their grandfather clauses, Jim Crow car legislation, the persistent effort of the South to disfranchise the Negro. All these things have grown out of the idea that the rightful place of the Negro is that of subordination to the white man, that he has no rightful place in the body politic. But I cannot believe that the nation is always going to leave its loyal black citizens to be despoiled of their civil and political rights by the men who sought to destroy the Union. A better day is coming, and coming soon, I trust. While we are waiting, however, for the nation to come to its senses, waiting for a revival of the spirit of justice and of true democracy in the land, it is important for us to remember that much, very much, will depend upon ourselves. In the passage of Scripture read in our hearing at the beginning of this discourse, 3 things we are exhorted to do, and must do if we are ever to secure our rights in this land. We are exhorted to be watchful. Watch ye is the exhortation. We are to be on our guard. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. There are enemies ever about us, and are ever plotting our ruin, enemies within the race and without it. We have got to live in the consciousness of this fact. If we assume that all is well, that there is nothing to fear, and so relax our vigilance, so cease to be watchful, we need not be surprised if our enemies get the better of us, if we are worsted in the conflict. 2, we are exhorted to stand fast in the faith. In the faith, we feel that, as American citizens, we are entitled to the same rights and privileges as other citizens of the Republic. In this faith we are to stand, and stand fast. We are not to give it up. We are not to allow anyone, white or black, friend or foe, to induce us to retreat a single inch from this position. 3, we are exhorted to quit ourselves like men, to be strong, and by this I understand is meant that we are to stand up in a manly way for our rights, that we are to seek by every honorable means the full enjoyment of our rights. It is still true, who would be free himself must strike the blow. And if we are ever to be free from invidious distinctions in this country based upon race, color, previous condition, we have got to be alive, wide awake to our own interest. If we are not, we have no right to expect others to be. We have no right to expect anything but failure, but defeat. And we deserve defeat if ours is the spirit of indifference, of unconcern. We are not going to secure our rights in this land without a struggle. We have got to contend, and contend earnestly, for what belongs to us. Victory isn't coming in any other way. No silent acquiescence on our part in the wrongs from which we are suffering, contrary to law. No giving of ourselves merely to the work of improving our condition materially, intellectually, morally, spiritually, however zealously pursued, is going to bring relief. We have got, in addition to the effort we are making to improve ourselves, to keep up the agitation, and keep it up until right triumphs and wrong is put down. A program of silence on the part of the race is a fool's program. Reforms, changes in public sentiment, the righting of wrongs are never effected in that way, and our wrongs will never be. A race that sits quietly down and rests in sweet content in the midst of the wrongs from which it is suffering is not worth contending for, is not worth saving. This is not true of this race, however. We are not sitting down in sweet content, let it be said to our credit. I thank God from the bottom of my heart for these mutterings of discontent that are heard in all parts of the land. The fact that we are dissatisfied with present conditions, and that we are becoming more and more so, shows that we are growing in manhood, in self-respect, in the qualities that will enable us to win out in the end. It is our duty to keep up the agitation for our rights, not only for our sakes, but also for the sake of the nation at large. It would not only be against our own interest not to do so, but it would be unpatriotic for us quietly to acquiesce in the present condition of things, for it is a wrong condition of things. If justice sleeps in this land, let it not be because we have helped to lull it to sleep by our silence, our indifference. Let it not be from lack of effort on our part to arouse it from its slumbers. Elijah said to the prophets of Baal, while they were crying to their God, "Peradventure he sleepeth." And it may be that he was asleep, but it was not their fault that he continued asleep, for they kept up a continual uproar about his altar. And so here, sleeping justice in this land may go on slumbering, but let us see to it that it is due to no fault of ours. Even Balaam's ass cried out in protest when smitten by his brutal master, and God gave him the power to cry out, endowed him miraculously with speech in which to voice his protest. It is not necessary for God to work a miracle to enable us to protest against our wrong. He has already given us the power. Let us see to it that we use it. If we are wise, we will be able to take care of ourselves. If we are not wise, however, if we adopt the policy of silence, and if we continue to feel that it is our duty to follow blindly, slavishly, any one political party, we will receive only such treatment as is accorded to slaves, and will go on pleading for our rights in vain. The only wise course for us to pursue is to keep on agitating, and to cast our votes where they will tell most for the race. As to what party we affiliate with is a matter of no importance whatever. The important thing is our rights, and until we recognize that fact and act upon it, we will be the football of all political parties. John Boyle O'Reilly, in speaking on the race question years ago, said, "If I were a colored man, I should use parties as I would a club, to break down prejudice against my people. I shouldn't talk about being true to any party, except so far as that party was true to me. Parties care nothing for you, only to use you. You should use parties. The highest party you have in this country is your own manhood. That is the thing in danger from all parties. That is the thing that every colored man is bound in duty to himself and his children to defend and protect." And that is good advice. It embodies the highest political wisdom for us as a people. The exhortation of the text is, "Watch ye, stand fast in the faith, quit you like men, be strong." And this is the message that I bring to you who are here this morning, and to the members of our race all over the country. We must be watchful. We must hold firmly to our faith in our citizenship and in our rights as citizens, and we must act the part of men in the maintenance of those rights. In the end, the victory is sure to be ours. The right is bound sooner or later to triumph. Before the monstrous wrong he sits him down, one man against a stone-walled city of sin. For centuries those walls have been a building. Smooth porphyry they slope and coldly glass the flying storm and wheeling sun. No chinks, no crevice lets the thinnest arrow in. He fights alone, and from the cloudy ramparts 1,000 evil faces jibe and jeer him. Let him lie down and die. What is the right and where is justice in a world like this? But by and by earth shakes herself impatient, and down in one great roar of ruin crash watchtower and citadel and battlements. When the red dust has cleared, the lonely soldier stands with strange thoughts beneath the friendly stars. And so in the end will it be with this great evil of race prejudice against which we are contending in this country, if like the lonely soldier we show the same earnestness, the same patient determination, the same invincible courage. A better day is coming, but we have got to help to bring it about. It isn't coming independently of our efforts, and it isn't coming by quietly, timidly, cowardly acquiescing in our wrongs. End of section 36. Section 37, Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Is the Game Worth the Candle? By Dr. James E. Shepard, founder and president of the National Religious Training School at Durham, North Carolina. Students and friends, I'm not unmindful of the vast opportunity that is mine as I stand before young men. The opportunity is great, but the responsibility is greater. It was the thought of the responsibility that decided me to speak on the subject. Is the game worth the candle? The meaning simplified being, is the object pursued worth the price paid for its attainment? Once during an all-night ride en route for Arkansas in the latter part of the year just closed, I fell into a retrospective mood, and the scroll of the past years unfolded itself before my memory. And as I reviewed it and marked the possibilities which had passed with the years, life took on even a greater aspect than it had already possessed. I shall not discuss my life, but life with its probabilities and possibilities of power and achievement, life in its earnestness, and life that is merely drifting with the tide, of no benefit to itself or to humanity. A man's life depends upon his emotions, his aspirations, his determinations. A young man, somebody's son, starts out with the determination, that the world is indebted to him for a good time. Dollars were made to spend. I'm young, and every man must sow his wild oats and then settle down. I want to be a hail fellow well met with every one. So he is ever ready to drink a social glass, to give a pun, and to be a masher on the girls. With this determination uppermost in his life purpose, he starts out to be a good timer. Perhaps some mother expects to hear great things of her boy. Some father's hopes are centered in him, but what does that matter? I am a good timer. From one gaiety to another, from one glass to another, from one sin to another, and the good timer at last is broken in health, deserted by friends, and left alone to die. Thus the man about town passes off the stage. When you ask some of his friends about him, the answer is, "Oh, John was all right, but he lived too fast. I like good time as well as anyone, but I could not keep up with John. Was the game worth the candle?" Two pictures come before my mind. Two cousins, both of them young men. One started out early in life with the determination of getting along easy, shirking work, and looking for a soft snap. His motto was, "The world owes me a living, and I'm going to get mine." He was employed first by one firm and then by another. If anything that he considered hard came along, he would pay another fellow to do the work, and he took things easy. It was not long before no one would hire him. He continued to hold the idea that the world was indebted to him, and furthermore he arrogated a belief that what another man had accumulated he could borrow without his knowledge. He forged another's name, was detected, and sentenced to the penitentiary, and is now wearing the badge of felony and shame, the convict's stripes. Young men, the world owes no man a living, but those who work faithfully and make contributions to the happiness of mankind and the advancement of civilization. These will ever be honored and rewarded. Is the game worth the candle? The other cousin started out with a determination altogether different. He believed with Lord Brougham that if he were a bootblack, he would strive to be the best bootblack in England. He began in a store as a window washer, and washed windows so well that they sparkled like diamonds under the sun. As a clerk, no customer was too insignificant to be greeted with a smile or pleasant word. No task was too great for him to attempt. Thus, step by step, he advanced, each day bringing new duties and difficulties, but each day also bringing new strength and determination to master them. And today that cousin is a man of wealth and an honored citizen, blessed too with a happy home. Some young men start life with the idea that every dollar made requires that $1.50 shall be spent. In order to be noticed, they must make a big show, give big dinners, carriage drives, and parties, invite friends to the theatres, and have a swell time. Must do like Mr. So-and-so. They forget in their desire to copy that Mr. So-and-so, their pattern, has already made his fortune, that he began to save before he began to spend. But no, his name appears often in the papers, and they think also that theirs must. So they begin their careers. A few years pass. The young men marry. Their debts begin to accumulate and to press them. Their countenances are always woe-begone. Where once were smiles, now are frowns, and the homes are pictures of gloom and shadows. The lesson is plain. Debt is the greatest burden that can be put upon a man. It makes him afraid to look honest men in the face. No man can be a leader in the fullest sense who is burdened by a great debt. If there is any young man in the audience who is spending more than he is making, let him ask himself the question, is the game worth the candle? I know another young man who believed he could be happy by spending 1/3 of what he made and saving the other portion. He said to me, "Some day I want to marry, and I want to treat my wife better, if possible, than she was treated at home. I want the respect of my fellow man. I want to be a leader, and I know I can only do so by saving a part of what I make. It was my good pleasure a few weeks ago to visit the city where this young man is practicing medicine. He carried me over that town in an automobile. He entertained me in his $5,000 home. He showed me other property which he owned. Ah, my friends, his indeed was a happy home. Life to him was blessedly real. Some young men start life with the idea that Sunday school is a place for children, the church for old people, and the YMCA a place for young men with no life. What a wrong idea! Why, the young men who are alive in all walks of life and who are in the forward ranks are found in these places. The other young men with distorted views of life think that they must frequent places where the social glass is passed. They do so. After a while it becomes a necessity. The drink habit grows upon them. They die drunkards. Do you remember the story of Robert Fergusson, who, better known as the Laureate of Edinburgh, was the poet of Scottish city life? His dissipations were great, his tavern and boon companions hastening him on to a premature and painful death. His reason gave way. He was sent to an asylum for the insane. After about 2 months' confinement, he died in his cell. What a sad climax to a promising career! Young men, be masters of yourselves. Dare to do the right. Dare to say no. Have strong faith not only in yourself, but faith in the unseen power, who holds the destinies of all in his hands. The world needs you. A good many young men think that to be great they must go into the broad fields of politics, waiting for an office, waiting on the changing whims of men instead of waiting upon self, waiting for something to turn up instead of turning up something, going to the Capitol because I helped to elect someone. I leave behind me a good job, but I have been promised something better. So the poor fellow starts out to the capital of the nation, spends what little money he has saved at home, because he is going to get a job and make barrels of money. The Mecca of his hopes is reached. He finds himself a little man at the great center of the nation. The few dollars he brings with him soon melt away. His friends run when they see him coming because he wants to borrow $1. At home he was a little king, but at the capital he is a would-be statesman seeking a job. Was the game worth the candle? My friends, good men are needed in politics, men who are safe and tried, men who will not yield to prejudice or sentiment, but will do the right as they see the right. God give us such men. Politics for a helpless, dependent race will never prove a relief or blessing until we have strong, safe leaders who, losing sight of self and a few self-constituted leaders, will see the whole people. The race will never come into its own until we have such a condition. A young man starts out in life with the determination to fight his way by physical force to the front ranks. Bruised, disfigured, or killed, he is forced back even beyond the lines again. A religiously inclined youth asked his pastor, "Do you think it would be wrong for me to learn the noble art of self-defense?" "Certainly not," replied the pastor. "I learned it in youth myself, and I found it of great value in my life." "Indeed, sir, did you learn the old English system or the Sullivan system?" "Neither. I learned Solomon's system," replied the minister. "Yes, you will find it laid down in the first verse of the 15th chapter of Proverbs. A soft answer turneth away wrath. It is the best system of self-defense I know." To many of us starting out on life's journey have a warped ambition. This ambition is a love of self in the desire that self might gain the ascendancy over our fellows. Not that we might be of benefit to humanity, but that we aim to derive personal gain only. We follow the standard of this or that man, not because we believe in him or his policies, but because he is on the successful top round of the ladder now. So away with principles, away with conscience, away with right. I must follow the man who will give most. A sad awakening comes, the idol tumbles, or else turns against you, and you are left like a stranded ship on some vast ocean, alone amidst the lashing of the billows and the roaring of the waves. Remember Cardinal Wolsey's experience. You may recall these lines: "Would that I had served my God, with half the zeal I served my King. He would not in mine old age have left me naked to my enemies." Was the game worth the candle? Another young man starts life with a wrong idea regarding city and country life. Born in the country, he is free. His thoughts and ambitions can feed on a pure atmosphere, but he thinks his conditions and his surroundings are circumscribed. He longs for the city with its bigness, its turmoil, and its conflicts. He leaves the old homestead, the quiet village, the country people, and hies himself to the city. He forgets to a large extent the good boy he used to be, in the desire to keep up with the fashions, and to make the people forget that he was once a country boy. City life, as is often the case, breaks up his youth, destroys his morals, undermines his character, steals his reputation, and finally leaves the promising youth a wrecked man. Was the game worth the candle? Young men, never be ashamed of the old log cabin in the country, or the old bonnet your mother used to wear, or the jean pants your father used to toil in. I'd rather be a poor country boy with limited surroundings and a pure heart, than to be a city man bedecked in the latest fashions and weighed down with money, having no morals, no character. I'd rather have the religion and faith of my fathers than to have the highest offices. I'd rather have glorious life, pure and lofty, than to have great riches. Sir Walter Scott was right when he said, "Sound, sound the clarion, fill the fife, to all the sensual world proclaim, one crowded hour of glorious life is worth an age without a name." Young men, what is the basis of your life, and what is its goal? Have you digged deeply and thrown out all the waste material of follies and vice, and built upon a substantial foundation of honest manhood and sterling character? If not, you are a failure. However, chords that are broken may vibrate once more. Take up the angled threads again and weave another pattern. The book that will always be the best and safest guide for weaving life's pattern is the Bible, the truest and best friend any young man can have. If you want oratory, you need not talk about Demosthenes walking along the shores of Greece with pebbles in his mouth, nor about the great American orator Daniel Webster. But if you turn almost to the beginning of that wonderful book and listen to the pleadings of Jacob's sons as they begged for the life of their father, it will surpass your Demosthenes or Webster in true eloquence. If you want logic, even though Aristotle may be world famous as the father of logic, yet if you listen to the hunchbacked, red-faced, crooked-nosed, bald-headed Jew, Saul of Tarsus, you will find his logic stands unsurpassed in all the ages of the world. The history of 4,000 years and more you will find there. You will discover the beginnings and the end of things. Reason, with her flickering torch, cannot point to any such sublime truths as are found in the Bible. Philosophy, with her schools, stands amazed when confronted with the philosophy of the Bible. Science, itself the greatest contributor to the happiness of man, having penetrated the arcana of nature, sunk her shafts into earth's recesses, measured the heights of its massive pillars to the very pedestal of primeval granite, tracked the tornadoes, and curtained the distant planets, and foretold the coming of the comets and the return of the eclipses, has never as yet been able to lift up a degraded man and point him to a higher path. I commend the Bible to you. No life is great unless that life is good. Each day is a life, and that day is wasted that is not filled with lofty desire, with actual achievement that does not bring us nearer to God, nearer to our fellow man, and nearer to the things God has created. In such a plan of life will we find real and lasting happiness. God means every man to be happy. He sends us no sorrows that have not some recompense. There are two old Dutch words which have resounded through the world: neen nimmer, no, never. The fleets of Spain heard it and understood it fully when they saw the sinking Dutch ships with the flags nailed to the shattered mainmasts, crying neen nimmer, which indicated that they would never surrender. Will the young men who are to be the leaders spend their hours in riotous living? No, never. Will they be false to duty? No, never. Will they shirk? No, never. Will they be disloyal to self, to home, to country, and to God? No, never. I close with an illustration. Croesus was a rich man, a king. One day Croesus said to Solon, the philosopher, "Do you not think I am a happy man?" Solon answered, "Alas, I do not know, Croesus, that life is happy that ends well." A few years later, when Croesus had lost his wealth, his kingdom, and his health, and had been deserted by those who, in his days of glory, ran to do his slightest bidding, Croesus, in anguish and misery, exclaimed, "Solon, Solon, thou saidst truly that life is well and happy that ends well." End of section 37. Section 38. Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Some Elements Necessary to Race Development, by Robert Russa Moton, Commandant of Cadets, Hampton Institute, Virginia. Students, friends, among the most highly developed races we observe certain dominant characteristics, certain very essential elements of character, by which they have so influenced mankind and helped the world that they were enabled to write their names in history so indelibly as to withstand and endure the test of time. Your education, your observation, your occupation have brought you into close touch and into personal and vital relations with the fundamental problems of life. We may call it the truth problem, the labor problem, the Indian problem, or perhaps the Negro problem. I like to call it the human race problem. The dawn of history breaks upon a world at strife, a universal conflict of man at war with his brother. The very face of the earth has been dyed in blood, and its surface whitened with human bones, in an endeavor to establish a harmonious and helpful adjustment between man and man. There can be no interest more fundamental or of greater concern to the human family than the proper adjustment of man's relations to his brother. You and I belong to an undeveloped, backward race that is rarely for its own sake taken into account in the adjustment of man's relation to man, but is considered largely with reference to the impression which it makes upon the dominant Anglo-Saxon. The Negro's very existence is itself somewhat satellitious and secondary only to the great white orb around which he revolves. If by chance any light does appear in the black man's sphere of operations, it is usually assumed that it is reflected from his association with his white brother. The black is generally projected against the white, and usually to the disadvantage and embarrassment of the former. It becomes very easy, therefore, to see in our minds and hearts what is so apparent in our faces, darkness there, and nothing more. But you must keep in mind that the Negro is a tenth part of a great cosmopolitan commonwealth. He is a part of a nation to which God has given many very intricate problems to work out. Who knows but that this nation is God's great laboratory, which is being used by the Creator to show the rest of the world what it does not seem thoroughly to understand, that it is possible for all God's people, even the two most extreme types, the black and the white, to live together harmoniously and helpfully. The question that the American nation must face, and which the Negro as a part of the nation should soberly and dispassionately consider, is the mutual social, civic, and industrial adjustment upon common ground of two races differing widely in characteristics and diverse in physical peculiarities, but alike suspicious and alike jealous, and alike more or less biased and prejudiced each toward the other. Without doubt, the physical peculiarities of the Negro which are perhaps the most superficial of all the distinctions, are nevertheless the most difficult of adjustment. While I do not believe that a man's color is ever a disadvantage to him, he is very likely to find it an inconvenience sometimes in some places. We might as well be perfectly frank and perfectly honest with ourselves. It is not an easy task to adjust the relations of 10 millions of people who, while they may be mature in passion and perhaps in prejudice, are yet to a large extent children in judgment and in experience, to a race of people not only mature in civilization, but the principles of whose government were based upon more or less mature judgment and experience at the beginning of this nation. And when we take into also account the wide difference in ethnic types of the two races that are here brought together, the problem becomes one of the gravest intricacy that has ever taxed human wisdom and human patience for solution. This situation makes it necessary for the Negro as a race to grasp firmly 2 or 3 fundamental elements. The first is race consciousness. The Negro must play, essentially, the primary part in the solution of this problem. Since his emancipation, he has conclusively demonstrated to most people that he possesses the same faculties and susceptibilities as the rest of mankind. This is the greatest victory the race has achieved during its years of freedom. Having demonstrated that his faculties and susceptibilities are capable of the highest development, it must be true of the black race, as it has been true of other races, that it must go through the same process and work out the same problem in about the same way as other races have done. We can and we have profited very much by the examples of progressive races. This is a wonderful advantage, and we have not been slow to grasp it, but we must remember that we are subject to the same natural factor in the solution of this problem, and that it cannot be solved without considering this factor. The Negro must first of all have a conscientious pride and absolute faith and belief in himself. He must not unduly depreciate race distinctions and allow himself to think that because out of one blood God created all nations of the earth, brotherhood is already an accomplished reality. Let us not deceive ourselves, blighted as we are with a heritage of moral leprosy from our past history, and hard-pressed as we are in the economic world by foreign immigrants and by native prejudice. Our one surest haven of refuge is in ourselves. Our one safest means of advance is our belief in and implicit trust in our own ability and worth. No race that despises itself, that laughs at and ridicules itself, that wishes to God it were anything else but itself, can ever be a great people. There is no power under heaven that can stop the onward march of 10 millions of earnest, honest, inspired, God-fearing, race-loving, and united people. Secondly, we must have a high moral ideal. With a strong race consciousness and reasonable prudence, a people with a low, vacillating, and uncertain moral ideal may, for a time, be able to stem the tide of outraged virtue, but this is merely transitory. Ultimate destruction and ruin follow absolutely in the wake of moral degeneracy. This all history shows. This experience teaches. God visits the iniquities of the fathers upon the children unto the 3rd and 4th generations. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. Not long ago I stood in the city of Rome, amid its ruined fountains, crumbling walls, falling aqueducts, ancient palaces, and amphitheaters, today mere relics of ancient history. One is struck with wonder and amazement at the magnificent civilization which that people was able to evolve. It does not seem possible that the Roman people, who could so perfect society in its organic and civic relations, and leave to the world the organic principles which must always lie at the base of all subsequent social development, it does not seem possible that such a people should so decay as to leave hardly a vestige of its original stock, and that such cities as the Romans erected should so fall as to leave scarcely one stone upon another. Neither does it seem credible that a people who could so work out in its philosophical aspect man's relation to the eternal mystery, and come as near a perfect solution as is perhaps possible for the human mind to reach, that a people who could give to the world such literature, such art, such ideals of physical and intellectual beauty, as did the Greeks, could so utterly perish from the face of the earth. Yet this is the case not only with Rome and Greece, but with a score or more of nations which were once masters of the world. The Greeks, Romans, Persians, Egyptians, and even God's chosen people allowed corruption and vice to so dwarf their moral sense that there was, according to the universal law of civilization, nothing left for them but death and destruction. It is no reproach to the Negro to say that his history and environment in this country have well nigh placed him at the bottom of the moral scale. This must be remedied if the Negro is ever to reach his full status of civilized manhood and womanhood. It must come through the united efforts of the educated among us. We must be united to stop the ravages of disease among our people, united to keep black boys from idleness, vice, gambling, and crime, united to guard the purity of black womanhood, and I might add black manhood also. It is not enough to simply protest that 95 out of every 100 Negroes are orderly and law-abiding. The 95 must be banded together to restrain and suppress the vicious 5. The people must be impressed with the idea that a high moral character is absolutely essential to the highest development of every race, white quite as much as black. There is no creature so low and contemptible as he who does not seek first the approval of his own conscience and his God. For after all, how poor is human recognition when you and your God are aware of your inward integrity of soul? If the Negro will keep clean hands and a pure heart, he can stand up before all the world and say, "Doubtless thou, O Lord, art our Father, though Abraham be ignorant of us and Israel acknowledge us not." Thirdly and lastly, the Negro needs intelligent industry. Slavery taught the Negro many things for which he should be profoundly thankful: the Christian religion, the English language, and in a measure, civilization, which in many aspects may be crude in form, but these have placed him 1,000 years ahead of his African ancestors. Slavery taught the Negro to work by rule and rote, but not by principle and method. It did not, and perhaps could not, teach him to love and respect labor, but left him, on the contrary, with the idea that manual industry was a thing to be despised and gotten rid of, if possible, that to work with one's hands was a badge of inferiority. A tropical climate is not conducive to the development of practical energy. Add to the Negro's natural tendency his unfortunate heritage from slavery, and we see at once that the race needs especially to be rooted and grounded in the underlying scientific principles of concrete things. The time when the world bowed before merely abstract and practical knowledge has well nigh passed. The demand of this age and hour is not so much what a man knows, though the world respects and reveres knowledge, and always will, I hope. What the world wants to know is what a man can do, and how well he can do it. We must not be misled by high-sounding phrases as to the kind of education the race should receive, but we should remember that the education of a people should be conditioned upon their capacity, social environment, and the probable life which they will lead in the immediate future. We fully realize that the ignorant must be taught, the poor must have the gospel, and the vicious must be restrained, but we also realize that these do not strike the bedrock of a permanent, lasting citizenship. If the Negro will add his proportionate contribution to the economic aspect of the world's civilization, it must be done through intelligent, well-directed, conscientious, skilled industry. Indeed, the feasible forms of civilization are nothing but the concrete actualization of intelligent thought applied to what are sometimes called common things. The primary sources of wealth are agriculture, mining, manufacturing, and commerce. These are the lines along which the thoughtful energy of the black race must be directed. I mean by agriculture farming, the raising of corn, cotton, peas, and potatoes, pigs, chickens, horses, and cows. Land may be bought practically anywhere in the South, almost at our own price. 20 years hence, with the rapidly developing Southern country and the strenuous efforts to fill it up with foreign immigrants, it would be difficult, if not impossible, for us to buy land. God gave the children of Israel the land of Canaan, but oh, what a life and death struggle they had to take possession of it and hold on to it. God has given to the Negro here in the Southern country two of the most fundamental necessities in his development, land and labor. If you don't possess this land and hold this labor, God will tell you, as he has often told other races, to move on. The Creator never meant that this beautiful land should be forever kept as a great hunting ground for the Indian to roam in savage bliss, but he intended that it should be used. The Indian, having 80 of generations failed to develop this land, God asked the Anglo-Saxon to take possession and dig out the treasures of wheat, corn, cotton, gold and silver, coal and iron, and the poor Indian was told to move on. The Negro in Africa sits listlessly in the sunshine of barbarous idleness, while the same progressive, indomitable, persevering white man is taking possession. The same edict has gone forth to the native African. He is being told to move on. The same God will tell the white man in America and in Africa, if he does not mete out absolute justice and absolute fairness to his weaker and less advantaged brother, black or red or brown, if he cannot do justly and love mercy, just as he told the patricians of Rome, he will tell the white man to move on. Whatever question there may be about the white man's part in this situation, there is no doubt about ours. Don't let us delude ourselves, but keep in mind the fact that the man who owns his home and cultivates his land and lives a decent, self-respecting, useful, and helpful life is no problem anywhere. We talk about the color line, but you know and I know that the blackest Negro in Alabama or Mississippi or Africa or anywhere else who puts the same amount of skill and energy into his farming gets as large returns for his labor as the whitest Anglo-Saxon. The earth yields up her increase as willingly to the skill and persuasions of the black as of the white husbandman. Wind, wave, heat, stream, and electricity are absolutely blind forces and see no race distinction and draw no color line. The world's market does not care, and it asks no question about the shade of the hand that produces the commodity, but it does insist that it shall be up to the world's requirements. I thank God for the excellent chance to work that my race had in this southern country. The Negro in America has a real good, healthy job, and I hope he may always keep it. I'm not particular what he does or where he does it, so he is engaged in honest, useful work. Remember always that building a house is quite as important as building a poem, that the science of cooking is as useful to humanity as the science of music, that the thing most to be desired is a harmonious and helpful adaptation of all the arts and sciences to the glory of God and the good of humanity, that whether we labor with muscle or with brain, both need divine inspiration. Let us consecrate our brain and muscle to the highest and noblest service to God and humanity. There is no reason why any Negro should become discouraged or morbid. We believe in God. His providence is mysterious and inscrutable, but his ways are just and righteous altogether. Suffering and disappointment have always found their place in divine economy. It took 400 years of slavery in Egypt and a sifting process of 40 years in the wilderness to teach Israel to respect their race and to fit them for entrance into the promised land. The black man has not as yet thoroughly learned to have the respect for his race that is so necessary to the making of a great people. I believe the woes that God has sent him are but the fiery furnace through which he is passing, that is separating the dross from the pure gold and is welding the Negroes together as a great people for a great purpose. There is every reason for optimism, hopefulness. The Negro never had more the respect and confidence of his neighbors, black and white, than he has today. Neither has he, because of his real worth, deserved that respect more than he does today. Could anybody amid the inspiration of these grounds and buildings be discouraged about the future of the Negro? The race problem in this country, I repeat, is simply a part of the problem of life. It is the adjustment of man's relation to his brother, and this adjustment began when Cain slew Abel. Race prejudice is as much a fact as the law of gravitation, and it is as foolish to ignore the operation of one as of the other. Mournful complaint and arrogant criticism are as useless as the crying of a baby against the fury of a great wind. The path of moral progress, remember, has never taken a straight line, but I believe that, unless democracy is a failure and Christianity a mockery, it is entirely feasible and practicable for the black and white races of America to develop side by side in peace and harmony and in mutual helpfulness, each toward the other, living together as brothers in Christ without being brothers-in-law, each making its contributions to the wealth and culture of our beloved country. I close with these lines from an anonymous poet on the water lily. O star on the breast of the river, O marvel of bloom and grace, did you fall straight down from heaven out of the sweetest place? You are white as the thought of the angel, your heart is steeped in the sun. Did you grow in the golden city, my pure and radiant one? Nay, nay, I fell not out of heaven, none gave me my saintly white. It slowly grew in the blackness, down in the dreary night. From the ooze of the silent river I won my glory and grace, while souls fall not, O my poet, they rise to the sweetest place. End of section 38. Section 39. Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Two Seals, by Professor George William Cook, Secretary of Howard University. Mr. Toastmaster and friends, let me first thank the committee and you all for your generosity in tendering me this evidence of good wishes and goodwill. It is stated in your invitation, in honor of George William Cook, Secretary of Howard University, a double compliment, at once personal and official. Surely it is an honor to find so many men of varied occupations and duties turning aside to spend time and money to express appreciation of one's character. Dull indeed must the creature be who cannot find gratitude enough to return thanks. For grateful minds always return thanks. To be direct, I deeply feel the personal and non-official side of the compliment you pay me, but will you pardon me, gentlemen, if I confess that to compliment me as Secretary of Howard University touches me in a tender and vulnerable spot. I love old Howard, and always have been, and am now anxious to be in the team to tug at the administrative phase of Howard's movements. Accept then my sincere thanks. Now let us then turn aside in sweet communion as brothers to talk about our alma mater. Let us trace her from foundation to present eminence, reaffirm our family pledges, and form resolutions new. Howard men will spring up with both money and spirit, not far in the future, when the mother's cry in want will be met with a generous hand from her sons and daughters. A little more time for preparation and accumulation, then will be the time when endowment will precede request for preferment. When black philanthropists can turn desert spots into oases of learning and build halls of culture, then will Howard be reaping the reward in her own harvest and justify her being in the great family of universities. Though I wax warm in sentiment, I crave your indulgence but for a short while, for I pledge you my honor, and I say it seriously, that there is an affection underlying my words that makes Howard but second in love to my wife and child. She has been a gracious mother to me, supplying my necessities and defending me in my adversities, for which I have ever sought with might and main to return loyalty and service. When I am referred to as a Howard man, I have an uplift in the consciousness of relationship and fealty to an institution which to honor is but to be honored. Visible manifestations of thought and idea have ever marked the purposes of man. Monuments and cities but express precurrent mental objects. God, in his message to Moses, directed that a tabernacle be built, and that it should be the sign of his pleasure and approbation, a veritable indwelling of the Spirit of God. Living thought can be said to have habitation. Greek and Roman art, Egyptian architecture, Catholic grandeur, or Quaker simplicity, all speak some great and noble soul-moving and world-moving power. Within the temple area was centered the devotion of the Jew, both political and religious. The Hebrew theocratic system of government made it so. St. Peter's at Rome, no more nor less than St. Paul's at London, speaks of God and the mission of his Son. The Mosque of Omar, San Sophia at Constantinople point that Allah is God and Muhammad is his prophet. The Taj Mahal is at once the emblem and creation of love. The Sistine Chapel teaches the glories and joys of maternity and God incarnate in man. The Pan American Building at Washington, the Carnegie Peace Building at The Hague teach unity of mankind, and but heighten the angelic chorus of peace and goodwill to men. From yon Virginia hill, a galaxy of institutions may be discerned, bringing lessons to a listening world. As one may stand on Arlington's sacred heights, looking about him, he will find the indices in the graves and monuments there of sacrifice for a national union, indissoluble and forever. And as his eyes sweep the horizon, scanning through mist and sunshine, the emblem and insignia of thought and policy will block the view. He will see the gold-tipped dome of the Library of Congress glinting in the light, and know its scintillations but herald the purpose to keep the light of learning and knowledge bright. Yon stately Capitol dome interrupts his line of vision, but to remind him that it covers the chancel of legislation, and that representative government is a fixed and permanent fact. That single towering shaft on yon Potomac bed speaks of individual and unselfish devotion to a nation, Washingtonian patriotism unique in history, and at the same time reflects the appreciation of a grateful and worshipful people. Hadst thou seen it in its lonely grandeur on a moonlight night? It is well worth a trip across the ocean to read its message. Sweeping westward, the eye sees planted on a hilltop Georgetown College, the outward symbol of tenet and propaganda. Raising the visual angle and dropping back to the northwest, the white marble walls of the American University come to view, planted that Methodism, with justification by faith, might preach the gospel for the redemption of man. Turning to the northeast, the great Catholic University presents itself as a repository and at the same time a vehicle of Catholic love of learning, and in juxtaposition towers high in alabastrine whiteness and Spanish architecture of the soldier's home, though standing mute in immaculate marble, expressing to the defenders of a country an appreciation of their patriotism and sacrifice, the ensemble preaching to an active world. Then the line of vision is obtruded upon by the stately main building of Howard University, of her structures the noblest. Observed from the high palisades or the low bed of the Potomac, that ever-present object of view from any point of the district is veritably a city on a hill that cannot be hid, symbolic and typical of her mission. And then the inquiry comes as to her significance. Why standeth thou there, absorbing space? Vying in sunshine and moonshine with the Capitol in conspicuous aspect, the two stand as twin sentinels on opposite ramparts of the Potomac Valley, overlooking at midnight vigil the slumbering city, each challenging the attention of the wayfarer. What art thou to justify thyself to man? What mission hast thou to excuse thy being? What road of profit, what principle of uplift hast thou to send forth? Thy halls resound to the murmur of what message from the divine? What, we ask, is thy mission? The answer is echoed from the archives. Consult her founders. Learn of them if thou wouldst know. Therefore, friends, we turn to the records of Howard University and the declaration of her founders, men fresh from the fortunes of war, battle-scarred and blood-stained, desiring further to perpetuate the object of their militant victories by the forces of peace and brotherhood, men who failed to die at Gettysburg, Chancellorsville, and Lookout Mountain, and continued the fight on this hill, men who, not satisfied with loosening the shackles of bondage, turned their powers to driving darkness from human souls, though encased in ebony, men who wrought under God's hand, and dying dissatisfied that the full fruition of their labors were not yet come to pass, leaving to survivors and posterity an unmistaken task and warfare. Howard has had two seals, the first reading equal rights and knowledge for all, the second for God and the Republic, the former breathing the spirit of the Civil War period, and the Pauline doctrine declared before the Areopagus, announced in the preaching and work of Christ, and emphasized by the Declaration of Independence, the latter pregnant with reverence, piety, and patriotism, the twain compassing man's duty higher than that which human conception is lost, Privileged indeed is one to live under the aegis of such twin declarations, fortunate indeed to have the authorization of official acts, blessed by the benediction of such battle cries. The preamble to the charter explains comprehensively, though not in detail, the great purpose of Howard University. Section 1. That there be established, and is thereby established in the District of Columbia, a university for the education of youth in the liberal arts and sciences, under the name, seal, and title of Howard University, stated as simple and plain as the Decalogue itself. I glean from the 4th Annual Report on Schools for Freedmen for July 1, 1867, by J. W. Alvord, then General Superintendent of Schools, Bureau for Refugees and Abandoned Lands, what I conceive to be the first catalogue of Howard University, and if you will bear with me, I will read the entire catalogue. Howard University, a charter has been granted by Congress for the Howard University, which is to be open to all of both sexes without discrimination of color. This institution bids fair to do great good. Its beautiful site, so opportunely and wisely secured, is an earnest of success. Large and commodious buildings are soon to be erected thereon. The normal and preparatory departments of the university were opened on the 1st of May, under the instruction of Reverend E. F. Williams, an accomplished scholar and a thorough teacher. At the close of the month, the school numbered 31 scholars. It has now increased to about 60. Miss Lord, so long a popular teacher of this city, has been appointed assistant. The grade of this school is low for its name, but the students are making good advancement. It may be thought by casual consideration, as was said by eminent men, that the name was the largest thing about it, but I prefer to disagree, and to say that the purpose as set forth in the charter is the greatest thing about it. These are the words: We urge all friends of the freedmen to increasing confidence, and to look forward with assured expectation to greater things than these. This people are to be prepared for what is being prepared for them. They are to become a people which in time past were not a people, and there is increasing evidence that God hath made of one blood all the nations of men. Equal endowments, substantially with equal culture, will produce that equality common to all mankind. In them we get the quintessence, we get the crystallization, we get the high purpose, we get the spiritual foundation of Howard University, conceived in prayer, born of the faith and convictions as embodied in its original seal, which reads, Equal rights and knowledge for all, an offspring of Plymouth Rock. Howard University is set before you, a cross between religious fervor and prophetic educational enthusiasm. She is, then, the essence filtrating from the declaration of Paul at Athens, that of one blood hath God created all men to dwell upon earth. For 45 years, Howard has been living her life. She has been more or less doing her work as circumstances allowed and dictated. But now we ask of you, watchmen, what of the night? How far has this work been progressing along the line of basal principles that we find embodied in all these authoritative extracts? Unfortunate, I think it is, that the discussions in the early meetings of the Board of Trustees were not preserved in stenographic report, for the time will come when the spiritual history of Howard University must be written, as well as its material history, and then the historian will be at a loss to find the true afflatus that gave birth to our alma mater, unless we keep it in evidence. The imagination has oft painted Howard University as a temple of knowledge, a temple for the teaching of justice, a temple for the upbuild of mankind. Let us then hold its form to our imagination, pearly white as the palaces of the South, straight in its construction as rectitude, and let us present it to an admiring world, not only for aesthetic culture, but ethical grandeur, religious progress, and political righteousness. And let us say to all, be he high or low, who touches a stone in yon God-given edifice is guilty of vandalism, is an iconoclast not at any time to be tolerated. He is tampering with the rights and privileges of a worthy people, and deserves to have visited upon him the excoriation of a fiery indignation. Howard was created to meet the dire needs of a meritorious class, and insensible indeed must the man be who, for sentimental or personal reasons, or for profit, swerves 1 degree from the line of the highest form of education in administration or instruction. There should be launched upon him the anathema of an outraged people. Sound the alarm that no man must hinder the true mission of Howard University. It were better for him that a millstone were hung about his neck, and that he be cast into the deep. For him there is punishment even after death in the sure infamy that will attach to his name. The old motto, equal rights and knowledge for all, is a necessary constituent of the Howard University life and purpose. There can be no Howard University without equal rights and highest culture for all, based upon merit and capacity. To be plain, we know of no Negro education. Political rights and civic privileges are accompaniments of citizenship and are therefore part of the warp and woof of Howard University's curricula, the salt and savor without which, wherewith will it be salted? Mathematics has no color. Ethics and philosophy are of no creed or class. Culture was not fashioned for race monopoly. Knowledge is in no plan or department an exclusive goal. Justice is universal. Freedom in striving for the acquisition of God's bounty, as revealed by nature, is the birthright of all, and an inalienable right of all. These are God-given privileges, and any contravention of them is born of evil and belongs to the evil powers. Our privileges have imposed a trust, and we are the trustees. Let no man deceive himself. Whatever the opportunity of approval now for betrayal of trust bequeathed to us, the time will come for the court of public opinion to find whom to blame and whom to thank. What the founders demanded for Howard we must still demand. What William Clark and Martha Spalding by their gifts meant must still be meant by Howard's activities. Being justified in the past, it must be maintained in the future. Then tonight let us re-baptize in Howard's spirit and issue the mandate of loyalty and endeavor. Let no Howard man ever expatriate himself, necessity driving him from Howard. Let him consider himself domiciled elsewhere, but his scholastic citizenship intact in Howard. We will sing the old song of Howard, though there be other songs greater. Yale, Cambridge, Oxford, and Leipzig may sing their songs, but for me in my house we will sing Howard, I love old Howard. Let us imitate the psalmist. We will meditate also of all thy work, and talk of thy doings. We will exalt Howard, and delight in her good work. Where she is weak we will endeavor to strengthen, and where she is strong we will direct to the uplift of the race. She may be lacking in equipment, that can be tolerated, but as to principle she must not be weak at any point. From stem to stern she must carry the marks of her purpose, and at masthead must float the pennant of her seals. Neither time nor purpose can ever erase the fitness of equal rights and knowledge for all, for God and the Republic, the two seals. End of section 39. Section 40. Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Solution of the Race Problem by J. Milton Waldron, Doctor of Sacred Theology. J. Milton Waldron, Doctor of Divinity of Washington, D.C., noted as having erected and operated the first institutional church among Negroes in America in Jacksonville, Florida, 1890 to 1907. That fearless, able, and broad-minded author of The Negro and the Sunny South, a book, by the way, every American citizen should read. Samuel Creed Cross, a white man of West Virginia, takes up an entire chapter in giving, with the briefest comments, even a partial list of the crimes committed by the whites of the South against the Negroes during the author's recent residence of 6 months in the section. Last year, 80 or 90 colored persons, some of them women and children, were murdered, lynched, or burned for the nameless crime, for murder or suspected murder, for barn burning, for insulting white women and talking back to white men, for striking an impudent white lad, for stealing a white boy's lunch, and for no crime at all, unless it be a crime for a black man to ask Southern men to accord him the rights guaranteed him by the Constitution. Within the last 12 months, Georgia disfranchised her colored citizens by a constitutional subterfuge, and Florida attempted the same crime, and within the same period, almost every white secular newspaper and many of the religious journals of the South contained in every issue of their publications abusive and malicious articles concerning the Negro, in which they inflamed the whites against the brother in black and sought to justify the South in robbing him of his labor, his self-respect, his franchise, his liberty, and life itself. Many of the officials of Southern states, including numerous judges and not a few Christian ministers, helped or sanctioned these Negro-hating editors and reporters in their despicable onslaught upon the Negro, while tens of thousands of white businessmen of the South fattened upon Negro convict labor and the proceeds of the order system. Not satisfied with the wrongs and outrages she has heaped upon the colored people in her own borders, the South is industriously preaching her wicked doctrine of Negro inferiority, Negro suppression, and Negro oppression everywhere in the North, East, and West. And yet, in the face of this terrible record of crime against the liberty, manhood, and political rights, and the life of the colored man, which is being rewritten in the South every day, there are those in high places who have the temerity to tell us that the Southern people are the Negro's best friends, and that the Negro problem is a Southern problem, and the South should be allowed to solve it in her own way, without any interference on the part of the North. The North and the South together stole the black man from his home in Africa and enslaved him in this land, and this whole nation has reaped the benefits of his 250 years of unrequited toil, and this whole nation must see to it that the black man is fully emancipated, enfranchised, thoroughly educated in heart, head, and hand, and permitted to exercise his rights as a citizen, and earn, wherever and however he can, an honest and sufficient living for himself, his wife, and children. This the South cannot do alone and unaided. Nearly 3 millions of the 10 million Negroes in this country live north of Mason and Dixon's line, and thousands of others are coming north and going west every month. Over 400,000 of the 3 millions mentioned above live in Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York, St. Louis, and Chicago. If the Negro problem was ever a Southern problem, the colored brother has taken it with him into the North and the West and made it a national problem. The life, liberty, and happiness of the black man and of the white man of this country are so wrapped up together that it is impossible to oppress the one without eventually oppressing the other. The white man of the South was cursed by slavery as much almost as the black man, whom he robbed of life, liberty, and virtue. In many parts of the South today, the masses of poor white men are no better off in any sphere of life than the colored people, with the single exception that their faces are white. The rights and liberties of the common people of this entire country have grown less secure, and their ballots have steadily diminished in power, while the colored man has been robbed of his franchise by the South. The trusts and the favored classes of this country have seen the rights of millions of loyal black citizens taken from them by the South in open violation of the Federal Constitution, and that with the indirect approval of the highest courts of the land. And these trusts and interests have come to feel that constitutions and laws are not binding upon them, and that the common people, white and black, have no rights which they are bound to respect. The South alone cannot right these gigantic wrongs, nor restore to the white people, not to mention the Negroes within her own borders, the liberty and privileges guaranteed them by the Constitution of the United States. In discussing the South's attitude towards the colored man, we seek only to hold up to scorn and contempt the spirit which pervades the majority of the people who live in that section, and we desire to condemn only the men of the South who hate their fellow men We wish to bear testimony now and here to the truth that there is an undercurrent in the South which is making for righteousness, and that there are a few noble and heroic souls in every Southern State who believe that the Negro ought to be treated as a man and be given all the rights and privileges accorded to any other man. This righteous spirit must, however, be encouraged and strengthened, and the number of noble and fair-minded men and women in the South must be greatly augmented, or the battle for human liberty and the manhood and political rights of both races in that section will never be won. We beg to say that all the enemies of human rights in general, and of the rights of black men in particular, are not in the South. The wrongs complained of by the Negro in that section are, for the most part, the same as those bewailed by him in the North. With this difference, the Northern Negro's right to protest against the wrongs heaped upon him is less restricted, and his means of protection and defense are more numerous in the North than in the South. Already in at least one State north of Mason and Dixon's line, Herculean efforts are being put forth to disfranchise the colored man by constitutional enactment. The discrimination against a man on account of his color, and the lynching of Negroes and the burning of their houses by infuriated mobs of white men are not unheard of things in the North and West. Most of the labor unions of these sections are still close to the brother in black, and most white working men in the Northern and Western States are determined that the Negro shall not earn a living in any respectable calling if they can prevent it. Many of the newspapers, North and West, and a few right here in New York City, often use their columns to misrepresent and slander the colored man, and it was only last week when one of the highest courts in the Empire State rendered a decision in which it justified discrimination against a man on the grounds of his color and his condition of servitude. Verily, the Negro problem is not a Southern but a national problem. Many solutions for the Negro problem have been proposed, but to our mind there is one and only one practical and effective answer to the question. In the first place, we claim that the early friends of the Negro grasped the true solution, which is that his needs and possibilities are the same as those of the other members of the human family, that he must be educated not only for industrial efficiency and for private gain, but to share in the duties and responsibilities of a free democracy, that he must have equality of rights for his own sake, for the sake of the human race, and for the perpetuity of free institutions. America will not have learned the full lesson of her system of human slavery until she realizes that a rigid caste system is inimical to the progress of the human race and to the perpetuity of democratic government. In the second place, the Negro must make common cause with the working class, which today is organizing and struggling for better social and economic conditions. The old slave oligarchy maintained its ascendancy largely by fixing a gulf between the Negro slave and the white free laborer, and the jealousies and animosities of the slave period have survived to keep apart the Negro and the laboring white man. Powerful influences are at work even today to impress upon the Negro the fact that he must look to the businessmen of the South alone for protection and recognition of his rights, while at the same time these very same influences inflame the laboring white man against the black man with fears of social equality and race fusion. The Negro, being a laborer, must see that the cause of labor is his cause, that his elevation can be largely achieved by having the sympathy, support, and cooperation of that growing organization of working men the world over, which is working out the larger problems of human freedom and economic opportunity. In the third place, wherever in this country the Negro has the franchise, and where by complying with requirements he can regain it, let him exercise it faithfully and constantly, but let him do so as an independent and not as a partisan, for his political salvation in the future depends upon his voting for men and measures rather than with any particular party. For 250 years the black man of America toiled in the South without pay and without thanks. He cleared her forests, tunneled her mountains, bridged her streams, built her cottages and palaces, enriched her fields with his sweat and blood, nursed her children, protected her women, and guarded her homes from the midnight marauder, the devouring flames, and approaching disease and death. The colored American willingly and gladly enlisted and fought in every war waged by this country, from the first conflict with the Indians to the last battle in Cuba and the Philippines. When enfranchised, he voted the rebellious states back into the Union, and from that day until this he has, as a race, never used his ballot unless corrupted or intimidated by white men to the detriment of any part of America. When in power in the South, though for the most part ignorant and just out of slavery and surrounded by vindictive ex-slave owners and mercenary corrupted and corrupting carpetbaggers, he did what his former masters had failed for centuries to do. He established the free school system, erected asylums for the insane and indigent poor, purged the statute books of disgraceful marriage laws and oppressive and inhuman labor regulations, revised and improved the penal code, and by many other worthy acts proved that the heart of the race was and is in the right place, and that whenever the American Negro has been trusted, he has proven himself trustworthy and manly, and when the colored man is educated and is treated with fairness and justice and is accorded the rights and privileges which are the birthright of every American citizen, he will show himself a man among men, and the race problem will vanish as the mist before the rising sun. End of section 40. Section 41, Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox. Recording is in the public domain. The Social Bearings of the Fifth Commandment, by James Francis Gregory, Bachelor of Divinity, Vice Principal, Manual Training and Industrial School, Bordentown, New Jersey. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. While obedience to parents is the primary significance of this command, its widening scope is seen in the comprehensive authority of the father of the old Hebrew family. He was the ruler and the protector of the family, and as human society enlarged and much of the original authority of the parent passed from him, the child was prepared to give honor to such authority and wisdom as he had recognized in the father. Thus, generically, the command may cover the wide range suggested by the Westminster Assembly. The fifth commandment requireth the preserving, the honor, and performing the duties belonging to every one in their several places and relations as superiors, inferiors, or equals. And this honor idea in the home not only spreads out, but it climbs. And we may say that as the Hebrew family contained the beginning of government, all other authorities of this world wind up and out of the home, ascending in spiral form until the little coil of the domestic circle eventuates. Last summer, while seated in a crowded train, my attention was attracted by a little family group. The heat-worn mother held a baby in one arm, and the other hand was steadying a toddling boy. She had repeatedly reproved her half-grown daughter, and finally spoke sharply to her, when the child suddenly lifted the heavy umbrella in her hand and struck her mother. These are the facts that impress me: the unmasked powerlessness of the mother, the cool unconcern of the father, but above all, the apathetic indifference of the passengers. The modern family is without discipline, all of the elements in the home having a tendency to wander from the hearth center. There is the father, whose absence, because of occupational absorption, is lengthened by many extraneous interests. The mother, too, is receding from the home center in her misguided enthusiasm for so-called equality in business, professional, and political life. And the children, as one sad-faced mother said to me the other day, they get out of the home so early. All the reverence for parents in the world's history is hallowed by the lofty example of Jesus in his dutiful subjection to his earthly parents, and in the marvelous solicitude of his dying words, "Son, behold thy mother." A great light is thrown on this economic relation of the commandment by the attitude of the centurion, pleading with the master for his servant's life. Here was an employer whose stretched out arm of authority could be transformed into a gesture of appeal for his servant lying sick at home. Indeed, only as the spirit of this commandment makes itself felt in our business life will the clenched hands of capital and labor relax from the hilts of their dripping blades and grasp each other with the warm pressure of brotherly sympathy. Then there are the mutual relations between the young and the aged. Oh, for a return in our youth to that ancient bowing deference to old age, a beautiful instance of which Cicero preserves for us. Into the crowded amphitheatre at Athens, with the multitude's expectant hush, there staggered an aged man, who made his tottering progress beneath tier after tier of indifferent or averted faces, looking in vain for a place, until finally he came in front of the section occupied by the Lacedaemonians, who rose as one man and offered him a seat. Then there are the superiors and inferiors in wisdom. As we look back through the mists of years to our student years, there stand out sharply distinguished the kindly figures of our intellectual fathers. I recall at this moment that man of infinite reserve behind the desk at Yale, whose eye could flash with authority and yet kindle with concern at the sight of the necessity of one of his boys. In Browning's thought, as sheathes a film the mother eagle's eye when her bruised eaglet breathes. I need scarcely suggest the obvious pertinence of this command to the relations of the pastor and his congregation. We cling very jealously to the term father, as it has been applied to the men of God in the history of the Church. The picture is beautiful of the Roman Catholic priest, conscious of the reluctance of her neighbors to bear to the poor widow the evil news of the sudden death of her only son, walking quietly up the gravel path, and covering with his healthy hands the two withered ones as he met her at the doorway, answering her searching inquiry, "Father?" with an unmistakable inflection of the words, "My child." That also of the American Protestant Episcopal bishop, leaving his little birthday gathering already interrupted for 3 successive years, and foregoing a breath of country air, after weary months of toil in the hot city, to comfort a simple family hovering piteously about a little white casket. These are attitudes far more impressive than the ceremonious exercise of their loftiest ecclesiastical functions. Many lines of evidence from the side of reason converge on the biblical teaching that civil government is a divine institution. Perhaps one of the most striking features of our later American growth is the colossal selfishness of our people. The habit of freedom from restraint is fast hardening into a lawlessness of character. Listen to some of the palliating expressions with which our legal atmosphere is permeated. Indiscreet and untactful, the unwritten law, swift justice, murder, a fine art. And remember that these are the terms that play around that triangle of corrupt judge, dallying lawyer, and bribed and illiterate jury, all conspiring to shove by justice with technicalities. And what are those sinister figures flitting and stalking through the land? The lawmaker with his spoils, the rioter with his rock, the anarchist with his bomb, the assassin thrusting out his black hand, the lyncher with his battering ram, his rope and his rifle. These are some of the outside lawless who conspire with the inside lawless to make a scarecrow of American law, making it the perch and not the terror of the birds of prey. And who knows how soon all of these lawless ones may stand up together and with a monarch's voice cry havoc in the confines of this republic. But we must be conscious of our Heavenly Father behind the earthly type. This, unmistakably, is the significance of the biblical words, to obey your parents in the Lord, to be obedient unto your masters as unto Christ, to fear God in honoring the face of the old man, to be subject unto rulers as the ministers of God. And this leads us to the great leveling truth that we are all equally accountable to our Heavenly Father, that we are nations and individuals, in the high thought of Lincoln, under God. This command carries with it the promise of a reward, restated by Paul, "Honor thy father and thy mother, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest live long on the earth." In fact, this is the logic of life. This retributive justice is bound up in the laws of nature. Plants that array themselves against these laws wither and die. And higher up in the animal kingdom, Kipling's verse tells us that this inexorable sequence prevails. And these are the laws of the jungle, and many and mighty are they. But the head and the hoof of the law is, and the haunch and the hump is, obey. And it is true that obedience in a human being conduces to a long and prosperous life. The beautiful truth is gradually emerging in science and theology that religion is healthful. As one of my discerning fathers was often wont to say, the whole Bible is a textbook of advanced biology, telling men how they may gain the fuller life. Here and there the obedient die early, you say? Yes, and this fact sounds the deeper spiritual import of this promise. For they, sooner than we, enter upon that eternal life, and pass over into that greener Canaan, to that inheritance incorruptible and undefiled. Standing one afternoon in the gallery of the Louvre in Paris, a vision of the perfect adjustment of our seemingly conflicting relations to Caesar and to God shone forth to me in the divine gesture of the master in Da Vinci's wonderful painting of the Last Supper, where the hand turned downward lays hold of the things of earth, and the hand turned upward grips the things which are eternal. both of which obligations are glorified in those later words of the Savior, spoken out of the agony of the cross: Son, behold thy mother; Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit. End of section 41. Section 42. Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Life's Morn, by William C. Jason, Doctor of Divinity, Principal State College for Colored Students, Dover, Delaware. Nature, says one, is like a woman. In the morning she is fresh from her bath, at noon she has on her working dress, and at night she wears her jewels. Nature is most charming in the morning. The following extract from A Picture of Dawn is a tribute Edward Everett pays to the morning. As we proceeded, the timid approach of the twilight became more perceptible. The intense blue of the sky began to soften. The smaller stars, like little children, went first to rest. The sister beams of the Pleiades soon melted together. But the bright constellations of the west and north remained unchanged. Steadily the wondrous transfiguration went on. Hands of angels, hidden from mortal eyes, shifted the scenery of the heavens. The glories of the night dissolved into the glories of the dawn. The blue sky now turned more softly gray. The great watch-stars shut up their holy eyes. The east began to kindle. Faint streaks of purple soon blushed along the sky. The whole celestial concave was filled with the inflowing tides of the morning light, which came pouring down from above in one great ocean of radiance, till at length, as we reached the blue hills, a flash of purple fire blazed out from above the horizon, and turned the dewy teardrops of flower and leaf into rubies and diamonds. In a few seconds the everlasting gates of the morning were thrown wide open, and the Lord of Day, arrayed in glories too severe for the gaze of man, began his state. Nothing but the morning itself is more beautiful than this sublime description. The best of the day is the morning. The brain is clearer, the nerves more steady, the physical powers at their best before the sun reaches its zenith. Weariness waits for noon, and the wise man chooses the morning as the period for his most exacting toil. Of all the year, the springtime is the fairest. Nature wakes from the restful sleep of winter. Grasses grow, flowers bloom, trees put forth their leaves, birds build their nests, and he who hopes for harvest lays the foundations of his future gain. The whole year is lost to him who sleeps or idles away the seed time. Late planting will grow, perhaps, if excessive heat does not kill the seed or wither the shoot, but before it comes to fruitage, the frosts of autumn will blight it, flower and stem and root. Man cannot alter God's plan. There is a time to sow and a time to reap. Life has its seasons also, its springtime, its winter, morning, noon, and night. The Scriptures enjoin us to work while it is called day, for the night cometh when no man can work. In the parable, the rich man who went on a journey appointed each servant a task. To each of us is entrusted some treasure. Each is commanded to work. To labor is man's appointed lot. This is his supreme mission in the world. He cannot avoid it. Even the servant who sought to evade his responsibility went and digged in the earth, resisting the forces which tend to destroy life, surmounting the obstacles to substantial success, breaking down barriers, commercial, civil, social, political, and becoming a factor in the best life of his community, the peer of any in mental and moral qualities, a representative and an advocate of the principles of justice and equality. This is the work of a man. Such efforts do not tax the muscles only, they call forth the energies of the entire being. Foresight, calculation, enterprise, courage, self-control, fertility in resources, the ability to recognize and embrace an opportunity are all required. The inspiration must come from above. All the powers of mind and body must be enlisted. Flagging energies, lashed by an indomitable will, must persevere. Life is real, and life is earnest, wrote the poet. He who does not take life seriously has woefully failed to comprehend its significance. Toil, service, sacrifice, these are the words which tell the true story of a life. Willingly it should be, but if not so, then reluctantly man must toil, serve, sacrifice. For noble ends it should be, but if not so, then for base ends he must toil, serve, sacrifice. With buoyant, hopeful spirit, or with cheerless, heavy heart. Toil, service, sacrifice is the divine decree, irrevocable, eternal. It is my privilege to address the members of the Epworth League, but my thought embraces young people everywhere, especially those of my own race. You live. A definite responsibility is thereby placed upon you, not as a burden to be borne with sadness, but rather as an act of beneficence, has the Creator called you into being and sent you forth upon your mission in the world. He sends you to a world full of beauty. Sunshine, fragrance, and melody are about you, yet you may not be conscious of it. Blindness or perverted vision may cloud the sky and fill the earth with shadows. The clamors of selfish interest or lawless passion may change the harmony into perpetual discord and din. Evil associations, impure thoughts, and unholy practices create false ideas of life. Faults in the life breed errors in the brain, and these reciprocally those again. The mind and conduct mutually imprint and stamp their image in each other's mint. Yet for him who hath eyes to see, the world is full of beauty, nor beauty only, but design is everywhere manifested, revealing the presence of a supreme intelligence and immeasurable love in fitting out for man a perfect habitation. Whatever of wretchedness the world holds is man-made. It is proof positive of a purpose to make man happy that so many instruments of pleasure are placed at his hand. Each sense and organ has its objects of exercise and enjoyment. Every natural instinct, desire, and appetite is recognized, and its proper legitimate indulgence provided for. Blessed are they who find life joyous, and who choose it, not from a fear of death, but for what there is in life. Who can say, I find death perfectly desirable, but I find life perfectly beautiful? You have life and you have youth. You live in life's morn. The springtime of your existence is upon you. Quick perception, swift and keen intelligence, strong limbs, rich, pure blood, and a hope that springs eternal are a portion of the heritage of youth. With faculties unimpaired by age or excesses, you awake to an existence which shall never end, and begin a destiny which shall be whatever you, by the use or abuse of those faculties, shall determine. Hereditary influences count for something. Environment has much to do with the shaping of a life, yet a responsibility without evasion rests upon each individual soul. Not one is saved or lost without his own voluntary contribution toward that end. It is an awful responsibility, commensurate with the rewards offered to integrity and fidelity. The thought that you must stand at the judgment seat and answer for this life should impress the most thoughtless with the importance of seed time. Young people are the lifeblood of the nation, the pillars of the state. The future of the world is wrapped up in the lives of its youth. As these unfold, the pages of history will tell the story of deeds noble and base. Characters resplendent with jewels and ornaments of virtue will be held up for the admiration of the world and the emulation of generations not yet born. others thoughtlessly or willfully ignoring the plain path of duty, dwarfed, blighted, rejected of God and man, will be signposts marking the road to ruin. Think not that moderation will escape notice. You cannot slip by with the crowd. Exceptional instances of vice or virtue attract more temporary notice, but the thought, tone, and general sentiment of a community give the inspiration and the impulse to those who outstrip the masses in the race for a goal of honor or of shame. None so humble but he has his share in molding the destiny of the race. At the last, a just balance will determine your share of praise or blame. Young people should recognize their own worth and resolve to act a noble part. Let no man despise thy youth, says the word. Despise not thou thy youth. Fully appreciating your high privilege and your rich estate, go forth into the world's broad field of battle, determined to make no misuse of your day of opportunity. Be bold, vigilant, and strong. Be true to the noblest instincts of your nature, and have strong faith in God. Call up thy noble spirit. Rouse all the generous energies of virtue, and with the strength of heaven-endued man, repel the hideous foe. Manhood, like gold, is tasted in the furnace. A fire that purifies is fierce and strong. Rare statues gain art's ideal of perfection by skillful strokes of chisel, wielded long. End of section 42. Section 43. Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An address delivered before the House of Representatives of Massachusetts by William H. Lewis, Assistant Attorney General of the United States. Mr. Speaker and members of the House of Representatives, the power of the House to summons forthwith any citizen of the Commonwealth has never been resisted, and so by designation of the Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the order of the House, I'm here in answer to your summons. You have invited me as a member of the liberated race to address you upon this Lincoln's birthday in commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the Emancipation Proclamation. Words would be futile to express my deep appreciation of this high honor, however unworthily bestowed. Twice before have I met this honorable House. I came first as an humble petitioner seeking redress against discrimination on account of color. You then granted my prayer. Some years later I came as a member of this House, the last representative of my race to sit in this body. You treated me then as a man and an equal, and now the honors of an invited guest I shall cherish as long as memory lasts. Today is the anniversary of the birth of Abraham Lincoln, the preserver of the Union, the liberator of a race. The mystic cords of memory, stretching from heart to heart of millions of Americans at this hour, swell the chorus of thanksgiving to the Almighty for the life, character, and service of the great President. For brief, crucial years, he represented the soul of the Union, struggling for immortality, for perpetuity. In him was the spirit of liberty, struggling for a new birth among the children of men. Slavery must die, he said, that the Union may live. We have a Union today because we have emancipation. We have emancipation because we have a united country. Though nearly 50 years have elapsed since his martyr death, and we see his images everywhere, yet Lincoln is no mere legendary figure of an heroic age, done in colors, cast in bronze, or sculptured in marble. He is a living, vital force in American politics and statecraft. The people repeat his wise sayings. Politicians invoke his principles. Men of many political stripes profess to be following in his footsteps. We of this generation can almost see him in the flesh and blood, and hear falling from his lips the sublime words of Gettysburg, the divine music of the Second Inaugural, and the immortal Proclamation of Emancipation. We see this man of mighty thews and sinews, his feet firmly planted in Mother Earth, his head towering in the heavens. He lived among men, but he walked with God. He was himself intensely human, but his sense of right, of justice, seemed to surpass the wisdom of men. A true child of nature, he beheld the races of men in the raw, without the artificial trappings of civilization and the adventitious circumstances of birth or wealth or place, and could see no difference in their natural rights. "The Negro is a man," said he. "My ancient faith tells me that all men are created equal." As a man he was brave, yet gentle, strong, yet tender and sympathetic, with the intellect of a philosopher, yet with the heart of a little child. As a statesman he was prudent, wise, sagacious, far-seeing, and true. As president he was firm, magnanimous, merciful, and just. As a liberator and benefactor of mankind he has no peer in all human history. As Lowell said in his famous Commemoration Ode, it still must be said, "Great captains, with their guns and drums, disturb our judgment for the hour. But at last silence comes. These are all gone, and standing like a tower, our children shall behold his fame, the kindly, earnest, brave, foreseeing man, sagacious, patient, dreading praise, not blame, new birth of our new soil, the first American." There are only three great charters of freedom among Anglo-Saxon peoples: the Magna Carta, which the barons wrung from King John at Runnymede; the Declaration of Independence, which a few colonials threw at the head of an obstinate king; the Emancipation Proclamation, which Lincoln cast into the balance for the Union. The Magna Carta gave freedom to the nobility. The Declaration of Independence brought freedom down to the plain people. The Proclamation of Abraham Lincoln set free the underman and proclaimed liberty to the slave and the serf throughout the world. Massachusetts had no small part in the second great charter of liberty. This is attested not only by the signatures of Hancock, the Adamses, Payne, and Gerry to that great document, but here are Boston, Concord, Lexington, and Bunker Hill, and 1,000 memorials of the Revolution besides. Great indeed as was the part that Massachusetts played in achieving independence, greater still was her share in the emancipation of the slave. Lincoln himself said that Boston had done more to bring on the war than any other city, and when emancipation had been achieved he generously credited the result to the logic and moral power of Garrison and the anti-slavery people. This day, therefore, belongs to Massachusetts. It is a part of her glorious history. Emancipation was but the triumph of Puritan principle, the right of each individual to eat his bread out of the sweat of his own brow, or not at all. The history of the abolition of slavery in America could not be written with Massachusetts left out. The history of Massachusetts herself since the Revolution would be but a dreary, barren waste without the chapter of her part in the emancipation. The House does well to pause in its deliberations to commemorate this anniversary. In 1837, your predecessors threw open the old Hall of Representatives to the first meeting of the New England Anti-Slavery Society. A year later, the legislature adopted resolutions against the slave trade, for the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia, and the prohibition of slavery in the territories. The fathers early enacted that there should be neither bond slaves nor villeinage amongst us except captives taken in just wars, and those condemned judicially to serve. When it was attempted to land the first cargo of slaves upon her soil, the people seized them and sent them back to their own country and clime. In spite of the prayers and resolutions and acts of the early fathers, a form of slavery grew up here, but it was milder than the English villeinage. It resembled apprenticeship except in the duration. The slave had many of the rights of free men, the right to marry and the right to testify in court. Either with the decision of Somerset's case in England or the adoption of the first Constitution of the Commonwealth during the Revolution, that institution passed away forever. The voices of freedom were first raised here. Whittier, Lowell, and Longfellow sang the songs of emancipation. Garrison, Phillips, and Parker were the prophets and disciples of Lincoln. In the darkest days of slavery, John Quincy Adams held aloft the torch of liberty and fed its flame with his own intrepid spirit. Sumner was the scourge of God, the conscience of the state incarnate. The people of Massachusetts were not only idealists, dreamers, and molders of public opinion, but when 30 years of agitation had reached its culmination in the Civil War, Massachusetts sent 150,000 of her sons to sustain upon the battlefields of the Republic the ideals which she had advocated in the halls of Congress, in the Forum and the marketplace. The people of Massachusetts, true to their history and traditions, have abolished here, so far as laws can do so, every discrimination between race and color, and every inequality between man and man. I have recalled these things for no vainglorious purpose. We should remind ourselves constantly that we have a history behind us, that we have a character to sustain. Are we, of this generation, worthy descendants of tea spillers and abolitionists? Are we living up to the traditions of the Commonwealth, to the principles of the fathers in relation to the treatment of citizens of color? I have observed with aching heart and agonizing spirit during the last 20 years not only the growing coldness and indifference on the part of our people to the fate of the Negro elsewhere, but here in our own city the breaking up of the old ties of friendship that once existed between people of color and all classes of citizens just after emancipation, the gradual falling away of that sympathy and support upon which we could always confidently rely in every crisis. I have watched the spirit of race prejudice raise its sinister shape in the labor market, in the business house, the real estate exchange, in public places, and even in our schools, colleges, and churches. I say all this with pain and sorrow. I would be the last to soil my own nest, or to utter one word that would reflect in the slightest degree upon Massachusetts or her people. I love inexpressibly every foot of Massachusetts soil, from the Berkshires to Essex, from the Capes to the islands off our southern coast. I have studied her history, I know her people, and when I have played out the little game with destiny, I want to rest upon some Massachusetts hillside. I can never forget the emotions that filled my breast when first I set foot in Boston just a quarter of a century ago, a Negro lad in search of education, freedom, and opportunity. As I walked these sacred streets I lived over the Revolution, I saw them peopled with the mighty men of the past. I hastened to make my obeisance first to the spot where Attucks fell, the first martyr of the Revolution. I next looked out upon Bunker Hill, where Peter Salem stood guard over the fallen Warren. I said to myself, here at last no black man need be ashamed of his race. Here he has made history. And then to scenes of still another period I turned my gaze. I looked upon the narrow streets where Garrison was mobbed for my sake. I viewed the place where a few brave men gave Shadrach to freedom and to fame. The pictured walls of the old cradle of liberty seemed still to echo to the silvery tones of Phillips. The molded face of Governor Andrew spoke a benediction. I know not what record of sins awaits me in that other life, but this I do know, I never despised any man because he was ignorant, because he was poor, or because he was black. I felt that here at last was liberty, and here I would make my home. You say to me, certainly you can find no fault. I gratefully acknowledge the debt which I owe the people of Massachusetts, but I cannot forget my brethren here. I cannot forget my children too, who were born here, and by the blessings of God and your help, I will leave to them and their children a freer and better Massachusetts even than I have found her. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. I want upon this day to remind Massachusetts of her old ideals of liberty, justice, equality for all beneath her pure white flag. Laws, customs, institutions are nothing unless behind them stands a vital, living, throbbing public sentiment in favor of their enforcement in the spirit as well as in the letter. My friends, unless we can stay the rising tide of prejudice, unless we can hark back to our old ideals and old faiths, our very statues and memorials will some day mock us and cry shame upon us. National emancipation was the culmination of a moral revolution such as the world has never seen. It was not, as Garrison intended, a peaceful revolution, the unanimous verdict of an awakened national conscience. 30 years of fierce agitation and fiercer politics made an appeal to arms absolutely certain. A conflict of arms brought on by a conflict of opinion was bound to be followed by a conflict of opinion, whichever side won. So for 50 years since emancipation, there has been more or less conflict over the Negro and his place in the Republic. The results of that conflict have in many instances been oppressive and even disastrous to his freedom. Many things incidental to emancipation and vital to complete freedom are unfortunately still in the controversial stages. The right of the Negro to cast a ballot on the same qualifications as his other fellow citizens is not yet conceded everywhere. Public sentiment has not yet caught up with the Constitution, nor is it in accord with the principles of true democracy. The right of the Negro to free access to all public places and to exact similar treatment therein is not universal in this country. He is segregated by law in some sections. He is segregated by custom in others. He is subjected to many petty annoyances and injustices, and ofttimes deep humiliation solely on account of his color. The explanation of this reactionary tendency sometimes given is that the Negro is only a generation from slavery. It should not be forgotten that individuals of every other race in history have at some time been held slaves. The bondage of Israel is today only an epic poem. The Greek slave adorns simply a niche in some palace of art. The Servii of Rome instructed the masters of the world. The Anglo-Saxon has not only worn the Roman and Norman collars, but individuals of that race were sold as slaves in the West Indies as late as the 17th century. White men have enslaved white men. Black men have enslaved black men. The place of human slavery in the divine economy I do not understand, nor do I defend it. I am glad that the human race has long since passed that stage in its development. No race has a right to lord it over another or seek to degrade it because of a history of servitude. All have passed through this cruel experience. The history of the black race is a little more recent, that is all. The fact of slavery, therefore, should not impose the slightest limitation upon the liberty of the Negro or restriction upon his rights as a man and citizen. The one great phase of the race question agitating the country today is that of intermarriage and miscegenation. It is a serious question. It is a vital question. No one will deny the right of any man to protect his family stock, or the right of a group to preserve its racial integrity. The facts show, however, that laws, however stringent, will not accomplish it. I submit for the serious consideration of the American people that the only danger of infusion from the Negro side is simply one thing, and that is summed up in one word: injustice. Why is it that thousands of colored men and women go over to the other side, pass, as we say? It is for no other purpose than to escape the social ostracism and civic disabilities of the Negro. Why is it that we see so many pathetic attempts to be white? It is simply to escape injustice. In a country where every opportunity is open to the white, in business, in society, in government, and the door shut against or reluctantly opened to the black, the natural unconscious effort of the black is to get white. Where black is a badge of an inferior caste position in society, the natural effort of the black is to find some method of escape. I do not advocate intermarriage. I do not defend miscegenation. The same thing is true today as it was true in the time of Lincoln. In his debates with Douglas in 1858, he noted that among the free states, those which make the colored man the nearest equal to the white have proportionally the fewest mulattoes, the least amalgamation. I submit, therefore, that the only sure way to put an end to this tendency or desire, so far as the Negro is concerned, is to accord him all his public and political rights, and to treat each individual upon his merits as a man and citizen, according to him such recognition as his talents, his genius, his services to the community or the state entitles him. Make black, brown, yellow the open sesame to the same privileges and the same opportunities as the white, and no one will care to become white. Upon this day, which commemorates the emancipation of the black and the larger freedom of the white race, the redemption of the state and the birth of a new nation, I would bring to you a message not of blackness and despair, but of hope, hope triumphant, hope that Watts has pictured as blind with one string to her lyre, that sees not the star just ahead, but sits supreme at the top of the world. Emancipation redeemed the precious promises of the Declaration of Independence. It rid the Republic of its one great inconsistency, a government of the people resting upon despotism. It rescued the ship of state from the rocks of slavery and sectionalism, and set her with sails full and chart and compass true once more upon the broad ocean of humanity, to lead the world to the haven of true human brotherhood. We have encountered storms and tempests at times. The waves of race antipathy have run high, and the political exigencies of the hour seem to overcast the heavens with clouds of darkness and despair. Yet I have never lost faith, because the fathers set her course, and God, the master mariner, has ever been at the helm. In giving freedom to the slaves, we ensured freedom to the free. In a country where all men were free, none could be slaves. Emancipation raised labor to its true dignity and gave a new impetus to industry, commerce, and civilization. Under free labor, men of many climes have come here to help develop the natural resources of the country, and the nation has entered upon a period of progress such as the world has never before witnessed in any time or place. What of the Negro himself? Has he justified emancipation? The statistics of his physical, intellectual, and material progress are known to all. He has increased his numbers nearly threefold. The Negro population is today nearly 3 times that of the whole country at the time of the adoption of the Constitution. It is nearly 3 times that of New England in 1860. He has reduced his illiteracy to 30%. He owns nearly $700 million worth of property, including nearly 1 million homes. He has shown that his tutelage in American civilization has not been vain, that he could live under the most trying and oppressive conditions. 3 milestones in his progress have been reached and passed. First, the North and South agree that the abolition of slavery was right and just. Second, the people of the North and South agree that every industrial opportunity shall be given to the Negro. Third, the right of the Negro to be educated and the duty of the state to see to it that he has every opportunity for education are established. Public opinion has settled forever the right of the Negro to be free to labor and to educate. These 3 things constitute no slight advance. They are the fundamental rights of civilization. The prophecy of Lincoln has been fulfilled that emancipation would be an act which the world will forever applaud and God must forever bless. Moreover, it should not be forgotten, as Bancroft the historian has said, that it is in part to the aid of the Negro in freedom that the country owes its success in its movement of regeneration, that the world of mankind owes the continuance of the United States as an example of a republic. The American Negro in freedom has brought new prestige and glory to his country in many ways. Tanner, a Georgia boy, is no longer a Negro artist, but an American artist whose works adorn the galleries of the world. Paul Laurence Dunbar, an American poet, who, singing songs of his race, voicing its sorrows and griefs with unrivaled lyric sweetness and purity, has caught the ear of the world. The matchless story of Booker Washington, the American educator, is told in many tongues and in many lands. The history of the world has no such chapter as the Negro's 50 years of freedom. The duty of the hour is to unshackle him and make him wholly free. When the Negro is free from the vexatious annoyances of color and has only the same problems of life as any other men, his contribution to the general welfare of his country will be greater than ever before. Whatever be his present disadvantages and inequalities, one thing is absolutely certain, that nowhere else in the world does so large a number of people of African descent enjoy so many rights and privileges as here in America. God has not placed these 10 million here upon the American continent, in the American Republic, for naught. There must be some work for them to do. He has given to each race some particular part to play in our great national drama. I predict that within the next 50 years, all these discriminations, disfranchisements, and segregation will pass away. Antipathy to color is not natural, and the fear of 10 by 80 millions of people is only a spook of politics, a ghost summoned to the banquet to frighten the timid and foolish. I care nothing for the past. I look beyond the present. I see a great country with her territory stretching from the rising to the setting sun, with a climate as varied as a tropical day and an Arctic night, with a soil blessed by the fruits of the earth and nourished by the waters under it. I see a great country tenanted by untold millions of happy, healthy human beings, men of every race that God has made out of one blood to inherit the earth, a great human family governed by righteousness and justice, not by greed and fear, in which peace and happiness shall reign supreme. Men more and more are beginning to realize that the common origin and destiny of the human race give to each species the right to occupy the earth in peace, prosperity, and plenty, and that the duty of each race is to promote the happiness of all. The movements for social and industrial justice and the right of the people to rule are worldwide. The American people are fast losing their provincial character. They are today a great world power with interests and possessions upon every part of the globe. Their horizon is the world. They are thinking in terms of the universe and speaking in the tongues of all men. With the widening of men's visions, they must realize that the basis of true democracy and human brotherhood is the common origin and destiny of the human race, that we are all born alike, live alike, and die alike, that the laws of man's existence make absolutely no distinction. I wandered recently into Westminster Abbey. I beheld all around me the images and effigies of the illustrious and the great. kings, rulers, statesmen, poets, patriots, explorers, and scientists. I trampled upon the graves of some. I stood before the tombs of kings, some dead 12 centuries. There the wisest and merriest of monarchs and the most pious and dissolute of kings slept side by side. As illustrating the vanity of triumphs of personal glory, on one side of the chapel of Henry VII rests Mary, Queen of Scots, and almost directly opposite, all that remains of Elizabeth, her executioner. I stood before the tomb of the great Napoleon. I wandered through his palaces at Versailles and Fontainebleau, with all of their magnificence and splendor, and I recalled the period of his power and glory among men, and yet he too died. Then I passed a potter's field, and I looked upon the graves of the unknown, graves of the pauper and the plebe, and I realized that they were at last equal, those who slept in Valhalla and those who slept in the common burying ground, and that they would each and all hear the first or the second trump of the resurrection, according to the deeds done in the body and the flesh, according to whether they were good or evil. In the democracy of death all are equal. Then, men, my brothers, our duty is to make life in human society the same great democracy of equality of rights, of privileges, of opportunities for all the children of men. There is nothing else worth while. God grant to the American people this larger view of humanity, this greater conception of human duty, in a movement for democracy, for social and industrial justice, for the complete emancipation of the Negro from the disabilities of color. Massachusetts must now, as in the past, point the way. If we fail here, with traditions and history such as are ours behind us, can we succeed elsewhere? The great emancipator speaks to us at this hour and furnishes the solution for all our race problems. Let us discard all this quibbling about this man and the other man, this race and the other race being inferior and therefore must be placed in an inferior position. Let us discard all these things and unite as one people throughout this land until we shall once more stand up declaring that all men are created equal. God grant that the American people, year by year, may grow more like Lincoln in charity, justice, and righteousness to the end that the government of the people, for the people, by the people, shall not perish from the earth. End of section 43. Section 44, Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Life of Social Service as Exemplified in David Livingstone, by Alice Moore Dunbar. Hamilton Wright Mabie says that the question for each man to settle is not what he would do if he had means, time, influence, and educational advantages, but what he will do with the things he has. In all history there are few men who have answered this question. Among them none have answered it more effectively than he whom we have gathered to honor tonight, David Livingstone. The term social service, which is on everyone's lips now, was as yet uncoined when David Livingstone was born, but it was none the less true that without overmuch prating of the ideal which is held up to the man of today as the only one worth striving for, the sturdy pioneers of Livingstone's day and ilk realized to the highest the ideal of man's duty to his fellow man. The life of David Livingstone is familiar to all of you. From your childhood you have known the brief data of his days. He was born in Lanarkshire, Scotland, March 19, 1813. He began working in a cotton factory at the age of 10, and for 10 years thence educated himself, reading Latin, Greek, and finally pursuing a course of medicine and theology, in which he graduated. In 1840, firmly believing in his call, he offered his services to the London Missionary Society, by whom he was ordained and sent as a medical missionary to South Africa, where he commenced his labors. In 1849 he discovered Lake Ngami. In 1852 he explored the Zambezi River. In 1856 he discovered the wonderful Victoria Falls, and then returned to England, where he was overwhelmed with honors. In 1857 he published his first book, hardly realizing that it was an epoch-making volume, and that he had made an unprecedented contribution alike to literature, science, and religion. In the same year he severed his connection with the Missionary Society, believing that he could best work unhampered by its restrictions. He was appointed British consul for the east coast of Africa and commander of an expedition to explore eastern and central Africa. He discovered Lakes Sherwa and Nyassa in 1859, published his second book during a visit to England, 1864-65. He returned to Africa, started to explore the interior, and was lost to the world for 2 years. He reappeared in 1867, having solved the problem of the sources of the Nile. From then until 1871, when he was found by Stanley, suffering the most pitiful privations, his was a record of important discoveries and explorations. After parting with Stanley in 1872, he continued his explorations and died in 1873. His body was interred in Westminster Abbey in 1874. This is a meager account of the life of David Livingstone. The romance and wonder of it do not appear on the surface. The splendor of the heroic soul is lost in the dry chronology of dates. The marvelous achievement of self-sacrifice is not visible. Yet the wildest fantasies of medieval troubadours pale into insignificance when placed side by side with the life story of David Livingstone. What has this modern romance in it for the man of today? An infinity of example, of hope, of the gleam to follow. The most salient thing about Livingstone's early life is the toil and the privation which he endured gladly in order to accomplish that which he had set himself to do. Listen to his own words in describing the long hours spent in the cotton mill. Here he kept up his studies by placing his book on the top of the machine so that he could catch sentence after sentence as he passed his work, learning how completely to abstract his mind from the noises about him. Looking back now on that life of toil, I cannot but feel thankful that it formed such a material part of my early education, and were it possible, I would like to begin life over again in the same lowly style, and to pass through the same hardy training. I wonder how many of the modern men, whose privations in early life in no wise approached those of our hero, look back with gratitude upon their early days. Are we not prone to excuse and condone our shortcomings, either of character or of achievement, by murmuring at the hard fate which deprived us of those advantages which more fortunate brothers and sisters enjoyed in infancy and youth? Do we not today swing too far in the direction of sickly sentimentality, and incline to wrap ourselves and those about us in the deadening cotton wool of too much care? Were it not better if a bit more of the leaven of sturdy struggle were introduced into the life of the present-day youth? Strength of character and strength of soul will rise to their own, no matter what the struggles be to force them upward. In keeping with this studious concentration, which is shown in his work in the cotton mill, was Livingstone's ideal of thorough preparation for his work. On his first missionary journey, before penetrating into the interior, he stopped at a little station, Lepelole, and there for 6 months cut himself off from all European society in order to gain an insight into the habits, ways of thinking, laws, and language of the natives. To this he ascribed most of his success as a missionary and explorer, for Livingstone's way was ever the gentle method of those who comprehend, not the harsh cruelty of those who feel superior to the ones among whom they work. In a day whose superficiality is only equaled by the ease with which we gloze over the faults of the unprepared, this bit of information of Livingstone's preparation comes like a refreshing reminder that true worth is always worth while. When Livingstone gave up his purely missionary labors and turned his life channel into the stream of scientific investigation, the same thoroughness of preparation is shown. He did not work for immediate results, attained by shallow touching of the surface, or for hasty conclusions. His was the close observation and careful and accurate deductions of the mind trained by science to be patient and await results. Rather than be inaccurate, he would wait until he knew he was correct. A quarter of a century after Livingstone died, a compatriot of his, Robert Louis Stevenson, said that among the hardest tasks that life sets for man is to await occasions and hurry never. Livingstone learned this thoroughly. In keeping with the quietness, simplicity, and thoroughness of this truly great man was the meeting between him and Stanley, when that redoubtable youth found him in the heart of the dark continent. Life is essentially a dramatic thing, for as Carlyle says, is not every deathbed the fifth act of a tragedy? But I sometimes think that we miss the drama and poetry of everyday life because it seems so commonplace. We look abroad and afar for great moments, and great moments pass unheeded each hour. So to those two, the toil-worn and weary explorer and the youthful Stanley, full of enthusiasm, albeit dimmed by the hardships and disappointments of his long search, that moment of first meeting must have seemed essentially commonplace. There was a wonder in the encounter, but like all great emotions and great occasions, there was a simplicity, so that the greetings were as commonplace as if occurring in a crowded street. 30 years had passed since the explorer had dedicated himself to the task of making the world know Africa, and he was an old man, worn out, bent, frail, and sorrow-stricken. But courage was unfaltering, faith undimmed, power unabated. Had Stanley been a few months later, much of his work would have been lost, and his death even more pitiful than it was, yet he could smile and be patient and unhurried. As Stanley phrases it, suppose Livingstone, following the custom of other travelers, had hurried to the coast after he had discovered Lake Bangweolo to tell the news to the geographical world, then had returned to discover Moero and run away again, then come back once more to discover Camelando and to race back again. But no, he not only discovers the Chambezi, Lake Bangweolo, Luapula River, Lake Moero, Lualaba River, and Lake Camelando, but he still tirelessly urges his steps forward to put the final completion to the map of the grand lacustrine river system. Had he followed the example of ordinary explorers, he would have been running backwards and forwards to tell the news instead of exploring, and he might have been able to write a volume upon the discovery of each lake and earn much money thereby. This was no negative exploration. It was the hard, earnest labor of years, self-abnegation, enduring patience, and exalted fortitude, such as ordinary men fail to exhibit. And he had achieved a wonderful deed. The finding of the poles, north and south, is no greater feat than his. For, after all, what is it to humanity that the magnetic pole, north or south, is a few degrees east or west of a certain point in the frozen seas and barren ice mountains? What can humanity offer as a reward to those whose bodies lie under cairns of ice, save a barren recognition of their heroism? What have their lives served beyond that of examples of heroism and determination? Bronze tablets will record their deeds, but no races will arise in future years to call them blessed. Cold marble will enshrine their memory, but there will be no fair commerce, nor civilization, nor the thankful prayers of those who have been led to know God. In his earlier years of exploration, Livingstone became convinced that the success of the white missionary in a field like Africa is not to be reckoned by the tale of doubtful conversions he can send home each year, that the proper work of such men was that of pioneering opening up, starting new ground, leaving native agents to work it out in detail. The whole of his subsequent career was a carrying out of this idea. It was the idea of commerce, bringing the virgin country within the reach of the world, putting the natives in that relation to the rest of humanity which would most nearly make for their efficiency, if not in their own generation, at least in the next. Shall we not say that this is the truest ideal of social service, to plan not for the present but for the future, to be content not with the barren achievement of exploration, the satisfaction that comes with the saying, "I'm the first who has trod this soil," but to be able to say, "Through me generations may be helped." Says a biographer of Dr. Livingstone, his work in exploration is marked by rare precision and by a breadth of observation which will make it forever a monument to the name of one of the most intrepid travelers of the 19th century. His activity embraced the field of the geographer, naturalist, benefactor of mankind, and it can justly be said that his labors were the first to lift the veil from the dark continent. During the 30 years of his work, he explored alone over 1/3 of the vast continent, a feat which no single explorer has ever equaled. But it must be remembered that even though he had severed his connection with the missionary society, that he regarded himself to the last as a pioneer missionary. One of the most fascinating subjects of controversy since the time of Herodotus was the problem of the source of the Nile. Poetry, from the description of the Garden of Eden and the writings of Ptolemy to the Kubla Khan of Coleridge, ran rife over the 4 fountains out of which flowed the wonderful river. To Livingstone was reserved the supreme honor of settling for all time the secret of this most poetic river of mystery. Long ere this he had been honored with a gold medal from the Royal Geographical Society. How futile must the bit of metal have seemed to this dark, silent man, whose mind had grown away from bauble and tinsel, and who had learned in the silences the real value of the trinkets of the world. When he had discovered the Victoria Falls, he had completed in 2 years and a half the most remarkable and most fruitful journey on record, reconstructed the map of Africa, and given the world some of the most valuable land it ever could possess. The vast commercial fields of ivory were opened up to trade. The magnificent power of the Victoria Falls laid bare to the sight of civilized man. We can imagine him standing on the brink of the thunderous cataract of the Victoria, gazing at its waters as they dashed and roared over the brink of the precipice. Like stout Cortez, when with eagle eyes he stared at the Pacific, and all his men looked at each other with a wild surmise, silent upon a peak in Darien. To this man who had opened up a continent, who had penetrated not only into the heart of the forest, but had made himself one with the savages who were its denizens, who knew and understood them as human beings and not as beasts, the slavery trade was, as he expressed it, the open sore of Africa. Over and again he voiced his belief that the Negro freeman was 100 times more valuable than the slave. He repeatedly enjoined those who had the fitting out of his expeditions not to send him slaves to accompany him on his journeys, but freemen, as they were more trustworthy. He voiced the fundamental truth that he who is his own master is he who obeys and believes in his master. The slave trade in Africa was dealt its death blow by Dr. Livingstone. Portugal had foisted the shame of centuries upon the dark continent and openly defied decency and honor. Livingstone's example and his death acted like an inspiration, filling Africa with an army of explorers and missionaries, and raising in Europe so powerful a feeling against the slave trade that it may be considered as having received its death blow. Dear to his heart was Lincoln, the emancipator, an ideal hero whom he consistently revered. Away to the southwest from Camolondo is a large lake which discharges its waters by the important river Lamami into the great Lualaba. To this lake, known as the Chobungo by the natives, Dr. Livingstone gave the name of Lincoln, in memory of him for whom your noble institution was named. This was done because of a vivid impression produced on his mind by hearing a portion of Lincoln's inauguration speech from an English pulpit, which related to the causes that induced him to issue the Emancipation Proclamation. To the memory of the man whom Livingstone revered, he has contributed a monument more durable than brass or stone. This strange, seemingly almost ascetic man sets before us of today an almost impossible standard of living. One idea mastered him to give Africa to the world. His life was a success, as all lives must be which have a single aim. Life was clear, elemental almost to him, and to the man whose ambition is a unit, who sees but one goal, shining clearly ahead. Success is inevitable, though it may be masked under the guise of poverty and hardship. Livingstone had a higher and nobler ambition than the mere pecuniary sum he might receive, or the plaudits of the unthinking multitude. He followed the dictates of duty. Never was such a willing slave to that abstract virtue. His inclination impelled him home, the fascinations of which it required the sternest resolves to resist. With every foot of new ground he traveled over, he forged a chain of sympathy which should hereafter bind all other nations to Africa. If he were able to complete this chain, a chain of love by actual discovery and description of the people and nations that still lived in darkness, so as to attract the good and charitable of his own land to bestir themselves for their redemption and salvation, this Livingstone would consider an ample reward. A delirious and fatuous enterprise, a quixotic scheme, some will say. Not so. He builded better than even he knew, or dared hope, and posterity will reap the reward. The missionary starting out must resolve to bear poverty, suffering, hardship, and if need be, to lose his life. The explorer must resolve to be impervious to exquisite little tortures, to forget comforts, and be a stranger to luxuries, to lose his life even, in order that the world may add another line or dot to its maps. The explorer missionary must do all these things, and add to them the zeal for others that shall illumine his labors and make him at one with God. David Livingstone had all these qualities, coupled with the sublime indifference of the truly great to the mere side issues of life. You and I sit down to our comfortable meals, sleep in our well-appointed beds, read our Bibles with perfunctory boredom, and babble an occasional prayer for those who endure hardships, when we are reminded from the pulpit to do so. When we read of some awful calamity such as has blazoned across the pages of history within the past few weeks, we shudder that men should lay down their lives in the barren wastes of ice. When we read of the 30 years of steady suffering which Livingstone endured in the forests of Africa, the littleness of our own lives comes home to us with awful realization. You who fear to walk the streets with a coat of last year's cut, listen to his half-whimsical account of how he came to the Cape in 1852 with a black coat 11 years out of fashion, and Mrs. Livingstone and the children half naked. You who shudder at the tale of a starving child in the papers, and lamely wonder why the law allows such things, read his recital of the sufferings of his wife and little ones during the days without water under a tropic sun, and of the splendid heroism of the mother who did not complain, and the father who did not dare meet her eye for fear of the unspoken reproach therein. He was never in sufficient funds, and what little means he could gather here and there were often stolen from him, or he found himself cheated out of what few supplies he could get together to carry on his travels. Months of delay occurred, and sometimes it seemed that all his labors and struggles would end in futility, that the world would be little better for his sufferings, yet that patient Christian fortitude sustained him with unfaltering courage through the most distressing experiences. Disease, weakening, piteous, unromantic, unheroic, wasted his form. Ulcers, sores, horrible and hideous, made his progress slow, and his work sometimes a painful struggle over what many a man would have deemed impossible barriers. The loss of his wife came to him 12 years after she had elected to cast in her lot with his, but like Brutus of old, he could exclaim, with meditating that she must die once, I have the patience to endure it now. Stanley could but marvel at such patience. On that memorable day when they met, and the younger man gave the doctor his letters, he tells how Livingstone kept the letter-bag on his knee, then presently opened it, looked at the letters contained there, read one or two of his children's letters, his face in the meanwhile lighting up. He asked me to tell him the news. No, doctor, said I, read your letters first, which I am sure you must be impatient to read. Ah, said he, I have waited years for letters, and I've been taught patience. To you, of the younger generation, what a marvel, what a world of meaning in those words, I've been taught patience. We who fret and chafe because the whole world will not bend its will to our puny strivings, and turn its whole course that we might have our unripe desires fulfilled, should read and reread of the man who could wait because he knew that time and all eternity would be bent to meet his desires in time. Livingstone's is a character that we cannot help but venerate, that calls forth all one's enthusiasm, that evokes nothing but sincerest admiration. He was sensitive, but so is any man of a high mind and generous nature. He was sensitive on the point of being doubted or criticized by the easy-chair geographers, lolling comfortably in their clubs and scanning through their monocles the maps which the hard-working travelers had made. He was humble-souled, as are all the truly great. His gentleness never forsook him, his hopefulness never deserted him. No harassing anxiety, distraction of mind, long separation from home and kindred could make him complain. He thought all would come out right at last, such faith had he in the goodness of Providence. The sport of adverse circumstances, the plaything of the miserable slaves which were persistently sent him from Zanzibar, baffled and worried even almost to the grave. Yet he would not desert the charge imposed upon him. To the stern dictates of duty alone did he sacrifice his home and ease, the pleasures, refinements, and luxuries of civilized life. His was the Spartan heroism, the inflexibility of the Roman, the enduring heroism of the Englishman, never to relinquish his work, though his heart yearned for home, never to surrender his obligations until he could write finis to his work. Yet who shall say that the years spent alone at the very heart of nature had not made him the possessor of that inward eye which, as Wordsworth says, is the bliss of solitude? For many years he lived in Africa, deprived of books, and yet when Stanley found him, he learned to his surprise that Livingstone could still recite whole poems from Byron, Burns, Tennyson, Longfellow, and other great poets. The reason is found in the fact that all his life he lived within himself. He lived in a world in which he revolved inwardly, out of which he awoke only to attend to his immediate practical necessities. It was a happy inner world, peopled with his own friends, acquaintances, relatives, readings, ideas, and associations. Blessed is the man who has found the inner life more real than the trivial outer one. To him mere external annoyances are but as the little insects which he may brush away at will. No man can be truly great who has not built up for himself a subjective world into which he may retire at will. The little child, absorbed in a mythical land, peopled by fairies and Prince Charmings, is nearest to possessing such an inner life, and we must become as little children. To some it is a God-given gift. Others may acquire it, as Jack London tells us, by going into the waste places, and there sitting down with our souls. There comes then the overwhelming realization of the charms and beauties of nature. Man is a pygmy, an abstraction, an unreality. This had come to our hero. Added to the strength of his inner life, Livingstone had the deep sympathy with nature in all her moods. He became enthusiastic when he described the beauties of the Morero scenery, the splendid mountains, tropical vegetation, thundering cataracts, noble rivers, stirred his soul into poetic expression. His tired spirit expended in the presence of the charms of nature, he could never pass through an African forest with its solemn stillness and serenity without wishing to be buried quietly under the dead leaves where he would be sure to rest undisturbed. In England there was no elbow room. The graves were often desecrated, and ever since he had buried his wife in the woods of Shupanga, he had sighed for just such a spot where his weary bones would receive the eternal rest they coveted. But even this last wish was denied him, and the noisy honors and crowded crypt of Westminster Abbey claimed him. Far away from the splendid solitude he craved, all Africa should have been his tomb. He should never have been forced to share with hundreds of others a meager and scant resting place. Yet there is food for rejoicing in the knowledge that though his body was borne away, his heart was buried by his beloved natives in the forest. The study of Dr. Livingstone would not be even superficially complete if we did not take the religious side of his character into consideration. By religion we do not mean the faith he professed, the particular tenets he believed, the special catechism he studied, or any hair-splitting doctrine he might have upheld, but that deeper ethical side of manhood without which there can be no true manhood. Livingstone's religion was not of the theoretical kind, but it was a constant, earnest, sincere practice. It was neither demonstrative nor loud, but manifested itself in a quiet, practical way, and was always at work. It was not aggressive, nor troublesome, nor impertinent. In him religion exhibited its loveliest features. It governed his conduct not only towards his servants, but towards the natives, the bigoted Mohammedans, and all with whom he came in contact. Without it, Livingstone, with his ardent temperament, his enthusiasm, his high spirit and courage, must have become uncompanionable and a hard master. Religion had tamed him and made him a Christian gentleman. The crude and willful were refined and subdued. Religion had made him the most companionable of men and indulgent of masters, a man whose society was pleasurable to a high degree. If his life held for us no other message than this, it would hold enough. Unfortunately, the youth of today is apt to chafe when the ideal of Christianity and manly religion is held up to him. He thinks of the religious man as a milksop, a mollycoddle. He cannot associate him in his mind with the doing of great deeds, the thinking of great thoughts. His ideal of manhood is the ruthless man on horseback, with too often a disregard of the sacred things of life. Sometimes, if the youth of today thinks at all, he runs riot into ethics, forgetting that after all there could be no ethics without a firm base of religion. And so he wastes many precious years before he learns that all the greatest men whom the world has known drew their strength and power from the unseen and the spiritual. We have noticed that Livingstone's religion was not aggressive nor impertinent. Early in his career as a missionary, he recognized the truth that if he were to exercise any influence on the native Africans, it would not be by bringing to them an abstraction in place of their own savage ideals. His influence depended entirely upon persuasion, and by awakening within their minds the sense of right and wrong. We never wished them to do right, he says, because it would be pleasing to us, nor think themselves to blame when they did wrong. Worldly affairs and temporal benefits with the natives were paramount, so he did not force abstractions upon them, but, with a keen insight into human nature as well as into savage human nature, he reached their higher selves through the more worldly. His was a pure and tender-hearted nature, full of humanity and sympathy, modest as a maiden, unconscious of his own greatness, with the simplicity we have noted before, the simplicity of the truly great. His soul could be touched to its depths by the atrocities of the Arab slave traders, yet he forgot his own sufferings in the desire to make others immune from suffering. He had but one rule of life, that which he gave to the Scotch schoolchildren whom he once addressed: fear God and work hard. It is 100 years since this quiet, high-souled man was given the world in the little Scotch village, and yet another 100 may pass away, and still his life will be as a clarion call to the youth of the world to emulate his manhood. For the world needs men now, as it never needed them before. Men, high-minded men, with powers as far above dull brutes endued, in forest, brake, or den, as beasts excel cold rocks and rambles rude. Such a man was Livingstone, not afraid to be meek in order to be great, not afraid to fear God and work hard, not ashamed to stoop in order that he might raise others to his high estate. He gave the world a continent and a conscience. With the lavishness almost of nature herself, he bestowed cataracts and rivers, lakes and mountains, forests and valleys upon his native land. He stirred the soul of the civilized world to the atrocities of the slave trade, and he made it realize that humanity may be found even in the breast of a savage. When he laid down his life in the forest he loved, he laid upon the altar of humanity and science the costliest and sweetest sacrifice that it had known for many a weary age. What message has this life for us today? We, the commonplace, the mediocre, the unknown to fame and fortune, shall we fold our hands when we read of such heroes and say, ah, yes, he could be great, but I am weak and humble. I have not the opportunity. Who was more humble than the poor boy spinning in the cotton mill? Who was less constrained by fortune's frowns than the humble missionary His life brings to us the message of doing well with that little we have. We cannot all be with Perry at the North Pole, nor die the death of the hero, Scott, on the frozen Antarctic continent. It is not given to us to be explorers. It is not given us to be pioneers. We may not discover vast continents, name great lakes, nor gaze with wonder-stricken eyes upon the rolling of a mighty unknown river. But to each and all of us comes the divine opportunity to carve for himself a niche, be it ever so tiny, in the memories of men. We can heed the admonition of Carlyle, be no longer a chaos, but a world, or even a world-kin. Produce, produce, were it but the pitifullest infinitesimal fraction of a product. Produce it in God's name. 'Tis the utmost thou hast in thee. Out with it, then. The life of service, the life of unselfish giving, this must Livingstone's life mean to us. Unselfish, ungrudging lavishing of life and soul, even to the last drop of heart's blood. Service that does not hesitate because the task seems small, or the waiting weary. Service that does not fear to be of no account in the eyes of the world. Truly, indeed, might Wordsworth's apostrophe to Milton be ascribed to him. Thy soul was like a star and dwelt apart. Thou hadst a voice whose sound was like the sea, pure as the naked heavens, majestic, free. So didst thou travel on life's common way, in cheerful godliness, and yet thy heart the lowliest duties on itself did lay. End of section 44. Section 45. Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Education for Manhood by Kelly Miller. We must keep clearly in mind the proposition that the educational process is always under domination of contemporary opinion. The education prescribed for any class is likely to be conditioned upon the presumed relationship of that class to the social body. When woman was regarded as an inferior creature, whose destiny was to serve as a tool and plaything of man, she was accorded only such education as would fit her for this subsidiary function. Any other training was regarded as unnecessary and mischievous. It is only within comparatively recent times, when man began to realize the essential human quality and powers of the female sex, and deemed it not mockery to place her on the same footing with himself, that the comprehensive education of woman has become a possibility. The traditional relation of the American Negro to the society of which he forms a part is too well known to need extensive treatment in this connection. The African slave was introduced into this country as a pure animal instrumentality to perform the rougher work under dominion of his white lord and master. There was not the remotest thought of his human personality. No more account was taken of his higher qualities than of the higher susceptibilities of the lower animals. His mission was considered to be as purely mechanical as that of the ox which pulls the plough. Indeed, his human capabilities were emphatically denied. It was stoutly contended that he did not possess a soul to be saved in the world to come, nor a mind to be enlightened in the world that now is. Under the dominion of this dogma, education was absolutely forbidden him. It became a crime even to attempt to educate this tertium quid, which was regarded as little more than brute and little less than human. The white race, in its arrogant conceit, constituted the personalities, and the Negro the instrumentalities. Man may be defined as a distinction-making animal, he is ever prone to set up barriers between members of his own species and to deny one part of God's human creatures the inalienable birthright vouchsafed to all alike. But the process was entirely logical and consistent with the prevailing philosophy. The anti-slavery struggle stimulated the moral energy of the American people in a manner that perhaps has never had a parallel in the history of vicarious endeavor. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin. In dealing with fundamental principles of human rights and human wrongs involved in the issue of slavery, these moral reformers found that the Negro was a human being, endowed with heart and mind and conscience like as themselves, albeit these powers of personality had long been smothered and imbruted by centuries of suppression and harsh usage. These philanthropists believed in the essential manhood of the Negro. This belief was the chief dynamic of their endeavor. Upon this foundation, they not only broke the Negro's chain, but clothed him with political and civic prerogative as an American citizen. They established schools and colleges and universities for him because they believed in his higher susceptibilities. Today we are almost astounded at the audacity of their faith. They projected a scheme of education comparable with the standards set up for the choicest European youth for a race which had hitherto been submerged below the 0 point of intelligence. These schools and colleges, founded and fostered on this basis, were the beginnings of the best that there is in the race and the highest which it can hope to be. But alas, as the passion engendered by the war grew weaker and weaker, the corresponding belief in the Negro has also declined, and the old dogma concerning his mission as a human tool has begun to reassert itself. In certain sections, the white race has always claimed that the Negro should not be encouraged in the development of personality. The denial of the designation Mr. is suggestive of this disposition. With them, the term Mr. is made to mean a direct designation of personality. There is no objection to such titles as Doctor, Reverend, or Professor, as these connote professional rather than personal quality. Our whole educational activities are under the thrall of this retrograde spirit. We are marking time rather than moving forward. The work is being carried on rather than up. Our bepuzzled pedagogues are seriously reflecting over the query, cui bono? Is it worth while? Few, indeed, are left who have the intensity of belief and the intrepidity of spirit to defend the higher pretensions of the Negro without apology or equivocation. The old form of appeal has become insipid and uninspiring. The ear has become dull to its dinging. The old blade has become blunt and needs a new sharpness of point and keenness of edge. Where now is heard the tocsin call, whose keynote a generation ago resounded from the highlands of Kentucky and Tennessee to the plains of the Carolinas, calling the black youths whose hopes ran high within their bosoms to rise and make for higher things. This clarion note, though still for the nonce, shall not become a lost chord. Its inspiring tones must again appeal to the youth to arise to their higher assertion and exertion. If you wish to reach and inspire the life of the people, the approach must be made not to the intellectual, nor yet to the feelings as the final basis of appeal, but to the manhood that lies back of these. That education of youth, especially the suppressed class, that does not make insistent and incessant appeals to the smothered manhood, I had almost said godhood, within, will prove to be but vanity and vexation of spirit. What boots a few chapters in chemistry, or pages in history, or paragraphs in philosophy, unless they result in an enlarged appreciation of one's own manhood? Those who are to stand in the high places of intellectual, moral, and spiritual leadership of such a people in such a time as this must be made to feel deep down in their own souls their own essential manhood. They must believe that they are created in the image of God, and that nothing clothed in human guise is a more faithful likeness of the original. This must be the dominant note in the education of the Negro. If the note itself is not new, there must at least be a newness of emphasis and insistence. The Negro must learn in school what the white boy absorbs from association and environment. The American white man in his ordinary state is supremely conscious of his manhood prerogative. He may be ignorant or poor or vicious, yet he never forgets that he is a man. But every feature of our civilization is calculated to impress upon the Negro a sense of his inferiority, and to make him feel and believe that he is good for nothing but to be cast out and trodden under foot of other men. A race, like an individual, that compromises its own self-respect, paralyzes and enfeebles its own energies. The motto which should be engraved upon the conscience of every American Negro is that which Milton places in the mouth of his Satanic Majesty: "The mind is its own place, and of itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven." To inculcate this principle is the highest mission of the higher education. The old theologians used to insist upon the freedom of the will, but the demand of the Negro today is for the freedom and independence of his own spirit. Destroy this and all is lost. Preserve it, and though political rights, civil privileges, industrial opportunities be taken away for the time, they will all be regained. By the development of manhood on the part of the Negro, nothing is farther from my thought than the inculcation of that pugnacious, defiant disposition which vents itself in wild ejaculations and impotent screaming against the evils of society. I mean the full appreciation of essential human qualities and claims, and the firm, unyielding determination to press forward to the mark of this calling, and not to be swerved from its pursuit by doubt, denial, danger, rebuff, ridicule, insult, and contemptuous treatment. While the Negro may not have it within his power to resist or overcome these things, he must preserve the integrity of his own soul. The higher education of the Negro up to this point has been very largely under the direction and control of philanthropy. The support has come almost wholly from that source. The development of this sense of manhood should be the highest concern of a wise, discriminating philanthropy, for if this is once developed, the Negro will be able to handle his own situation and relieve his philanthropic friends from further consideration or concern. But if he fails to develop this spirit of manhood, he will be but a drag upon the resources of philanthropy for all times to come. The Negro must develop courage and self-confidence. A grasp upon the principles of knowledge gives the possessor the requisite spirit of confidence. To the timid, the world is full of mystery, manipulated and controlled by forces and powers beyond their ken to comprehend. But knowledge convinces us that there is no mystery in civilization. The railroad, the steamship, and the practical projects that loom so large to the unreflecting are but the result of the application of thought to things. The mechanical powers and forces of nature are open secrets for all who will undertake to unravel the mystery. And so it is with essential and moral principles. The one who will have himself rooted and grounded in the fundamental principles of things can look with complacence upon the panorama of the world's progress. The Negro should plant one foot on the Ten Commandments and the other on the binomial theorem. He can then stand steadfast and immovable, however the rain of racial wrath may fall, or the angry winds of prejudice may blow and beat upon him. The educated Negro must learn to state his own case and to plead his own cause before the bar of public opinion. No people who raise up from out their midst a cultivated class, who can plead their own cause and state their own case, will fail of a hearing before the just judgment of mankind. The educated Negro today represents the first generation grown to the fullness of the stature of manhood under the influence and power of education. They are the first ripened fruit of philanthropy, and by them alone will the wisdom or folly of that philanthropy be justified. The hope of the race is focused in them. They are the headlight to direct the pathway through the dangers and vicissitudes of the wilderness. For want of vision, the people perish. For want of wise direction, they stumble and fall. There is no body of men in the world today, nor in the history of the world, who have or ever have had greater responsibilities or more coveted opportunities than devolves upon the educated Negro today. It is indeed a privilege to be a Negro of light and leading in such a time as this. The incidental embarrassments and disadvantages which for the time being must be endured are not to be compared with the far more exceeding weight of privileges and glory which awaits him if he rises to these high demands. For such a privilege well may he forego the pleasure of civilization for a season. His world consists of 10,000,000 souls who have wrapped up in them all the needs and necessities, powers and possibilities of human nature. They contain all the norms of civilization from its roots to its florescence. His is the task to develop and vitalize these smothered faculties and potentialities. His education will prove to be but vanity and vexation of spirit unless it ultimates in this task. He is the salt of the earth, and if the salt lose its savor, wherewith shall it be salted? If the light within the racial world be darkness, how great is that darkness? The highest call of the civilization of the world today is to the educated young men of the belated races. The educated young manhood of Japan, China, India, Egypt, and Turkey must lift their own people up to the level of their own high conception. They must partake of the best things in the civilization of Europe, and show them unto their own people. The task of the educated American Negro is the same as theirs, intensified perhaps by the more difficult and intricate tangle of circumstances and conditions with which he has to deal. He cannot afford to sink into slothful satisfaction and enjoy a tasteless leisure, or with inane self-deception hide his head under the shadow of his wings like the foolish bird which thereby hopes to escape the wrath to come. The white race through philanthropy has done much, but its vicarious task culminated when it developed the first generation of educated men and women. They must do the rest. These philanthropists spoke for us when our tongues were tied. They pleaded our cause when we were speechless. But now our faculties have been unloosed. We must stand upon our own footing. In buffeting the tempestuous torrents of the world, we must either swim on the surface or sink out of sight. The greatest gratitude that the beneficiary can show to the benefactor is, as soon as possible, to do without his benefaction. The task of race, statesmanship, and reclamation devolves upon the educated Negro of this day and generation. Moral energy must be brought to bear upon the task, whether the Negro be engaged in the production of wealth or in the more recondite pursuits which minister to the higher needs of man. The white race is fast losing faith in the Negro as an efficient and suitable factor in the equation of our civilization. Curtailment of political, civil, and religious privilege and opportunity is but the outward expression of this apostasy. As the white man's faith decreases, our belief in ourselves must increase. Every Negro in America should utter this prayer with his face turned toward the light. Lord, I believe in my own inherent manhood. Help thou my unbelief. The educated Negro must express his manhood in terms of courage, in the active as well as in the passive voice, courage to do as well as to endure, courage to contend for the right while suffering wrong, the courage of self-belief that is always commensurate with the imposed task. The world believes in a race that believes in itself, but justly despises the self-bemeaned. Such is the mark and the high calling to which the educated Negro of today is called. May he rise to the high level of it. Never was there a field whiter unto harvest. Never was there louder cry for laborers in the vineyard of the Lord. End of section 45. Section 46, Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Few Remarks on Making a Life by Robert E. Jones, Doctor of Laws, Editor, Southwestern Christian Advocate, New Orleans, Louisiana. I have a story to relate, and at once I want to present to you my hero, a hero more inspiring than Achilles of the Iliad, or Odysseus of the Odyssey, or Aeneas of the Aeneid. My hero is not a myth, not a creation of literature, not a tradition, but not unlike the Grecian hero, in that he sprung from the union of a god and a mortal. My hero is not reckoned among the high and mighty, nor will his name ever be carved on stone or raised on bronze. Neither has my hero accomplished startling feats. As a hero, he may be a paradox, inconspicuous, humble in station, modest, hid far away from the maddening, jealous, curious, bickering, taunting, striving, restless crowd of life. Too long already I have held him from you. His name I do not know. His birthplace I do not know. His age I do not know. Is he living now? Here my ignorance is painful. I do not know. My hero, however, is an actual man of flesh and blood. I met him but twice in life, but was so charmed I did not ask his name. His personality thrilled, and he, in a measure, has become my patron saint. He is not a hero of large and commanding stature, but a cripple, doubly so. His arms were palsied, and turned in so that he could not use a crutch. His lower limbs turned in also. He sat in an ordinary cane-bottomed chair, and could easily move himself about by throwing the weight of his body from one back leg of the chair to the other, lifting the front legs at the same time. I saw him along the train side at Spartanburg, South Carolina. A beggar? No, my young friends, beggars are seldom heroes. He was a merchant prince. He carried his goods around his neck and shoulders and in his outer coat pockets. He was selling shoestrings and pencils. If you gave him a dime, he would insist on your taking one or both of the articles he had for sale. In his activities he was a fine lesson of the first requirement of life. He was self-sustaining. By the sweat of his brow he earned his bread. Did he complain of his lot? Not a bit of it. His handicap he did not make, nor could undo. He therefore accepted his condition philosophically. He was self-respecting. He knew his limitations. He knew what he could do and what he could not do. He was self-knowing, knowing his handicap and that it was quite unlike any other man's, and that he needed a means of locomotion. He found it. He had therefore initiative. He leaned not upon the strength of others, but used his own resources. He was therefore self-reliant. He did not wait for business to come to him. He put himself in the path of business. He was a hustler. He saw life through a cheerful lens and kept a stout heart. He was optimistic. He recognized his own personality apart from the personalities of the crowded throng through which he passed. He was a self-contented individual. He had but one life to live, and he was making the most of life. When I left him, I crowned him, honored him, and I love him for his worth as a true man. I like a man who faces what he must, with step triumphant and a heart of cheer, who fights the daily battles without fear, nor loses faith in man, but does his best, nor ever murmurs at his humble lot, but with a smile and words of hope gives zest to every toiler. He alone is great, who by a life heroic conquers fate. When once away from my hero, as I thought of him in my deepest soul, I cried, "Thou art my chastiser and my inspirator. Thou art simple, yet great. Untaught thyself, thou art the teacher of all. Henceforth thou shalt be my hero and guide. Doubting myself, bemoaning my limitations, depressed by my failure, ashamed of my achievements, my seeing you has given me a new interpretation of life. I own you my friend, my life's inspiration and hero." There is my hero? You ask his color. What difference does it make? Men have often refused to recognize worth because of color, but to satisfy you, I will tell you, he is a Negro. Give a seat of honor to my hero, gather inspiration, and learn from him the lessons of life, if you will. Here is an individual doubly afflicted, without a word of complaint, or a fret or whine, depending upon his own initiative and resources, making the most of life under the circumstances which surround him. Upon the basis of what has been said in closing this address to the graduating class of 1913 of the Tuskegee Normal and Industrial Institute, I desire to offer a personal word. In the first place, you will know, a year from now, more than you can realize at this present moment, that this is a commencement. This is not the climax of your life. It is but the beginning. And however paradoxical it may seem, you are not at the top of the ladder. You are at the foot. We are here to applaud you today, not so much in what you have already accomplished as to give you a send-off for the strenuous tasks that lie before you. To be frank with you, young men and young women, the life in earnest that awaits you without will tax every bit of your strength. Your moral strength will be drawn upon, as well as your intellectual resources. Secondly, had I my way, I would have each of you burn your diploma and never refer to it as an indication of what you are and what you know. Do not attempt to pass through the world on your diploma or your class standing. The world cares little for these. I would urge that you prove to the world what you are by what you can do, that you let your achievements point to your diploma. Thirdly, you go forth today as a representative of this institution, mantled with all the sacred honors, prestige, and commendation that this institution, state, and your admirers can bestow. See to it that you keep the honors of this hour unsoiled, and that you disgrace not the noble history of your alma mater. Fourthly, I do not believe that this institution is fostered with the idea that the few students who gather here from time to time only shall be reached. I rather suspect that the dollars that come from the state and generous friends come with the hope that as you have been helped and lifted to culture and refinement, you in turn will carry culture to those who may never be permitted to stay in these walls. You are to carry light into dark places, and unto those who sit in darkness. By your arm of strength you are to lift the poor who are beneath you, and then your education comes not for self-culture, not for self-enjoyment, not for self-use, but for the betterment of those who are about you. Fifthly, you go forth as the embodiment of a new generation. You stand today upon the foundation built by those who have gone before you. They have wrought well. By their toil and suffering you are blessed. You are to carry your generation one notch higher, and thus help the onward march of the world's progress. Be thou faithful, lift your eyes heavenward, and aspire to do the best, and be the noblest according to God's heritage to you. There are no chosen depths, no prescribed heights to which you may climb. Honor and shame from no condition rise. Act well your part. There all the honor lies. Make the most of life. End of section 46. Section 47. Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Emancipation and Racial Advancement by the Reverend Ernest Lyon, Doctor of Divinity, Doctor of Laws. Mr. Chairman, members of the Celebration Committee, ladies and gentlemen, we are not here today in the capacity of the priest performing the funeral rites over the graves of the dead. Neither are we here simply to offer tribute to their memory. By the time-honored custom of decorating their graves with the faded tokens of a nation's love and gratitude. But we are here, ladies and gentlemen, to cheer the hearts of the living, not by an optimism impossible of realization, but by a candid and truthful report of the conduct of that legacy of freedom which came to us 50 years ago through the sacrifice and death of the patriots, living and dead, whose memories are honored today all over this broad land of ours. The civilized world will watch for the newspaper reports of tomorrow to learn the sentiments of the American people uttered today upon many of the burning issues before the Congress of the United States relating to our domestic and foreign policies. The opportunities which this day gives will be seized by national orators to record their convictions upon matters of morality, politics, and diplomacy. Japan will listen with keen diplomatic interest to every utterance, official or unofficial, touching the vexing problems involved in the so-called Yellow Peril and in the anti-alien land legislation which, like segregation and the Jim Crowism of the South, have been enacted into laws discriminating against citizens, not aliens, but citizens of the United States of America, such as we are. Many today believe that the gravity of these international matters will force the Decoration Day orators to ignore the Negro question, which in some form or other has been the livest question in American politics for nearly 3 centuries. In this belief, I think they will be disappointed, for no question before the American people today, whether national or international, can overshadow the Negro question in America, and no day as historic as this would be complete in its observance without some reference to it. We therefore gladly welcome the Japanese or any other members of the colored race in the earth to come and share with us that notoriety which our presence begets in this country, for no other people on the face of the globe, so far as the United States is concerned, will be able to dispossess us from the limelight of public discussion. We have not only helped, but we have made history in this country. We are wrapped up in the history of the United States of America, despite the attempt in certain quarters to deny us a respectful place therein. There is not a single page from the period of its colonial existence to its present standard of greatness and renown from which we are absent. From the landing of the Pilgrims at Plymouth Rock to the advent of the Cavaliers at Jamestown, from the stirring periods of the Revolution, which resulted in the emancipation of the colonists from British imperialism, to the rebellion in 1860, resulting in the salvation of the Federal Union, we have ever and always been a potent factor in the history of this country. Our presence here has made this day possible. There would have been no Decoration Day had the American kidnappers left us in Africa, our fatherland. The world must therefore hear from us upon these special occasions. So, like other elements of the population, we come today to make our annual report. We come in company with the others to review the past, to study the present, and if possible to forecast the future. In measuring the progress of any successful commercial enterprise, the mode of procedure is to compare beginnings with balance sheets. Commercially speaking, it is to take an inventory. What, therefore, is true of any commercial enterprise is equally true of races and individuals. The modus operandi is the same. In fact, we proceed by comparing beginnings with beginnings, environments with environments, and the advantage and disadvantages of the past and present. This is the mode by which the progress of a race or the attainments of an individual must be measured, and the Negro race offers no exception to this rule. It was Wendell Phillips, one of America's greatest statesmen, jurists, and orators, who said in that marvelous lecture on Toussaint Louverture, beyond doubt the greatest military genius of the 19th century, that there are 2 ways by which Anglo-Saxon civilization measures races. First, by the great men produced by that race. Secondly, by the average merit of the mass of that race. In support of the first, he bravely summoned to his presence, from the regions of the dead, the immortal Bacon, Shakespeare, Hampden, Hancock, Washington, and Franklin offering them as stars who in their day had lent luster in the galaxy of history, and with equal pride he gloried in the average merit of Anglo-Saxon blood since it first streamed from its German home in support of the contention of the second way. As a race, we shall offer no objection to this principle of judgment. In fact, we cannot even, if we so desired. We shall therefore accept it without any reluctance. We think it is a good principle upon which to base a judgment. The only consideration we demand in connection with it is that the white American, in his judgment of the Afro-American, shall strictly observe the rule which the race he represents has set for itself. That is to say, let him measure our race by the great and useful men it has produced since the immortal Abraham Lincoln issued that proclamation, whose 50th anniversary we celebrate today, giving freedom to 4.5 millions of human beings. Let him measure us by the average merit of Afro-American blood, since it first streamed from the land of the Pharaohs, whose wills were inscribed in hieroglyphics, long before Phoenicia invented the alphabet, long before the conquest of Alexander the Great had enabled Eratosthenes and Apollodorus to construct their synchrony of Egyptian antiquity, long before the construction of the pyramids, those silent but eloquent tributes to the grandeur and majesty of the African intellect, had proclaimed the immortality of the soul. Our record in this country, Mr. Chairman, must begin with the emancipation period. The emancipation is our birthday. Mankind, therefore, in measuring our progress, must, in order to be just, make emancipation its starting point. Previous to that period, we were like the earth in its primeval condition, as described by Moses, the great lawgiver, in the Book of the Generations, namely, that the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. So, too, were we before the issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation. We were without national form, void of civic rights, and moral and intellectual darkness covered the minds and souls and spirits of the race. What was the condition of the race when the Emancipation Proclamation was first issued, a half-century ago? Commercially speaking, what were the assets of this race? Had it anything to its credit in the balance sheets of human progress, save the evils accruing from a long period of bondage? The facts will prove that it had nothing to its credit but the virtues of patience and endurance under trials and afflictions, the horrors of which will form one of the darkest chapters in the history of this country. The 20 Africans brought by the slave traders to Jamestown in 1620, representing the introduction of African slavery into the United States in 243 years, had increased to 4.5 millions of human souls, and it is fair to presume that an equal, if not a greater number than this, had perished on account of the rigors of transmission in crossing the Atlantic Ocean and the indescribable cruelties of the slave system at home. The Proclamation of Emancipation found these 4.5 millions of human beings practically homeless, penniless, and friendless, and absolutely dependent upon the very same people to whom they were in bondage for 240 years, and against whom they had taken up arms in a civil war. The 40 acres of land and 2 mules, which were promised by the federal government, never materialized. That promise was like the proverbial pie crust made to be broken, and the descendants of these 4.5 millions are today entitled by every humane consideration to all the benefits and the equities in the case. The federal government at Washington can only purge itself of this breach of promise by paying the bill with legal interest, if not according to the legal terms of the agreement, 40 acres and 2 mules, then in its just equivalence, either by pensioning the survivors of the slave system, many who are today in abject squalor and want, or by a liberal grant of money to the schools of the land charged with the educational development of their much proscribed posterity. What of the race's mental condition at the time of its civic birth? There were scarcely any at that time who could either read or write with any degree of proficiency, not because they were incapable of learning, not because of any mental inferiority, but because of the cruel and unjust law prohibiting their education and making it a criminal offense, not only for the Negro himself, but for any white man who should undertake to instruct him. Punishment was so severe along this line that the very sight of a book awed him into fear and fright. The very existence of such a law was indeed an admission of the educational possibilities of the race. In the year 1863 there were about 20 members of the race who had received collegiate training. Mathematically speaking, it took 300 years to pull 20 Negroes through the colleges of the land. So great was the combination against our mental development. What was our status in the business pursuits and gainful occupations at that time? The year 1863 is as far back as we desire to go for this inquiry, when the entire race, with but a few exceptions, were servants, restricted to menial employment and plantation occupations. What was the moral status of the race at that period? Here there are two sides involved in any answer which might be given to this question. The evidences of unlawful miscegenation present themselves to every traveler throughout this country, and is in itself a pertinent answer to this query. Our women have had to fight against indescribable odds in order to preserve their womanhood from the attacks of moral lepers, who very often were their masters and overseers. Yet in spite of these well-known facts, we have produced women among us of pure and good morals, with unimpeachable reputation for virtue and purity. Sometimes it is a little amusing to hear the white American expatiate on the immorality of Negro women. They certainly cannot forget their own record in their dealings with the helpless Negro women of this country. But here we will let the curtain of secrecy fall upon such a scene, and we shall advance to a higher and nobler plane upon this day when nothing but good feeling must be allowed a place on the program. Watchman, what of the night? What tidings does the morning bring, if any? Has the future nothing in store for America's greatest factors in her industrial and commercial development? Let us turn from the past. What of the present? In spite of the dehumanizing and other efforts to destroy the fecundity of the race, the 20 Africans of 1620, by the close of the Revolution, had increased to 650,000, and these 650,000, at the close of the Civil War, had reached the alarming number of 4.5 millions, and these 4.5 millions had, according to the last federal census, reached the astonishing number of 10 millions or more of native-born citizens, entitled, though sometimes denied, to every right and privilege granted by the Constitution of the United States and by the 14th and 15th Amendments thereof, the making and sustaining of which our fathers contributed much of their blood and sacrifice in peace as well as in war. For we have been present, not only as spectators, but as active participants in every trying crisis in the history of this nation. In the beginning of the 17th century, when labor troubles threatened the very life of the infant colony, and continuing to the founding of the Republic, when white men were held in peonage or actual bondage for the uncancelled financial obligations due to the nobility of Great Britain, who furnished the labor which solved the vexed problem, who furnished the brawn and muscle which cleared the forests, leveled the hills, tunneled the mountains, bridged the rivers, laid the tracks, and cultivated the fields, until this broad land had become as beautiful as the lily of the valley and as fragrant as the rose of Sharon. In 1776, when despotism was enthroned and liberty languished in the streets of Boston, was it not the blood of a Negro, Crispus Attucks, which animated the sinking spirit of the goddess, who was almost ready to die under the oppression of King George and the despotism of Cornwallis? In the 60s, when Lincoln, despairing of the outcome of the Civil War, on account of the treachery in his own ranks and repeated reverses on the battlefield, called for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion in the South, who came to the rescue of the Union, in spite of the effort of McClellan and his company of 50,000 soldiers who went to Richmond to prevent niggers, as they were called, from enlisting, who came to the rescue of the Union, whose blood helped to render the testament of liberty valid? Ask Port Hudson and Milligan's Bend and Fort Wagner and Fort Pillow and Pittsburgh Landing how the nearly 200,000 Negro soldiers behaved themselves under the fire of the enemy on these memorable battlefields, rendered sacred by their patriotic blood. Who saved the Rough Riders and Colonel Roosevelt in the late Spanish-American War, when San Juan was illuminated with the fire of Spanish cannonading? Hark! Methinks I hear the tramp of the black boys of the 24th and the 25th Cavalry, chanting to the strains of martial music, Glory, Hallelujah. We are going to have a hot time in the old town tonight, as they dashed up the dangerous parapet to defend the honor of their country and to keep Old Glory from trailing in the dust. At the close of the Civil War, we were without homes, lands, or money. Today, according to the last census of the United States, we own 600,000 homes, 20 million acres of farmland, covering an area equal to the political dominions of the kingdoms of Belgium and Holland. We have under cultivation 40 million acres of farmlands, including those farms rented by our people and those owned in fee simple and worth $500 million. The gross incomes from the farms conducted by Negroes amount to $250 million annually. We own 10,000 business establishments, 300 drugstores, and 57 banks. At the close of the Civil War, we were without schools, without men of letters, without men in the various professions and lucrative avocations of life. Today we have 200 universities, colleges, and schools of lower grade supported by the race. We have 3 million Negro children attending these schools and the public schools of the land. We have written 2,000 books. We edit and conduct 200 periodicals and magazines. In 40 years, we have contributed, as levies for school purposes, $45 million. With a membership of 4 million, we have 35,000 churches, valued at $56 million, and contribute annually $7,500,000 to their support. We contribute annually $6 million to secret and benevolent societies. We have about 40,000 teachers, 1,500 lawyers, 2,500 doctors, 20,000 preachers, and 80,000 businessmen. Marvelous, marvelous. A race that can produce in 50 years, beginning with nothing, such a report as this, whose minutest detail is supported by official statistics, needs no pity, Mr. Chairman. A race that can produce a Douglas, a Langston, a Hood, a Scott, a Turner, a Harvey Johnson, a Bruce, a Payne, an Arnett, a Revels, a Price, an Eliot, a Montgomery, a Bowen, a Mason, a Dunbar, a Dubois, and last but not least, Booker T. Washington, the foremost genius of our vocational and industrial training, asks not for pity. It only asks for an equal opportunity in the race of life. It asks not for special legislation to accommodate any necessity. It simply asks for a just application of existing laws to all citizens alike, without any reference to race or color or previous condition of servitude. The representatives of this race, in this year of our Lord, 1913, ask the American people to judge them upon the record of their great and useful men and women which the race has produced in less than a half-century, and upon the average merit of the mass of the race since the Emancipation Proclamation was issued by the immortal Lincoln. In concluding this brief summary, for at best it can only be regarded as a brief summary of the doings of the race, and standing on the threshold of a new era in politics, in commerce, in religion, and in ethics, a new era in the feeling and temper of the white American towards the Afro-American, I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, what shall be our conduct in the future? Watchmen, what shall be the forecast? Mr. Chairman, the forecast is bright, brighter than it has ever been in any previous period of the racist history in this nation, and I make this statement in the fullest appreciation of the efforts which are being made all over this land by adverse legislation to weed us out of politics and other public preferments, to push us into a corner to ourselves in both church and state, a propaganda which has brought gloom to many of our leaders, producing a pessimism inimical to progress. But why a pessimistic outlook, Mr. Chairman? Is it possible to deprive 10 million native-born American citizens from the enjoyment of their rights and privileges, guaranteed alike to all by the Constitution of the United States? I think not. Such a condition, Mr. Chairman, would be like an established government with no diplomatic representative at court. No matter what methods are adopted, some of the representative men of our race, unexpectedly or otherwise, in the final analysis, will slip in, if not in the Congress of the United States, then in the legislatures and in the municipal governments of the state, such, for example, as Lawyer Bass in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Councilman Cummings in Baltimore, Smith in the legislature of Ohio, Fitzgerald in New Jersey, and Jackson in Illinois. No arrangement, no matter how planned, can ultimately defeat this logical result which patience alone will produce. God and time, ladies and gentlemen, are important factors in the solution of these questions. 50 years are not sufficient to determine the possibilities of a race. No seer who knew the ancestors of the Anglo-Saxons as Caesar knew them would have foretold such a future as they now enjoy. This Anglo-Saxon race, whose ancestors worshipped the mistletoe, offered human sacrifices, and drank wine out of human skulls, have now become the conquerors and the dominant race on the earth. Their literature is the cream of the human intellect, and their tongue promises to become the official lingua of the earth. God and time have wrought these things for them, and what God and time have wrought for one race, God and time can accomplish for another race, if that race remain true to itself and to God. If you ask me for the ground of my optimism, I reply it is based upon two things, namely the ability of the race itself to overcome difficulties and obstacles, and the overruling providence of God, based upon his justice and his righteousness. It is hardly possible for this Negro race to experience any greater difficulties and obstacles in the future than it has already experienced in the past. It has overcome every obstacle with heroic courage, from slavery to the present period of its marvelous success. Without discounting the human efforts of the race, it has accomplished all of this by an heroic faith in God and in the justice and righteousness of his character as practiced by our ancestors in the days of their bitterest afflictions, when weakness characterized the arm of flesh. Personally, I believe in God and in his justice and righteousness, and I have never lost faith in the benevolent brotherhood of mankind. I believe that right, like God, is eternal and unchangeable, and since right is right and God is God, right must ultimately prevail, though its final triumph may be retarded by the operation of wicked devices. Nevertheless, it must prevail. End of section 47. Section 48, Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Future of the Negro Church, by Honorable John C. Dancy, Doctor of Laws, Secretary, Church Extension Society, AME Church. There is only one safe way to judge the future of the Negro Church, and that is by its past. And the past of this church, despite its shortcomings, is safe. To the curious, it would seem strange that the Negro Church as such should exist at all. But in the light of its history, covering almost the entire history of this government, its existence has been proved a necessity, as its records abundantly testify. Until we had the Negro Church, we had nothing of which the race could boast. We early discovered that it was religious rights which first opened our eyes to all our rights, but until we were secure in the enjoyment of our religious liberty, we were not fully aroused to the importance and value of civil liberty. We had not learned that they were twin blessings, often dearly bought, but of inestimable value. The Negro Church, therefore, became the basis upon which would be reared the superstructure of all our subsequent achievements. The men who laid the foundation for the Negro Church, whether of Methodist or Baptist or Episcopalian or Presbyterian or of congregational predilection, were wise in their day and generation, and paved the way for the best work of Negro development ever undertaken in this country. Until we had the Negro Church, we had not the Negro School, and the one was the natural forerunner and concomitant of the other, opening up avenues for the preacher, the teacher, the lawyer, the physician, the editor, the orator, and the spokesman of and for the race. The Negro Church has passed the experimental stage. It is no longer in a stage of incubation. It is an actuality, an active, aggressive, and progressive reality. It has thoroughly established its rights to existence and its indispensability as a religious force and influence. Our religious fervor may at times appear to be unduly emotional and lacking in solemnity, but even this is pardonable, and we are reminded that this is an emotional age, and we must not forget that the great Pentecostal awakening in the early days of Christianity provoked a similar criticism from the unaroused and unaffected unbelievers. The Negro Church of the future may be less emotional, but if the Church is to survive and throw off a cold formality which threatens to sap its very lifeblood, it must not get away from its time-honored, deep spirituality, for without the spirit, the seemingly religious body is dead. Our Church of the future, as well as our Church of the present, will take care that no new dogmas of exotic growth will deprive it of those eternal verities which constitute the fundamentals of our Christian faith. These verities of our religion have their foundation in the teachings of our great Redeemer himself, who is the very embodiment of all truth. The Negro Church of the future will address itself to the correction of present-day evils in both church and state. It will emphasize the teaching that the highest form of virtue is the purest form of love. It will demand that men and women, and Christian professors especially, exemplify in their own lives and habits the religion they make bold to proclaim. It will insist upon the remedying of great wrongs from which countless numbers suffer, whether these wrongs be unfair and unjust discriminations in public places, on the common thoroughfares, in the courts and halls of justice, in the Congress, the legislature, or the municipal councils. Everywhere the Church will condemn and protest and fulminate against these injustices until they melt away with the certainty of April snow. The Church of the future will more fully realize that where great principles are involved, concessions are dangerous and compromises disastrous. The future will disclose a Negro Church with men in all its pulpits equal to the great task which the responsibilities thereof impose. They will be qualified men from every viewpoint, deeply spiritual, well-trained, pious, influential, impressive, strong. They will lead their people and be a part of their life, their indomitable spirit, their ambitions, their achievements. They will be absolutely trusted and trustworthy. They will be an inspiration to our youth, to our manhood, and our womanhood. They will speak as one, having authority, and they will boldly assert their authority to speak. They will take up where the fathers left off, and they, in their possession of so great an inheritance of religious fervor and unshrinking faith, will arouse Christianity from its lethargy and start as a nation of believers, arousing, as it were, from its spell of years. They will be as bold as lions, wise as serpents, and harmless as doves. They will win their way because the things for which they stand and the gospel which they preach will deserve to win. They will not seek so much to impress their own personality, but their cause, and they will lose themselves in the cause by magnifying the cause. The Negro Church of the future will take greater interest in the young people, will give greater attention to the Sunday school work, to the young people's societies, to the Young Men's Christian Association, to the full development of all the departments, of all the churches, of whatever denomination, to the end that the churches will be thoroughly organized for work and such work as will lead eventually to the thorough evangelization of the world. The redemption of Africa, one of the forward movements of the world today, must come largely through the efforts, the service, and the personal sacrifices of our own churches, our own ministers and teachers, our own men and women. Once fully aroused to the importance of the obligation we owe to the land of our forefathers, we will enter upon the task with all the zest and spirit of David Livingstone, whose 100th anniversary we are celebrating this year, as we are also celebrating the first half-century of our emancipation from human slavery. Livingstone sacrificed himself in the heart of Africa in order to give life and light to the aborigines of the Dark Continent. Our Church of the future must take up the task so grandly undertaken by him, and cease not until the work he so nobly began finds its full fruitage in Africa's redemption from heathendom, superstition, and ignorance, that she may take her place among the civilized and enlightened people of the world. The Church of the future will have to do with the life of its membership. It will take heed to its health and will teach hygiene and the laws which safeguard one's health in the home, in the church, in the public schools and public places, in the open air, and where not. It will impress the lesson of a sound mind in a sound body, and the great need of a sound body in order to have a sound mind. It will not fear to declare in favor of pure athletics as a means of developing the physical system, which is so essential to sound health and a strong manhood. The boys and young men will be urged to identify themselves with Young Men's Christian Associations so as to have advantage of the reading rooms, the swimming pools, the gymnasiums, and other young men's society, thus eschewing the dens of vice and haunts of infamy which might otherwise attract them and blight their precious young lives for all time, it may be. It will take knowledge of human life and its means of existence everywhere. It will seek to know what the man and woman in the alley, as well as those on the broad thoroughfare, are doing, whether they are oppressed or distressed in body or in mind, and to go to their relief. It will discover that man is his brother's keeper, and is largely responsible for him, and must seek to take care of him. The Church, yea, will come to itself and be shorn of a great part of its pride when it fully realizes that its real growth and prosperity are dependent upon the attention it pays to God's poor and God's neglected. Our churches will re-echo with the sentiment of that song, God will take care of you, but there must be a refreshing application of it, knowing that caretaking reaches further than ourselves and extends to our neglected brother, whom we so oftentimes have forgotten. If the Church is no stronger than it is today, it is due chiefly to the neglect of the unfortunate many who have been unreached and need to be reached. The Church of the future must humble its pride, buckle on its armor, and cease not in its labors until this great army of unreached is reached and helped, and impressed and convinced and saved. Go ye into all the world and preach my gospel does not mean to distant people merely, but to people at home as well, many of whom know as little of the gospel as many others in distant Africa. There must be, there will be, a religious awakening along this line, so that if the people do not go to the church, then the church must go to the people, and there will be thousands in the next few years. In answer to the question, who will go, who will answer in language which cannot be misunderstood, here am I, send me. The Church of the future will have to do with the greater problems of everyday life. It will have to aid in teaching the people life and duty, and how best to meet and battle with these. It will have to impress the importance of home-getting, whether in city or on farm, and the possessing of these in fee simple by actual purchase, and we will become more valuable as citizens as we acquire more in our individual right in real and personal property. The Church of the future will urge the starting of savings accounts with the youth and the organization of savings banks among our people in all sections, and the opening, incidentally, of opportunities for our boys and girls to get in close touch with business life and business habits. We will thus make the church an influence, as it has been in the past, in paving the way for the future financial and substantial importance of the race. The Negro Church of the future will be less fettered by denominational lines and possessed of a broader Christian spirit, recognizing denominational names, of course, but laying greater stress on Christianity than on any church allegiance. Methodists, Baptists, and Presbyterians, and Congregationalists and Episcopalians will interchange pulpits and preach one gospel in the name of our common Lord, who is in all and through all and over all. There will be interdenominational Sunday school unions, church conventions and conferences, and the ministers and congregations will be in closer union, praying for the same spiritual power, the same common blessings, and the removal of the same great evils. Judah will not vex Ephraim, and Ephraim will not vex Judah, under the mighty influence of this commingling and oneness of heart and purpose. Error will decay, and truth grow strong, and right shall rule supreme and conquer wrong. To Thee, God of our fathers, we render praise and thanksgiving for such abundant evidence of Thy guiding presence during these 50 years of freedom and civil liberty. We predict for the future on the basis of our achievement during the past, and since the Negro Church has been a great factor in lifting us up and enabling us to see the new light in spite of many obstacles, we are confident that by following the same omnipotent hand that never errs and never fails, we will in the coming years prove that no sacrifice, either in war or in peace, made in our behalf has been made in vain, and no service rendered us has been without its subsequent reward. We rejoice and are glad in our gladness, and rich in our wealth. In the midst of it all, the Negro Church survives and is steadily moving on. End of section 48. Section 49, Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Negro Lawyer, His Opportunity, His Duty, by W. Ashbie Hawkins of the Baltimore Bar. Gentlemen, the legal profession is without doubt in the lead. Its devotees outrank all others in service to the government, and they come the closest in personal contact to the individual. This is denied, of course, and always will be denied by men of all other professions, but when the roster of the world's lawyers, who have faithfully and efficiently served humanity in every conceivable way, is pitted against that of the others, the question is relieved of all doubt. The Negro lawyer is no longer an experiment. He has been severely tried from within and without, and he has proved his worth. His place in our economy is fixed. He has demonstrated his capacity to serve, and to serve well, and for all of this, both the lawyer and the race he is helping to advance are under lasting obligations to Howard University. She has to her credit more men who are actively and successfully pursuing their calling than any other institution of learning in this land. The Negro race is probably today in greater need of consecrated lawyers than it is of pious priests. The time has come for the lawyer to take his place in the lead. We are celebrating this year the 50th anniversary of our emancipation, and paradoxical though it may be, we appear further from emancipation today than when Lincoln signed his Emancipation Proclamation, or when Lee surrendered at Appomattox. It is quite true that we have an immensely larger realty holding to our credit, that our financial worth is constantly on the increase, that our illiteracy is rapidly reaching the vanishing point, and that in all matters, spiritual as well as temporal, we seem to have improved. But the closer we approximate the standard of life and living of the dominant race, all the harder, apparently, have we to fight to maintain our self-respect and preserve the rights and privileges which the letter of our American law guarantees. When we were slaves and had nothing except our muscles, there was no thought of separate car laws. When we were ignorant and powerless to think coherently, there were no efforts at our disfranchisement. When we were poverty-stricken and satisfied if we might live in the alleys of our great American cities, there was no thought of segregation, whether in the matter of our residences or in that of the employees of our much-heralded Republican government. With every increase in accomplishment or worth or demand for the better things of life comes the burden of wrongs, injustice, and rash discrimination. It would be idle here to attempt to recount in detail the grievances we justly have against the government in city, state, and nation. To do so further than the purpose I have in view would be to tell you what you full well know. The Negro race needs a change of viewpoint. Another leadership is an absolute necessity, and I see no reason why men of our profession should not attain it. For years we have had in the ascendancy the prophets of submission and silence, and we have been taught to declare for peace when we knew there was no peace. No other element in our great nation, except that of ourselves, is content with things as they are, accepting without protest every new injustice, in the vain hope that some day would bring about a change for the better. We have lulled ourselves to sleep with this fatalism, and what is the result? We have noted the practical nullification of every act suggested or inspired by the changing conditions in the lives and property of freedmen brought about by the Civil War. Disfranchisement in every Southern state is as fixed and determinate as the indifference of the Negroes of those sections or the practices of all political parties can make it. Separate and therefore inferior accommodations on public conveyances are the rule, and we have endured these conditions so long that it would appear almost cruel now to undertake or to ask a change. We have noted further, and this is the saddest of all, that our inactivity in claiming our rights, or our indifference about their recognition, has not only emboldened our enemies, but it has silenced our friends. We have seen with increasing alarm the judicial construction of statutes and the Constitution itself, which all but vitiate and annul the basis of our citizenship. We have seen repeated attempts made to discredit the war amendments to the national Constitution, and some have in all seriousness gone so far even as to question their constitutionality. Every student of our common law has always been sure of the right to private property and the corollaries thereto, but it is just in the present year that a court of last resort in a neighboring state, in an interpretation of one of these new conceptions, a segregation ordinance, declared that while the one under investigation was invalid, that the municipality enacting it might, under its police powers, make provision for the segregation of the races in the matter of their residences, schools, churches, and places of public assembly. The law is not a fixed science. It is more properly growth, a development. What is not regarded as law today may, by the inactivity or indifference of those most deeply concerned, become the law of the next decade. So we behold today our rights and liberties drifting away from us, and that regarded as the law which years ago we deemed impossible. What are we to do, you say? What can we do? The lawyers trained here and in other institutions of learning must answer these questions, and in finding their answers will be their opportunity. The adjudication of the conflicting interests of mankind, the interpretation of our statutes and our common law, the determination of rights and privileges of all men, is a judicial function. What rights we enjoy today have come in the final analysis from the courts. What rights we find ourselves today deprived of, and which we hope to enjoy tomorrow, must come, if at all, from the same source. The courts have the last word, and it is to that instrument of government we must appeal and to that last word we must look for our safety or fear our doom. But courts are not self-acting institutions, and they are not engaged in academic discussions of abstractions. They are severely serious. It may be that, like so many Americans, we have lost faith in the courts, and heaven knows we have had abundant reason for so doing, but there's hope. They have too often and too long listened to the clamors of public opinion, put too much faith and credit in the utterances of latter-day journalism, coloring their opinions to suit the one or to escape the criticism of the other. Under the pernicious doctrine of public policy, and in fortifying that undefined and indefinable legal notion of police power, courts have wiped aside constitutional limitations and disregarded what the profession at least had learned to consider as almost fixed precedents of the law. But even with all these defects admitted, there remains the startling truth that to these governmental agencies we must look for the righting of our wrongs and the redress of our grievances. We have shunned the courts too often in our temporal affairs, fearing, it seems, further adverse decisions, or waiting a proper adjustment at some other forum. In my own state it might now be compulsory upon you, or any other decent, self-respecting person of the race, in traveling from here to New York or elsewhere in the North, to ride in the so-called Jim Crow cars provided by an indulgent Maryland legislature for Negro patrons of its railroads, had it not have been for a member of the faculty of this institution, William H. Hart, knew that legislation of that character was an attempt to restrict interstate traffic, and the Court of Appeals of Maryland agreed with him. The case of State versus Hart, reported in 100 MD at page 595, is a landmark in our Maryland law, and under its influence Jim Crow cars have almost disappeared from the railroads of our state. Another distinguished member of the faculty of Howard University, but of another department, in traveling over the railroads in the eastern part of our state last fall, discovered that the compartments provided by the roads for their colored passengers, in point of cleanliness, appointment, and convenience, were notably inferior to those furnished others. He complained to the Public Service Commission, and after a full hearing, the commission passed a decree requiring these railroads to furnish accommodations to its colored passengers equal in all respects to that furnished others. This is exactly what the separate car law provides, but it is exactly what the railroads had never intended to furnish, and without the complaint of Professor T.W. Turner, no other course would have been followed. Here are two, and there are numerous other concrete examples of what may be accomplished by sane and timely appeals to our judicial tribunals. Our government has three well-defined departments, separate and distinct, each operating in a manner as a check on the other, and altogether working for the common good of the whole. We have resorted generally to the executive, and have been satisfied with its appointment of a few men to office, and with its passive execution of the laws affecting us. In recent years we have arisen to the point of seeking legislation in the defense of our civil rights, and it is hoped that as the years pass more of this will be done. But in the judicial branch of the government is where, after all, we must place our reliance. We need a body of trained lawyers, in full sympathy with our community life, eager, anxious, and capable, prepared at any emergency to present our cause fairly and intelligently before any tribunal. And with this accomplished, I have faith in the American people that justice will prevail and right triumph over every wrong. I do not mean that the lawyer is to seek such service by the fomenting of litigation. Far from it, but let him be prepared for it by study and devotion to racial ideals, and when the hour comes he will be called on to marshal its forces and take charge of the legal contests of a race. This will never be if he dreams only of his money, if he thinks only of present material gain, if he counts his successes in terms of houses and lands. He must be willing to serve for the sake of the service. The failures in our professional life come almost wholly from those who had no high ideals of their calling, and no devotion to the interests of their race or country. Country and race in this matter are synonymous. You can't serve one without at the same time serving the other. The lawyer who advocates the protection of the lives, the property, and the civic welfare of 10 millions of Americans of whatever hue or origin is not a racial zealot, but a patriot of the highest character, and his worth in preserving the nation's ideals is beyond calculation. Young men, you who are either about to leave these halls for the active life of the lawyer, or you who are just beginning the pursuit of your studies here, looking to the same end, I bring you, I hope, no discouraging note. My aim is to do the contrary. The heavy burdens the race is bearing in the form of unjust laws and practices, in strained constructions of statutes, constitutions, and the common law, in the thousand ways which the ingenuity of the prejudiced find to bar us from the full enjoyment of American liberty and freedom, these will some day, along with those of us who are now at the bar, furnish your greatest opportunity. Your duty then, as now, will be to fortify yourselves with all the learning which this institution provides, with all that the libraries in your reach contain, with all that close and intimate association with others of your profession will secure, with sincere devotion to the ideals and traditions of our noble profession, and with no less devotion to the interest of your clients, and a determination faithfully and loyally and efficiently to serve your race, your nation, and your God. End of section 49. Section 50, Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Training of Negroes for Social Reform, by W.E.B. Dubois, Ph.D., editor and founder, The Crisis. The responsibility for their own social regeneration ought to be placed largely upon the shoulders of the Negro people. But such responsibility must carry with it a grant of power. Responsibility without power is a mockery and a farce. If therefore the American people are sincerely anxious that the Negro shall put forth his best efforts to help himself, they must see to it that he is not deprived of the freedom and power to strive. The responsibility for dispelling their own ignorance implies that the power to overcome ignorance is to be placed in black men's hands. The lessening of poverty calls for the power of effective work, and the responsibility for lessening crime calls for control over social forces which produce crime. Such social power means, assuredly, the growth of initiative among Negroes, the spread of independent thought, the expanding consciousness of manhood, and these things today are looked upon by many with apprehension and distrust. Men openly declare their design to train these millions as a subject caste, as men to be thought for but not to think, to be led but not to lead themselves. Those who advocate these things forget that such a solution flings them squarely on the other horn of the dilemma. Such a subject child race could never be held accountable for its own misdeeds and shortcomings. Its ignorance would be part of the nation's design. Its poverty would arise partly from the direct oppression of the strong and partly from thriftlessness which such oppression breeds. And above all, its crime would be the legitimate child of that lack of self-respect which caste systems engender. Such a solution of the Negro problem is not one which the saner sense of the nation for a moment contemplates. It is utterly foreign to American institutions, and is unthinkable as a future for any self-respecting race of men. The sound afterthought of the American people must come to realize that the responsibility for dispelling ignorance and poverty and uprooting crime among Negroes cannot be put upon their own shoulders unless they are given such independent leadership in intelligence, skill, and morality as will inevitably lead to an independent manhood which cannot and will not rest in bonds. Let me illustrate my meaning particularly in the matter of educating Negro youth. The Negro problem, it has often been said, is largely a problem of ignorance, not simply of illiteracy, but a deeper ignorance of the world and its ways, of the thought and experience of men, an ignorance of self and the possibilities of human souls. This can be gotten rid of only by training, and primarily such training must take the form of that sort of social leadership which we call education. To apply such leadership to themselves and to profit by it means that Negroes would have among themselves men of careful training and broad culture as teachers and teachers of teachers. There are always periods of educational evolution when it is deemed quite proper for pupils in the fourth reader to teach those in the third. But such a method, wasteful and ineffective at all times, is peculiarly dangerous when ignorance is widespread and when there are few homes and public institutions to supplement the work of the school. It is therefore of crying necessity among Negroes that the heads of their educational system, the teachers in the normal schools, the heads of high schools, the principals of public systems, should be unusually well-trained men, men trained not simply in common school branches, not simply in the technique of school management and normal methods, but trained beyond this, broadly and carefully, into the meaning of the age, whose civilization it is their peculiar duty to interpret to the youth of a new race, to the minds of untrained people. Such educational leaders should be prepared by long and rigorous courses of study, similar to those which the world over have been designed to strengthen the intellectual powers, fortify character, and facilitate the transmission from age to age of the stores of the world's knowledge. Not all men, indeed not the majority of men, only the exceptional few among American Negroes or among any other people, are adapted to this higher training, as indeed only the exceptional few are adapted to higher training in any line. But the significance of such men is not to be measured by their numbers, but rather by the numbers of their pupils and followers, who are destined to see the world through their eyes, hear it through their trained ears, and speak to it through the music of their words. Such men, teachers of teachers and leaders of the untaught, Atlanta University and similar colleges seek to train. We seek to do our work thoroughly and carefully. We have no predilections or prejudices as to particular studies or methods, but we do cling to those time-honored sorts of discipline which the experience of the world has long since proven to be of especial value. We sift as carefully as possible the student material which offers itself, and we try by every conscientious method to give to students who have character and ability such years of discipline as shall make them stronger, keener, and better for their peculiar mission. The history of civilization seems to prove that no group or nation which seeks advancement and true development can despise or neglect the power of well-trained minds. And this power of intellectual leadership must be given to the talented tenth among American Negroes before this race can seriously be asked to assume the responsibility of dispelling its own ignorance. Upon the foundation stone of a few well-equipped Negro colleges of high and honest standards can be built a proper system of free common schools in the South for the masses of the Negro people. Any attempt to found a system of public schools on anything less than this, on narrow ideals, limited or merely technical training, is to call blind leaders for the blind. The very first step toward the settlement of the Negro problem is the spread of intelligence. The first step toward wider intelligence is a free public school system, and the first and most important step toward a public school system is the equipment and adequate support of a sufficient number of Negro colleges. These are first steps, and they involve great movements. First, the best of the existent colleges must not be abandoned to slow atrophy and death, as the tendency is today. Secondly, systematic attempt must be made to organize secondary education. Below the colleges and connected with them must come the normal and high schools, judiciously distributed and carefully manned. In no essential particular should this system of common and secondary schools differ from educational systems the world over. Their chief function is the quickening and training of human intelligence. They can do much in the teaching of morals and manners incidentally, but they cannot and ought not to replace the home as the chief moral teacher. They can teach valuable lessons as to the meaning of work in the world, but they cannot replace technical schools and apprenticeship in actual life, which are the real schools of work. Manual training can and ought to be used in these schools, but as a means and not as an end, to quicken intelligence and self-knowledge, and not to teach carpentry, just as arithmetic is used to train minds and not skilled accountants. Whence, now, is the money coming for this educational system? For the common schools, the support should come from local communities, the state governments, and the United States government. For secondary education, support should come from local and state governments and private philanthropy. For the colleges, from private philanthropy and the United States government. I make no apology for bringing the United States government in thus conspicuously. The general government must give aid to Southern education if illiteracy and ignorance are to cease threatening the very foundations of civilization within any reasonable time. Aid to common school education could be appropriated to the different states on the basis of illiteracy. The fund could be administered by state officials, and the results and needs reported upon by United States educational inspectors under the Bureau of Education. The states could easily distribute the funds so as to encourage local taxation and enterprise and not result in pauperizing the communities. As to higher training, it must be remembered that the cost of a single battleship like the Massachusetts would endow all the distinctively college work necessary for Negroes during the next half-century, and it is without doubt true that the unpaid balance from bounties withheld from Negroes in the Civil War would, with interest, easily supply this sum. But spread of intelligence alone will not solve the Negro problem. If this problem is largely a question of ignorance, it is also scarcely less a problem of poverty. If Negroes are to assume the responsibility of raising the standards of living among themselves, the power of intelligent work and leadership toward proper industrial ideals must be placed in their hands. Economic efficiency depends on intelligence, skill, and thrift. The public school system is designed to furnish the necessary intelligence for the ordinary worker, the secondary school for the more gifted workers, and the college for the exceptional few. Technical knowledge and manual dexterity in learning branches of the world's work are taught by industrial and trade schools, and such schools are of prime importance in the training of colored children. Trade teaching cannot be effectively combined with the work of the common schools because the primary curriculum is already too crowded, and thorough common school training should precede trade teaching. It is, however, quite possible to combine some of the work of the secondary schools with purely technical training, the necessary limitations being matters of time and cost. For example, the question whether the boy can afford to stay in school long enough to add parts of a high school course to the trade course, and particularly the question whether the school can afford or ought to afford to give trade training to high school students who do not intend to become artisans. A system of trade schools, therefore, supported by state and private aid, should be added to the secondary school system. An industrial school, however, does not merely teach technique. It is also a school, a center of moral influence and of mental discipline. As such, it has peculiar problems in securing the proper teaching force. It demands broadly trained men. The teacher of carpentry must be more than a carpenter, and the teacher of the domestic arts more than a cook, for such teachers must instruct not simply in manual dexterity, but in mental quickness and moral habits. In other words, they must be teachers as well as artisans. It thus happens that college-bred men and men from other higher schools have always been in demand in technical schools. If the college graduates were today withdrawn from the teaching force of the chief Negro industrial schools, nearly every one of them would have to close its doors. These facts are forgotten by such advocates of industrial training as opposed to higher schools. Strong as the argument for industrial schools is, and its strength is undeniable, its cogency simply increases the urgency of the plea for higher training schools and colleges to furnish broadly educated teachers. But intelligence and skill alone will not solve the Southern problem of poverty. With these must go that combination of homely habits and virtues which we may loosely call thrift. Something of thrift may be taught in school, more must be taught at home. But both these agencies are helpless when organized economic society denies to workers the just rewards of thrift and efficiency. And this has been true of black laborers in the South from the time of slavery down through the scandal of the Freedmen's Bank to the peonage and crop lien system of today. If the Southern Negro is shiftless, it is primarily because over large areas a shiftless Negro can get on in the world about as well as an industrious black man. This is not universally true in the South, but it is true to so large an extent as to discourage striving in precisely that class of Negroes who most need encouragement. What is the remedy? Intelligence, not simply the ability to read and write or to sew, but the intelligence of a society permeated by that larger vision of life and broader tolerance which are fostered by the college and university. Not that all men must be college bred, but that some men, black and white, must be, to leaven the ideals of the lump. Can any serious student of the economic South doubt that this today is her crying need? Ignorance and poverty are the vastest of the Negro problems, but to these later years have added a third, the problem of Negro crime. That a great problem of social morality must have become eventually the central problem of emancipation is as clear as day to any student of history. In its grosser form, as a problem of serious crime, it is already upon us. Of course, it is false and silly to represent that white women in the South are in daily danger of black assaulters. On the contrary, white womanhood in the South is absolutely safe in the hands of 95% of the black men. 10 times safer than black womanhood is in the hands of white men. Nevertheless, there is a large and dangerous class of Negro criminals, paupers, and outcasts. The existence and growth of such a class, far from causing surprise, should be recognized as the natural result of that social disease called the Negro problem. Nearly every untoward circumstance known to human experience has united to increase Negro crime. The slavery of the past, the sudden emancipation, the narrowing of economic opportunity, the lawless environment of wide regions, the stifling of natural ambition, the curtailment of political privilege, the disregard of the sanctity of black men's homes, and above all a system of treatment for criminals calculated to breed crime far faster than all other available agencies could repress it. Such a combination of circumstances is as sure to increase the numbers of the vicious and outcast as the rain is to wet the earth. The phenomenon calls for no delicately drawn theories of race differences. It is a plain case of cause and effect. But plain as the causes may be, the results are just as deplorable, and repeatedly today the criticism is made that Negroes do not recognize sufficiently their responsibility in this matter. Such critics forget how little power today Negroes have over their own lower classes. Before the black murderer who strikes his victim today, the average black man stands far more helpless than the average white, and too suffers 10 times more from the effects of the deed. The white man has political power, accumulated wealth, and knowledge of social forces. The black man is practically disfranchised, poor, and unable to discriminate between the criminal and the martyr. The Negro needs the defense of the ballot, the conserving power of property, and above all, the ability to cope intelligently with such vast questions of social regeneration and moral reform as confront him. If social reform among Negroes be without organization or trained leadership from within, if the administration of law is always for the avenging of the white victim and seldom for the reformation of the black criminal, if ignorant black men misunderstand the functions of government because they have had no decent instruction, and intelligent black men are denied a voice in government because they are black, under such circumstances to hold Negroes responsible for the suppression of crime among themselves is the cruelest of mockeries. On the other hand, a sincere desire among the American people to help the Negroes undertake their own social regeneration means first that the Negro be given the ballot on the same terms as other men, to protect him against injustice and to safeguard his interests in the administration of law. Secondly, that through education and social organization he be trained to work and save and earn a decent living. But these are not all. Wealth is not the only thing worth accumulating. Experience and knowledge can be accumulated and handed down, and no people can be truly rich without them. Can the Negro do without these? Can this training in work and thrift be truly effective without the guidance of trained intelligence and deep knowledge, without that same efficiency which has enabled modern peoples to grapple so successfully with the problems of the submerged tenth? There must surely be among Negro leaders the philanthropic impulse, the uprightness of character and strength of purpose. But there must be more than these. Philanthropy and purpose among blacks as well as among whites must be guided and curbed by knowledge and mental discipline, knowledge of the forces of civilization that make for survival, ability to organize and guide those forces, and realization of the true meaning of those broader ideals of human betterment which may in time bring heaven and earth a little nearer. This is social power. It is gotten in many ways by experience, by social contact, by what we loosely call the chances of life. But the systematic method of acquiring and imparting it is by the training of youth to thought, power, and knowledge in the school and college. And that group of people whose mental grasp is by heredity weakest, and whose knowledge of the past is for historic reasons most imperfect, that group is the very one which needs above all for the talented of its youth this severe and careful course of training, especially if they are expected to take immediate part in modern competitive life, if they are to hasten the slower courses of human development, and if the responsibility for this is to be in their own hands. 3 things American slavery gave the Negro: the habit of work, the English language, and the Christian religion. But one priceless thing it debauched, destroyed, and took from him, and that was the organized home. For the sake of intelligence and thrift, for the sake of work and morality, this home life must be restored and regenerated with newer ideals. How? The normal method would be by actual contact with a higher home life among his neighbors. But this method the social separation of white and black precludes. A proposed method is by schools of domestic arts, but valuable as these are, they are but subsidiary aids to the establishment of homes, for real homes are primarily centers of ideals and teaching, and only incidentally centers of cooking. The restoration and raising of home ideals must then come from social life among Negroes themselves. And does that social life need no leadership? It needs the best possible leadership of pure hearts and trained heads, the highest leadership of carefully trained men. Such are the arguments for the Negro College, and such is the work that Atlanta University and a few similar institutions seek to do. We believe that a rationally arranged college course of study for men and women able to pursue it is the best and only method of putting into the world Negroes with ability to use the social forces of their race so as to stamp out crime, strengthen the home, eliminate degenerates, and inspire and encourage the higher tendencies of the race, not only in thought and aspiration, but in everyday toil. And we believe this not simply because we have argued that such training ought to have these effects, or merely because we hope for such results in some dim future, but because already for years we have seen in the work of our graduates precisely such results as I have mentioned. Successful teachers of teachers, intelligent and upright ministers, skilled physicians, principals of industrial schools, businessmen, and above all, makers of model homes and leaders of social groups, out from which radiate subtle but tangible forces of uplift and inspiration. The proof of this lies scattered in every state of the South, and above all in the half unwilling testimony of men disposed to decry our work. Between the Negro College and Industrial School, there are the strongest grounds for cooperation and unity. It is not a matter of mere emphasis, for we would be glad to see 10 industrial schools to every college. It is not a fact that there are today too few Negro colleges, but rather that there are too many institutions attempting to do college work. But the danger lies in the fact that the best of the Negro colleges are poorly equipped and are today losing support and countenance, and that unless the nation awakens to its duty, 10 years will see the annihilation of higher Negro training in the South. We need a few strong, well-equipped Negro colleges, and we need them now, not tomorrow. Unless we can have them, and have them decently supported, Negro education in the South, both common school and industrial, is doomed to failure, and the forces of social regeneration will be fatally weakened, for the college today among Negroes is, just as truly as it was yesterday among whites, the beginning and not the end of human training, the foundation and not the capstone of popular education. Strange, is it not, my brothers, how often in America those great watchwords of human energy, Be strong, know thyself, hitch your wagon to a star. How often these die away into dim whispers when we face these seething billions of black men, and yet do they not belong to them? Are they not their heritage as well as yours? Can they bear burdens without strength, know without learning, and aspire without ideals? Are you afraid to let them try? Fear rather in this our common fatherland, lest we live to lose those great watchwords of liberty and opportunity, which yonder in the eternal hills their fathers fought with your fathers to preserve. End of section 50. End of Masterpieces of Negro Eloquence, edited by Alice Dunbar Nelson.